Yo. Starting soon. Oh, we're live. I think they can hear. Concurrent viewers, yeah. We've got viewers. Hello.
Welcome, everyone, to the third Flesh and Blood, Blood on the Bayou here at Game Guys at the Alameda Mall. I'm Charles. I'm
I'm
joined by my friend,
Jonathan.
and we are proud to present the third event have the pleasure of hosting.
Yes. Blood on the Bayou here in Houston, Texas, hosted by Game Guys Entertainment. This time we've got a Road to Nationals. I don't know. I don't think the other ones were Road to Nationals, but this time we've got a Road to Nationals. Our prizing case for the winner, 2 to 4 split up case, and then we've got packs for the rest of top 8. But obviously, it's also a Road to Nationals, so there's Nationals invitations on the line.
Yes, and anyone who has the pleasure of winning and going to Nats will have that beautiful experience with the new set High Seas.
High Seas.
That'll be releasing the week before.
Before Nats in Vegas,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Cool. So we've definitely got a lot of people who are excited to play for those awesome prizes. At the moment, it appears that we have over 70 players. They're still trying to figure out exactly the number that we've got. And I think they're still kind of getting a couple more entrants before we officially get started here. But we just wanted to kind of introduce ourselves and say what we have going on today. Again, Flesh and Blood, Blood on the Bayou, RTN.
It's going to be very exciting. We have a lot of variety here. In case y'all have forgotten, Viserai LL'd yesterday. No longer legal, which means that kind of the boogeyman of the current meta is gone, and now we're going to see it open up a little bit. We'll probably see, your standard aggro decks kind of push through, and I know some people are bringing a little bit of spice. So it's going to be very exciting to see what everyone has put together for this event.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the meta looks like. I see that the thumbnail is from Yu-Gi-Oh! We'll try to fix that. I'm not exactly sure how to, but we'll try to get someone on that. But rest assured, this is Flesh and Blood. This is Flesh and Blood. We're in the Flesh and Blood.
We are nothing but here today. It's going to be very exciting. And like Jonathan mentioned here, 70-plus players. You can hope to expect a lot of rounds today. And I just want to say, as kind of our little pet project getting this going, we have seen an increase in players every event.
Yeah.
We're so thankful for everyone who gets to come out and experience this event with us and participate.
Yeah, because we did Blood on the Bayou. I think the first one was Part the Misfail.
Yes.
It was a win a case of Part the Misfail. Maybe 40, 45 players or something like that. Last, we did a Rosetta opening weekend for Rosetta.
And I think we had about 60
players at the Rosetta one, where two of our locals, Evan Ford and Michael Ramsey, brought Verdance and Aurora to their first finals. And Michael Ramsey was actually the first person to put LL points on Aurora. Maybe we'll see more Aurora today. I don't know.
Yeah, I talked with a couple of the players who seem to be playing that today. It's going to be very exciting. She's a very fast and fun-looking deck. And I see as well some Ira, some Syndra. I think one person I talked to was playing Fang, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, very cool.
Of course, all the assassins that we've got going on. Just
very excited to see what kind of the Hunted looks like after Viserai LLs. What kind of decks from the Hunted really appear more. We'll have the meta report once it's available. We still have people trying to enter the tournament. So we'll see what that looks like once we have it. But yeah, rest assured we'll have that information
Everyone's
for you.
just getting settled. It looks like we've got a couple more people in line as registration finishes. A lot of space here at Game Guys. I believe they just bought a new area here and moved more tables in. So now we can host even bigger tournaments. So hopefully,
Battlehard in Houston next time.
The next couple of Blood on the Bayous will be up and the people here.
Yeah. Before we get started here with the actual tournament, I just wanted to plug a couple more things that we have in Houston and close by. First, this is a great community here, the Flesh and Blood community in Houston, and not only have we been like fortunate enough for really great TOs like Matt DiGregorio to put together stuff like this, they've also been working heavily on putting more events here in Houston. And so what that looks like now is we have the Blood on the Bayou circuit event, and from it looks like March all the way to April, May, June, we will have Blood on the Bayou circuit events here in Houston. That means March 22nd, there will be a circuit event here at the Adventure Begins in Conroe, Texas. On April 19th, there will be another circuit event at the Adventure Begins in Conroe, Texas. And that one will also be a ProQuest. Then on May 17th, we'll have another circuit event at the Adventure Begins. And all of these will have at least $500 in cash prizes. And winners will get circuit points that will get them free invitations to Blood on the Bayou 4, High Seas, date to be determined, but that'll be here at Game Guys. So if you're a Houston local and you want to get involved in Blood on the Bayou and more Flesh and Blood events like this, please come out to those events. If you're not here in Houston, March 22nd in New Orleans at Media Men Cards and Collectibles is another event called Hunt the Heartless. That's run by Dan Mooey out of Handsome Dan in the Discord. That's an event that he's hosting in New Orleans. I think Hunted. I don't think. Yeah. So that'll be Hunted CC.
The end of this month.
Classic Constructed. Winner gets a Tonto, like a cool dagger. He did an event last year where they gave the winner a sword, like an actual katana. So very cool prizes. Also a case if you're interested. So if you're in New Orleans or you want to go into New Orleans, it's not a bad place to go. Head to New Orleans on March 22nd. Media Men Cards and Collectibles for Hunt the Heartless.
Also, I just want to bring up, Game Guys, of course, is gracious to have the setup here for us to be able to stream this live for everyone. And as the store kind of grows and this kind of thing, we're getting a couple new setups going. So if you see us kind of looking off to the side, the way we normally were looking and managing everything has changed slightly, so we're trying to get used to it all. Also, for this time around, we have player cams. So, trying to bring a little bit more to the table here in terms of professionalism, and we just want to provide as much of the experience as possible. So we are looking forward to everyone enjoying that.
Yeah.
Additionally, with the circuit going on for Blood on the Bayou, those games will be recorded. I believe the Adventure Begins has said that they have a room where they can record. Unfortunately, we can't stream it with a live commentary. I don't know if they'll be able to stream the silent
After
games.
the fact, yeah.
But we will try to provide with some commentary over the game after they end. That way we can kind of post that somewhere as well in case anyone was interested or just wanted to see what those games were. Just provide a little bit extra for everyone who's kind of following us along for these kinds of events. As we are having a blast doing them, and we just want to keep continuing to make more going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the tournament is about to get started. I see the TO kind of announcing the start of the tournament. So we're going to go to a quick break, and then once we come back, we'll have your round one pairing and be able to start talking about it.
Yep.
Thanks for tuning in, guys.
All right, we'll see y'all in just a few minutes. All right, sorry about that, folks. It looks like we had some technical difficulties here getting right into the gameplay. Looks like a couple turns have passed. Jaden at 31 on Azalea. Rogelio
On
at
Dorinthia.
Dorinthia.
Look at the anime Dorinthia already. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right. So we're kind of catching up to where they are. Jaden, 31, Rogelio at 26. Looks like
Jaden with
Jaden.
the
Yeah.
lace with frailty, shooting the Bolton shot for 7. Go again on hit reload. We've seen the Death Dealer already be used. 1 pitch floating. This looks to be turn 2 as the tunic counters are both on 2 as well.
So Jaden approached us this morning and said he's kind of on a wacky version of Azalea. And look at that headpiece that he's got on. He's already using New Horizons, not the skullbone cross wrap that you would usually see.
So when I talked with him this morning, he said that his goal is not as much to use the Azalea hero ability. He's just trying to extract the value that New Horizons presents. So this is going to be interesting to see how it goes. Heat Seeker, the play for Jaden on hit. It's going to allow him to get that card from the top of the deck face up, turning on that New Horizon and allowing him to arsenal for the 6-card hand on the following turn. Rogelio, on the other hand, kind of your stock standard Dorinthia equipment. One thing to note is that there is a counter on that Dawnblade. Dawnblade coming in for a 1-for-4 weapon, being 1-for-3 on his next turn with that frailty token.
Snappies. Sleep Dart.
And it looks like we're trying some newer stuff out for this stream, and it looks like the life totals are swapped.
Swapped, yeah.
And they should, Rogelio is at 19 and Jaden is at 26. And we will get that sorted as soon as this game is over with.
Shelter from the Storm, one of the new cards from Hunted.
One of the fantastic cards from the Hunted. It is shown in these more recent events just how good it can be.
Here, just using it as a 0-for-4 defense reaction. Always useful against Azalea, especially when that Dominate comes online.
So one thing to note is that off of the Heat Seeker, Jaden has found that Knock the Death Whistle. He will have a guaranteed dominated arrow for the next turn. He just has to get through Rogelio's turn. We are seeing the Warrior's Valor and the Singing Steelblade? Steelblade Supremacy.
Steelblade Supremacy, yes.
Come through on that Dawnblade.
+2, draw a card.
On hit, draw, and on hit, go again.
Don't forget about the frailty token there.
And Azalea, not a hero that really has a lot of good blocking
Does
cards.
not want to
this
block.
Dawnblade for 8 will require most of the hand should he decide to shore this one up.
But Jaden, of course, has the Knock the Death Whistle in Arsenal, is able to, use few cards to get something really nice off the top.
And he is coming up on Tunic Counter as well, so the 1-cost arrows become possible for him on his next turn should he decide to do a red
And
in the
he's
ledger.
ready to block. Rogelio, not exactly what Rogelio wanted there. Would have loved to keep going.
Yeah, no reaction in hand that was playable in that situation to push that ahead and draw the card. Jaden most likely keeping a buff in hand, just going to try to grab that red and stop whatever he is trying to do. We might also see maybe
Another
Heat
Heat Seeker.
Okay.
I think that goes to show what Jaden's overall strategy here is make use of that New Horizons. Um, I don't know. I don't think Red in the Ledger
Against
is
Dorinthia,
against
probably
Dorinthia.
not the
Probably not
best.
exactly what he wanted to do.
The
Oh wow!
Codex. Dorinthia not one to have attack actions for the Codex to impact her other than that frailty, but it will give Jaden a card in Arsenal to be able to use Azalea's ability for that Heat Seeker. Additionally, should that Heat Seeker hit, then he will put the top card of his deck face up in his arsenal, and then the Ponder will break, letting him have 2 arsenal zones thanks to that New Horizon.
Heatseeker with Dominate. And again, one of those things that Rogelio hates to see, another frailty token.
And this Heat Seeker coming in for 5. Rogelio having 2 block left on his equipment. Does not want to block with the Tunic there. We have seen some defensive abilities in the deck itself through that Shelter. What could he have in Arsenal?
And just to be clear, Rogelio is the one here at 19 life. Jaden at 26.
Yes, so it looks like Rogelio just took 2 here, blocking with that Jagged Edge. End of turn trigger is going to load that hamstring shot off the top of the deck for Jaden. Ponder trigger is going to load that card. 2 cards in Arsenal plus his 4-card hand. Jaden is setting up for the big swing on this next turn.
Classic Lexi gameplay here. 2 cards in Arsenal.
Now, with the loss of the Snapdragon Scalers, Jaden might not be able to go as wide as he would like. So we could see some extra defensive options this turn, as if he was drawing extra arrows, they would be useless.
Another Steelblade Supremacy out of Rogelio. 2 cards in hand, hoping that one of them is a reaction to get him over any blocks that Jaden ends up putting, if Jaden ends up putting any blocks at all. It's interesting to see, we just came out with the Hunted, Draconic, Chaos, Heroes. Our first game here today is Untalented, the original Ranger and the original Warrior.
Sometimes with all the spice that's going on, you
Yeah.
just got to take a step back and bring out the classics.
Yeah. Rogelio, I talked to him before we started, hoping to dodge all the illusionists. Maybe not exactly happy to see an assassin either, or a ranger either in Azalea.
And Warrior did get a lot of decent cards coming out of this set. Maybe not in a way that benefits the Dawnblade specifically, since the set is more dagger focused. But I'm sure cards like that Jagged Edge, kind of push through certain decks. We're going to see the Out for Blood here, pumping it for 3, bringing the Dawnblade up to 7. It's going to hit. Rogelio drawing that card there. No go again this turn. Looks like it's just going to be... Ooh, the Sigil of Solace going to go ahead, gain the 3 life before the Arsenal and pass.
So Jaden, full grip here. 4 cards, 2 cards in Arsenal. A little scary.
Jaden at 19, Rogelio at 20.
And just to give you guys a heads up about what happened here at Blood on the Bayou, we have 79 players here in Houston, Texas, playing for this case that we've got.
The honor that it is the winner of the Blood on the Bayou.
Codex of Blood Rot. Put a card from my hand face down into my arsenal. No, I'm gonna get a ponder. You're gonna get a blood rot. And then I do have an open arsenal slot. So.
All right. Jaden with the Codex of Blood Rot into the knock, the death whistle, going to go ahead, find his favorite arrow for the situation. It looks like what he needed was the go again, so that Bolton shot will answer the call here. Codex of Blood Rot, a kind of more tech card against Nigma, and I guess Prism as well.
Yeah.
But we're seeing it, used to pretty good effect in this situation.
It still gets you a ponder. It still gets you another card.
And that 2 damage can add up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yet another dominate here.
Looks like we're going to see that Bolton shot for 7. Dominate, go again, on hit, reload. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there might be a Rain Razors in the hand of Jaden.
Doesn't use it if it is hit in his hand.
I believe maybe we might have missaw. No, looks like it's just the Remorseless going to shoot that hamstring shot.
Your first attack will cost
Again, these are classic Flesh and Blood cards. Hamstring shot from Arcane Rising, I believe.
Yes.
Just adding another
basically
resource.
Attacks to what Rogelio wants
yeah.
to do.
A little frostbite
Kind of.
for their first attack. Rogelio thinking about blocks on this one. 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Just wants to swing a sword. Let Dorinthia swing the sword.
Looks like we're seeing the Brave Forge Bracers get moved up here for defense, and here comes the Sink Below. It's going to be able to hold on to 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal going into his next turn. 1 point of defense left for the Dorinthia player on that Tunic there. Not the card that he wants to defend with, but hey, if life totals get low enough, that's just what it's going to be.
Frailty, blood rot, almost all the diseases.
Almost all the poxes.
From Rogelio's side. Coming in with the sword.
Sword for 2.
2 resources floating.
Jaden posturing a potential block here. It looks like he has a couple extra arrows in hand that he may not need. Giving it a long think here. Looks like that hamstring shot in hand might go onto the chain link.
Azalea, pretty much one of the more aggressive heroes in this format. Doesn't want to block a lot.
And I think it's a very good pick. With Viscerai being gone, we're going to try to probably see more of these aggressive decks. Your Auroras, your Syndras, maybe even Ira.
Okay.
And even, an oldie but a goodie, good old Phi, might be making an appearance. Don't know if anyone's playing Phi, but all of these aggro decks get shut down by Azalea, which might have been a reason why Jaden decided to bring her today.
And Jaden also has been playing Azalea for quite a long time. Played... Although he did win, quote-unquote, win the first Blood on the Bayou on Zen, he's been playing Ranger and Azalea specifically. Lexi as well, for a very long time, brought Sandscour Azalea to one of the RTNs a way while ago. So knows how to play this hero.
Yes, Rob, the life totals are switched. It looks like they're typing on the opposite side of the life app. We will get that switched around for the next game. This is going to be Bolton shot for 7. Dominate. It looks like it'll hit. Loading that hamstring shot. 8 on hit. Your next action cost 1 on hit. Get a ponder.
Hamstring shot's such an interesting, like you were saying, I mean, this is an aggressive, we're thinking this might be an aggressive meta. Syndra doesn't want to play for any of their abilities. If they have to take a hamstring shot, suddenly their turns look a lot different.
Yeah, you pitching a card in a deck like Syndra is something that you will never want to do. And I guess we missed it talking so much about Jaden and Azalea, but there is one copy of Count Your Blessings in the graveyard for Rogelio. So it's looking like he wants to take the defensive approach for this matchup, kind of weather the storm from all of Azalea's big arrows, try to get rid of all those buffs, try to make Azalea more manageable by using his life total as a resource as well.
So buffs on buffs,
On hit.
Death Dealer, Seek and Destroy into this Bolton shot.
I do have a resource from the thing. And you have a frailty and I have a quick very short.
And has a go again for this red in the ledger.
We're just seeing how strong Codex of Frailty just is, especially after seeing these early Bolton shots where he's able to just go buff, buff, activate that Codex, get everything in that you need. It just provides the most utility for Azalea, and it works so well for Assassins as well.
But this is something that Rogelio can just put cards in front of, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Without the Dominate, he's just going to put cards in front of it.
So it looks like blocking 9 on 10, taking 1, is going to gain that Seek and Destroy on hit effect. And it looks like that red in the ledger might be coming back through.
If we look at the pitch zone, that's a Codex of Inertia on Jaden's side.
He's deciding to bring in
Bring all the books. All the books on Jaden's deck today. We had the book banning a couple months ago, but now Jaden's
Not these ones.
not these books.
And it looks like Jaden's going to go ahead. It kind of looked like he was potentially thinking about not throwing that red in the ledger, just keeping it for the next turn, as Rogelio had already blocked with 3 cards from hand. But it looks like we are just going to see it be thrown out here, leaking more and more damage. Normally against Azalea, you don't want to get to these low life totals because of the fact that she can dominate large enough arrows to just straight up kill you. Although with the new horizons for this matchup, considering Jaden may not be wanting to dominate as much, Rogelio might have some slight leeway for this.
Seek and Destroy effect, taking out the Out for Blood in the arsenal. Rogelio, defensive posture, maybe just wants to hit those Count Your Blessings.
Yeah, we've seen 1 so far, 5 more left in the deck. But the thing you have to think about is that that's 5 no blocks in a deck where you probably want to be blocking against Azalea as much as you can. With no armor left to defend himself as well, it's going to be very difficult to try to set up those other Count Your Blessings, depending on the aggression from Jaden.
Jaden only, I think his hand is all buffs and a Codex of Inertia, but his arsenal is the Battering Bolt. So has an outlet to actually do some damage, but
Battering Bolt, one of the cards that you want to see.
Against a reaction, against a CYB deck.
Well, and just against us, Dorinthia in general, because it only cares about non-action cards.
Exactly.
And I think this time, maybe I'm not as crazy on the Rain Razors in hand.
Decides to keep it.
Rogelio just, if the arrow's not dominated, just block it out. I think that's the mindset that he's got going on here.
Using the tunic for the Dawnblade swing, Jaden says, I'll take that all day. Nothing behind it, nothing scary. 3 damage.
You're seeing the Read the Glide Path showing that endless arrow on the top of the deck. Jaden deciding if he wants to opt it to the bottom, decides to leave it on top. He knows that he will have a dominated Endless Arrow should he choose to activate Azalea here.
And it looks like he has more buffs in hand.
Rain Razors in the arsenal.
Release the tension.
Looks like we're going for it. Foregoing the Rain Razors. Dropping in the Endless Arrow. Endless Arrow for 13. Dominate. Rogelio only sitting at 10. If he doesn't have a D-React, he has to give up the Tunic here.
Rogelio on the player cam, looking a little bit unnerved. May not have the exact defensive tools to get through this turn.
Yeah, Rogelio having to go for the Tunic block if he wants to stay alive. Not the place you want to be in, especially after this. You will only be sitting at 1. And that is never a good sign against Azalea.
Can still use defense reactions from hand, though.
Okay, looks like the Count Your Blessing is coming out here, gaining 3 life.
And you'll take 10.
Taking 10, going down to 3. Endless Arrow on hit, going back to hand, going to arsenal it. Jaden not using that Knock the Death Whistle in his hand, saving it for the next turn to try to go for the kill. Rogelio just swinging Dawnblade, pitching, I believe, that Perforate.
And this now is really scary for Rogelio. A lot of opportunity to find a dominate. Obviously doesn't have the Skullbone cross wrap.
But with that Knock the Death Whistle, he just has Dominate
Yes,
on
exactly.
demand. No arsenal for Rogelio, so no defense reaction should Jaden decide to dominate here. 1 defense on that Tunic.
But does Jaden have enough buffs to get through? Really having to think about what his turn looks like. Wow.
Looks like we're
Found
going
the buff.
for the blind Azalea here. Finding a buff off the top that Knock the Death Whistle, not going to get as much value. He can still use it to put an arrow on top, but that won't really help him here. Has not activated Death Dealer, has Tunic up for it should he choose to do that.
I believe in Jaden to find the line here. It may not be a dominate line, but I'm sure it'll have enough damage to maybe leak something or at least take Rogelio's entire hand.
Yeah, he's down to a life total where as long as you pressure the damage, you'll be taking his whole hand away from him.
Maybe looking for this Heat Seeker to close it out the next turn.
Sorry, I forgot that. Like I
Oh no.
Yeah, it looks like Jaden might have all arrows in hand to go along with that knock. Deciding to use it now as well, despite already activating Azalea.
Okay. Okay, so it looks like he's gonna have something on top that he can draw with off the Death Dealer.
Sorry, I wanted to draw.
But he can't load that with Death Dealer. You'd have to load something else, so maybe he's just trying to set up for next turn.
Maybe.
just deciding, okay, I'll draw that with Death Dealer, I'll put that in Arsenal, then I have a go again starter for the next turn.
Yeah, my team's cool. Codex of Blood Rot.
Codex.
Yeah, you're gonna
Okay.
So able to put the
And this is actually
bolt in.
so good because that forces Rogelio to put a card from his hand in his arsenal.
Wow, yeah.
Now he only has 3 cards to defend with this turn. This Bolton shot may not be super impressive, but the follow-up here is going to be hard to deal with.
And he has a Blood Rot token.
And he has the Blood Rot, so taking 1 point of damage and having no cards in hand means that he will just lose. He cannot afford to take any damage.
Yeah, Jaden figured out the line here that gets him to the finish line, I think. And even if not, he's going to have so many cards the next turn.
Taking 1 in the Blood Rot, and that's the game.
Great job to Jaden. Rogelio, valiant effort on Dorinthia. He said he didn't want to see Illusionists. Maybe he also did not want to see Ranger.
But this was very interesting, the fact that Jaden bringing in all of the codexes, running the New Horizons as the headpiece, just trying to maybe not go for the tall version, but kind of go for a go-wide version instead.
Yeah.
Try to
Very
pressure the
interesting.
opponent. You still have great on-hits. The codex showed why he's running them. I think every codex he played, even the Blood Rots, had true value to him.
A lot of value. Ponder whatever disease is associated with it, and then just getting something else into the arsenal was able to get him wide enough to cut through.
Yeah, and it's going to be very impressive to see how Jaden plays out the rest of his games today. And I'm very interested in seeing him in the top 8 because that deck looks like it's very fun.
Yeah, looks really cool. Again, bringing back some of the original heroes, the non-talented heroes. We already saw one finally get to Living Legend in Viserai. Maybe it's time for another one.
Yeah, we will see as these RTNs progress and as the LL points gather which heroes will start to rise through that peak.
Yeah. So, again, welcome to Blood on the Bayou. That was our first round here at the Road to Nationals in Houston, Texas, hosted by Game Guys. 79 players here in Houston.
And we will try to give y'all a hero breakdown either this round or between the next rounds.
Yeah, whenever we have it, we'll show you what this Houston meta looks like. I know, Road to Nationals a little more scarce this time around. This is the only Road to Nationals in the 500-mile radius. So, we had a lot of players come out, and we're really excited to see what these guys bring.
We love to see all of these out-of-towners come participate with us, especially when we get to kind of host this in a larger event or a larger play space.
Yeah. Just to reiterate, we've got, if you're in Houston, we've got the Blood in the Bayou circuit coming up March, April, and May. A lot of events here at in Houston, in Conroe at The Adventure Begins. Don't, keep a lookout for that. Cash prizes, cards, whatever you would want. And then the highest point earners get a free admission to Blood on the Bayou 4 here at Game Guys, which is a High Seas release event, or will be around the High Seas event.
And I'm very excited for that set. I don't know if you've heard anything about it.
Yeah, I see Rangers on the horizon. We haven't had another Ranger since Riptide and Lexi leaving, so...
James White saying that there will be pirates.
Pirates.
Not knowing, we don't know, what kind of pirates, how they're going to implement that.
Yeah.
But you can expect me to show up to that pre-release dressed as one.
Very excited to see that, Charles. Pirates, I wonder how they're going to incorporate Assassin or Illusionist into Pirates.
It'll be interesting to see. LSS always finds some way to bring out the most interesting mechanics that I have seen out of a TCG with the most interesting both hero designs and card designs. So I am expecting for just a fun time for this next set.
Yeah, very cool. We are going to take a quick break as we finish out round 1, and then we'll be back for round 2, give you a heads up on who we've got. Stay tuned for more Blood on the Bayou 3 here at Game Guys.
We'll be right back. Welcome back.
Hello.
We are now going to be starting round two. We've got some more cool heroes for you. And we'll actually just swap over to that right now. It's going to be Ravi on KO versus Jonathan on Vincent. Two heroes that have had some light in the meta at some point.
I think Jonathan actually made top 8 at Battle Hardened Houston on this Vincent. I don't know if it's. I don't think it's the same list, but uh, some success on Vincent.
And Vincent actually got a very cool card out of the Hunted and Cole. And we'll try to put that on the screen for you. And it's showing, just how powerful that card can be. I've played against Vincent multiple times. It is kind of a backbreaker into some of these aggro decks, kind of take away your finisher. Helps you also be very aggressive when you make that rune chant unpreventable. It's just a very versatile disruption piece that Vincent has access to, and let's see if Jonathan can pilot that piece to the victory here.
And we know KO aggressive deck. We're gonna see a lot of aggro decks, I think, today, and KO is one of the classic aggro decks that we saw in kind of before Part the Misfail came out.
Yeah, heavy hitters came out. KO showed himself to be the aggro deck for that meta, and now he's been pushed a little back since Part the Misfail as Zen kind of took over, but KO still, not as represented, but still just as aggressive.
And just to kind of preview this meta breakdown that we were able to put together, a lot of KOs represented today. As a kind of a background, we had 4 people drop after the first round, and so now we're at 75 players. Still, quite a few for this RTN here at Blood on the Bayou 3 here in Houston, Texas, hosted by Game Guys. 75 players competing for the national invite, and also, I believe, Cold Foil probably as well, and then the case that is going to the first prize winner.
Prizing 1 case for the winner, 2 boxes for second place, third and fourth, a box apiece, and fifth through eighth, 12 packs apiece.
So a lot of prizing, a lot of hunted on the line, huh? Hopefully someone cracks something very cool, maybe a Marvel. Maybe just even a Hunter's Clave would be a really good hit.
A lot of good hits in the set. From my personal opening of this set, it has been very fun. Probably my most enjoyable Flesh and Blood set to open.
Yeah.
Just because the art in the set is amazing. I like the, the EA treatments, kind of like what they did in Everfest.
Very
bringing
cool.
that back for some of the commons and rares. And every, legendary, any Marvel, they are just so fun to hit. Hitting any EA Majestic is also just amazing.
Yeah.
And plenty of cold foils.
A lot of
set to open.
The cool Marvels, too. And, if you're blinging out Arachne Marionette, you gotta have all of them in Marvel, huh? Even though you really only want to play as Arachne Marionette most of the time. Looks like the players are kind of getting ready, shuffling their cards, making sure everything's randomized, chatting even, That's why we play these games here in the Flesh and Blood, because it's fun to play in front of each other.
Yeah, and even though it's a very competitive game, it's still a very social game.
Yeah.
And I think that brings out, a lot more of a TCG than the kind of sweatier TCGs.
And I mean, we have 75 people here in the building as a testament to that. And as a testament to the incredible TOs that we have here who organize and put on this event. We show up to just talk about it. We show up to help with the stream, but, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes to put big events like this together.
And of course, if it weren't for, all the players who decided they wanted to travel from maybe out of town or out of state to come out and participate with us, and not just make this another locals for us, that is very much appreciated, and we appreciate them, just hanging out with us for a day. Whether it be, the whole weekend or just today, we just want to provide the best Flesh and Blood experience for everyone here as we can.
And, you know, to everyone watching, right? Like, this is for you guys as well. You know, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out here with us. This is definitely something that we love to do.
It looks like the players are getting ready. Let's take a look at their equipment. On the side of KO, of course, only the one arm as per allowed by his hero text, but we've got the pretty aggressive setup. You know, the Scowling Flesh Bag, very good defensive option. We've got
Savage Sash.
Yeah, the Savage Sash, just stay aggressive, Scabs for those action points, and the Apex Bone Breaker for just some decent block value.
Ravi trying to figure out exactly what Vincent does. Maybe he doesn't have the reps into this hero. Jonathan, a lot of reps into this hero. Might be a little scared. I saw Ravi open up this first opening hand, 2 non-blocks.
And that is the KO dilemma. You know, a lot of these cards are pretty good, but sometimes they just don't block. Going to the side of Jonathan, Face Purgatory, kind of a similar card to the Scowling Flesh Bag. Both seek to rip card out of the hand when they are defended with. Of course, Face Purgatory requires a couple extra cards. Of course, we have the Dyadic for the extra defense, Spellbound Creepers for those creeper shenanigans.
Wow.
And Jonathan actually bringing the Vexing Quill hand into this matchup, deciding that he just wants to go fast. And of course, instead of running the tome, offhand tome that Vincent has access to, it is going to be the Bloodied Oval. Just a little bit extra defense. Try to survive some of these larger KO turns.
So Ravi kind of making away like a bandit with this opening aggressive hand with the 2 non-block pulpings. Jonathan choosing to use his Sonata Galaxia for a Malefic incantation and is just going for a setup turn.
And that's typically what the Vincent aims to do on their turn 1. It's just take 1 from Blood Debt, put 1 card, you know, in your banish zone, kind of set up an aura to get ready to have those back-to-back turns where you are just able to be very aggressive. And speaking of aggressive, on the side of KO, it's going to be the pulping right off the bat.
We're going to see a lot of dice roll in today.
We're going to see that 6 dominate, making the Might token from KO's hero ability. With go again, unless Vincent has a defensive reaction in Arsenal.
It would be for 6. Dominating. Yeah. It does. It will have go again depending.
May have been a little while since Johnny's played against a KO. You know, haven't seen a lot of it very recently. Trying to figure out how exactly to block. You know, one of the challenging things about Vincent, you have to have a card in hand to banish. You want to have a card in hand to banish.
And you know what? I didn't even realize this till just now. Ravi not even bringing in Arcane Barrier.
Oh, wow, yes. You're absolutely right.
He is straight up just going to take every rune chant in this game. So he wants to stay as aggressive as possible. Coming in with that swing big for 8. He does not want to give Jonathan any time to set up for larger turns and try to blow him out.
Let's see if Vincent can cobble up enough disruption to keep Ravi off this aggressive game plan.
So Jonathan taking that pulping, deciding whether or not he wants to block on that swing big. He'd be in quite the life deficit should he choose to take 8 more damage here.
Really having to think about what can he block with, what can he banish, and what's going to be free with the Runegate abilities. Or what's going to be able to get played with the Runegate abilities.
Deathly Whale committed to the chain link for the block, taking 5 down to 28 is Jonathan as he starts his turn. What will he banish to Vincent? Looks like it'll be another Deathly Whale.
I will break Vexing Quill Hand.
Ooh, and we're cracking the Quill Hand already. Going to go ahead, make 2 extra rune chance up to 4.
4 rune chance.
Into the Shadow Puppetry.
Go again.
Looks like Jonathan paying the life for it, even though Ravi has no AB.
Just wants to ping himself on this turn.
It's going to be 4 Arcane and 7 with Go Again if this Deathly Whale hits.
2 rune chance on the back end because of Deathly Whale.
And the Shadow Puppetry will also let him look at the top card of his deck and potentially banish it.
Yeah.
He's also going to be making 1 rune chant off the back with that Malefic Incantation.
Okay, so 7 on hit, you get
Not enough to just straight up play the other Deathly Whale.
and it does have go again. We have a go again too.
I think he will, because there's 2 from the Deathly Whale ability.
That is true if
Yeah.
he does close the chain.
Yeah.
Oh, then that makes sense why he did actually pay the 1. He wants to make sure he gets the 2 rune chants off of
Exactly.
it to get to 3 exactly. This is why Jonathan is the Vincent player and I am not the Vincent player.
So is probably going to end this with even end this turn with 2 or 3 rune chants.
Ooh, and it looks like Ravi has a Blood Rush in hand. He really doesn't want to have to block here.
None of these cards are really that scary, though.
In this case,
Deathly
no.
Whale, no disruption. Might end up just taking it, using all of his equipment here because he knows there's not going to be many opportunities to use his equipment.
And maybe in this case, he also might want to use that Savage Sash, considering that he's just blocking with it so fast. And holy cow, Ravi is thinking about just shoving every piece of equipment in front of this, deciding
Maybe
that
not
he
the
doesn't
scowling.
need the scowling. Looks like that 2 block and hand might be committed.
Oh, there it is.
And it looks like, will he pass to reactions? Ravi thinking very hard about this one.
Is that 2 Blood Rush Bellows in hand? Or Blood Rush?
It might have been 2 Blood Rushes.
Okay, so with that trigger on the stack, because of Delta Arcane damage, you can play
But the other card in hand is a Tear Limb from Limb, which I believe is a no block, so he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to.
no, it does.
He'd be forced to block with one of his Blood Rushes here.
The next one that hits, yeah.
Is that what he's getting rid of due to the scowling?
So
Oh, no,
because,
he's playing it as an instant.
yeah, because Jonathan has dealt arcane damage, he can play this Tempt at instant speed, allowing him to gain an action point, so he would have 2 action points floating. Additionally, giving an on-hit look at a card, or look at the hand and discard a card from it. Now this one is covered up completely but
By the equipment.
but Ravi really wants to hold on to his hand, and then Jonathan's going to be swinging that other Deathly
Yes.
Whale after this.
This is still active. Coming in for 3 and 4.
And we have the other Deathly Whale. This one I think is just a blue.
This will make 2 rune chance when I close the chain. Okay.
So it's only going to be coming in for 4.
Burst through the 3 arcane, we have to take it.
He did have to close the chain, which means that all of that equipment is able to be blocked with again.
This is when I close the chain. And then it was just gonna happen. And it's gonna happen. 4 on hit.
If this does hit,
And the Succumb to Temptation looks like it should hit.
Yeah.
looks like Ravi deciding he could give up one of those precious Blood Rushes, along with a Scab Skins if he wanted to keep his other equipment. Cover this up.
Oh, look, I've cheated already. Something's coming for us. Yeah, something coming. No, I think it's just check.
And I think Johnny has another action point here generated from the Succumb to
One
Temptation.
more attack after this, potentially.
Might just be the whale, or this little
The flail,
the
yep.
flail, yeah. Or could be something in Arsenal for 0
Will
cost.
it be card in Arsenal, or will it be that Flail of Agony? as the follow-up here. Of course, the flail does not get the succumb to temptation on hit.
Yes. I'll make the mic.
Looks like it is going to be blocking 4 here, generating another might token off of the Apex Bone Breaker.
It will flail you, which is my last action point. This will not trigger this. On hit, make a
1 action point remaining. It is going to be that Flail of Agony coming in. This will deal Jonathan a point of life to make this other Deathly Wail generate him 2 more rune chants on the back of this. As the combat chain was broken and the Deathly Wail originally was only going to generate 1 from the damage dealt to Ravi.
Let's go chain. I'll make 2 more and go to 3. And then
The Flail also hitting with that on-hit make a rune chant. Ravi at 32 going into his turn. Oh, and it was the Cole follow-up the whole time in Arsenal. This is the card we talked about before the game started. Fresh from the Hunted is just going to rip a card out of Ravi's hand on this
Look
very,
at Ravi's face.
this very pivotal turn.
He wanted every card in his hand, and now has to get rid of 1. Used all of his equipment blocks in order to keep this hand.
He committed everything for this turn, and it just got blown out completely.
He said bad. Bad play. Yeah, so I'll make the
Ugh, that looks like his resource card.
No blood debt.
But it looks like
You're sitting at 3.
he will still be able to pitch 1 Blood Rush to play the other.
So that's exactly the question that we asked at the beginning of this game. Ravi has 1 game plan: attack, attack, attack.
Oh,
Can
man.
Johnny disrupt enough
And
to
his
really
hand is just 2 Blood Rushes. Nothing to do. He's going to have to pitch 1 to this claw for 5.
save the other?
Save the other for Arsenal and hope that it is not a disruption piece on the side of the Vincent for the next turn. We haven't seen any of these widespread attacks yet. The Majestic cycle that Vincent has access to. And a widespread destruction on his next turn would really blow Ravi out a second time.
Robert says it right in chat. Johnny just boomed him.
Every time someone comes in, right? Fucked up. Yeah, exactly.
I think Johnny's pretty satisfied with just taking whatever damage comes his way. But can he pull out another wide attack? Or
Yeah,
does he
we've
maybe
seen-
want to put more in front of this?
I mean, as bad as the turn went for Ravi, we've also seen, that Vexing Quill Hand be popped
Yes.
on the side of Jonathan. That is kind of your get out of jail free card for Vincent in certain situations, and that is gone. Of course, the 3 rune chants on the board. The 1 Malefic going to give him 1 additional rune chant for the next 2 turns.
Okay, they're blocking 4. Blocking 4 to 5. Take 1. Arsenal. Start of my turn.
Just getting to see all of this on the back of this brand new card from the Hunted. Eloquent Eulogy being the card banished at the start of the turn. Looking to give himself an Eloquence token. Ooh, and the Deadwood Dirge on the rune chant going up to 6.
A lot of rune chants. That is unblockable damage here in this matchup with no arcane barrier on Ravi's side.
We're going to take 6 here. Got it. So I'm at 32 and go 1, 2, 3, 4.
So it's going to be 6 rune chants, 4 physical.
This is coming in for 4. Make an eloquence token.
Jonathan making the Eloquent Eulogy token regardless if Ravi defends or not.
Do you have go again? Or
Ravi with that Blood Rush in Arsenal.
nothing in Arsenal, nothing floating.
With the Beast Within in hand, a potential high roll here.
Beast Within, but a lot of resource cards.
Beast Within, a lot of resource cards in that Send Packing. No agility. Looks like Ravi posturing a block here on that blue Wrecker Romp, deciding that he has enough resources to make this turn work. Maybe trying to up the percentage that that Beast Within will hit. Or maybe he just wants all of his cards to try to make this Blood Rush turn as good as possible. Looks like it will be the defense. Taking 1 down to 25. It is 25 even for both players.
Looks like Johnny's going to end. Arsenaling has an Eloquence for the next turn, but is under a lot of pressure here with this.
All right, the Blood
Blood
Rush
Rush.
comes out.
50-50 shot to hit the Beast Within. What is it?
What will it be?
Oh,
It was the Send
it
Packing.
was the Send Packing.
Missed the 50-50. Still gets to make the Might. Still gets to draw the 2 cards. Still has the 2 floating for that Claw.
Don't forget, Johnny, a lot of equipment on his side.
And the very powerful Face Purgatory as well, should Johnny have to use it.
So the life total's a little even. Different story on the equipment side.
So it looks like we have that Beast Within, maybe a CNC as that middle card, and a card I can't quite make out on the left in that hand, but looks to be another resource card for the turn. CNC does not get the benefit from the Blood Rush Bellows, so you really want to play all of those Brute cards, but considering Johnny did Arsenal on his turn, you might just have to throw it out.
What's the appeal of KO in this meta versus some of the other aggro decks that we have running around? The Syndras, the Auroras.
KO, I think, is just a little meatier.
Yeah.
You know, he has slightly better blocking equipment, and his damage can equal, you know, some of these other aggro decks. I believe he's also able to play slightly better on maybe a smaller hand, and he does have that chess piece to really try to push, you know, maybe 3 or 4 attacks in a turn if he has like the Wild Rides or the Pulpings to go along with that, especially if it's on a Blood Rush turn.
That's such a good point.
And I think the reason you would not play him, though, is that everything is by chance. KO is a hero that rolls the dice on every card that they play. And if you're wanting, you know, some more variety game to game, then KO is probably what you're going to be wanting. But if you kind of want the more fluid, kind of stock standard, always the same gameplay, then you're probably looking at something that's a little more, maybe not as much Aurora, considering some of the play lines, but I think Syndra is an example of something that's just kind of going to be, the hands are going to be the same every turn.
A little more consistent.
A little bit more consistent. You could say that for Syndra, and I think more so for Ira. Ira is just a very consistent hero. Nothing flashy about her, just good numbers. Going back to this,
Johnny's still thinking about what his hand looks like. Again, he has to understand what card he's going to banish first, and so that definitely limits kind of his blocking potential.
but Vincent, you know, can work off one card. If he blocks with 3 cards in hand and the one card is a Rune Gate for 2, he will have the 2 rune chance to Rune Gate it. So you can have some one card plays that allow you to be a little bit more defensive in Vincent.
But he's really thinking about this block. Oh, and that's why he's thinking about this block. He wants a new card.
Giving up Deathly Wail and the Deadwood Dirge. Jonathan thinking that this turn is going to be a lot better, but it is the Beast Within going to be discarded, getting punished into a wild ride. That is the go again on the turn that Ravi needed to extend the turn out.
So you blocked full, blocking 7 2.
A little bit of luck on Ravi's side here.
Gonna drew off of the.
So now with a potential go again piece, what do you do on the side of Ravi? Do you just... Looks like we are going to break the Savage
There it
Sash
is.
here.
Breaks the chain, I think. No, I'm not even thinking. Okay, I don't know if it's having this. Someone will come in.
Looks like Johnny's block ended up actually helping Ravi.
So I'll pay 2 for that because of the sound.
Ooh, and I believe this is the Massacre,
Paid 2. Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken.
No,
No,
that's
not
not Massacre.
Oh, which one is this one?
+6 +2.
I haven't seen a KO in so long. Which one?
12, 14. Yeah. That's it. That's all I'm on, man. That's it. Just 14. That's pretty good. Do I want to go to 11? Not really.
The name of this card escaping the both of us here.
Yeah.
13 seems better. Not much better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looks like it will be the Savage Beatdown. He has discarded a card with 6 or more attack this turn from the Face Purgatory and the Blood Rush Bellows. He had to break the Savage Sash to be able to discard a card to it. And this will be coming in for 12 here.
Johnny taking it. Going down to 13. Wow, Ravi really bailed out by...
Start of my turn, I will banish a Deathly Delight.
Yeah, the Face Purgatory block on the side of Johnny was the reason that Ravi got to push all the extra damage that he wanted to do. So going from the super unlucky the previous turn, or the previous 2 turns, to very lucky this turn.
2 and 5. This one will gain me a life for each.
Looks like we are going to see Deathly Delight
We have to. I have 2.
put onto the combat chain here. It's going to gain Johnny a couple life.
No turn. So we have 2 artifact. I'm going to take that. 22. And then this is for how much? For 5. You have 1 card in hand, 1 arsenal. 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal. Nothing floating. This will give me at least 1 life. Yeah.
Still 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal.
It looks like it will be the Succumb to Temptation.
Found another.
Ooh, options, Bare Fangs, Mighty Wind Up, and another card that I didn't quite catch.
So it's probably not a point taking those. They can pitch for each other, yeah.
Thinking about getting rid of one of the Bare Fangs or maybe one of these resource
And a
cards.
Wild Ride. So
A Wild
potentially
Ride.
getting rid of the Go Again or the resource card.
Taking
Can't pitch for the other one. So
not a lot of good options here, I think. This hand kind of works on anything. Although maybe the Wild Ride gets him the go again.
probably make the might and the bear. You put some on arsenal.
Sounds like that's the option.
Yes. So take
So
So-
Bare Fangs, and a resource. Ravi says,
go against
happy to take this damage. No go again, doesn't appear.
No Go Again, but when this chain link closes,
Oh,
Johnny
yeah.
will gain a life.
Yeah. Well, actually, the Succumb to Temptation gives him another action point.
That is true as well. So
So
it could be the flail after this. Now, if he does swing the flail, that will also be Johnny losing a life, so he'll gain 2 off of this Deathly Delight. Not that it matters. He will just be neutral in that aspect.
I'll close the chain. I'll gain a life. Yep, that's it. You're go. No blood debt.
Okay, passing through
He's
the
just
rest of his turn.
deciding to not swing the flail here.
All right, Bare Fangs.
Use yeah. Discard here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or
Looks like a yellow.
discard this one.
So this would be coming in for 7, then 8 with the might token.
Coming in for 7.
And still has a card to arsenal.
Should be coming in for 8 with the might. Oh, with the might, yes. 8. Can do the halt and use this.
No, Johnny had, that really great turn where he had succumb plus cull. Still on the back foot here, though.
Yeah, if only the turn that he blocked with the face purgatory didn't end up the way it did.
Yeah.
I think Johnny would be in a much better position, but just getting punished by that beast within.
What are the rune chant numbers that Johnny really wants to hit here? Looks like he has 2 at the moment.
So
What can he
there's-
get with 3?
There is widespread annihilation that is 4. 3 will give him widespread destruction and deathly wail. 2 will give him deathly delight in the widespread ruin.
Okay.
And potentially the Phantom Banshees or Phantom Wraith. And then 1, of course, will give him the eloquent eulogy.
Okay.
So there's a lot of versatility depending on the number of rune chants. It's just deciding which RuneGate card Jonathan has in hand, or whether or not he wants to use one over the other, considering the fact that Ravi cannot prevent any of the arcane. He may choose options that have better, I would say, on hits,
Disruptive effects.
but disruptive effects
Yeah.
over ones that might be slightly more damage at this point.
Yeah. I think that's definitely what Johnny's thinking about here. What can he block with? And what does he need to banish?
Of course, we mentioned earlier that Vincent does have the potential to work off 1-card hands should she have to, given enough rune chance.
Really in the tank here about what to block with. Ravi, much more simple turns. I attack. I pitch. I attack.
Well, now that he has the life lead and can just stay very aggressive, Johnny forced to just kind of be on the defensive, and that's not what you want to be on Vincent, because Vincent is very card hungry.
I'm trying to think of how I can make one, but it's mathing.
Really in the tank about the defense here. Blocking 2.
Taking 3, sure.
I think one of those is a widespread annihilation.
It is, seeing as he does not have the 4 rune chance, deciding that it's just not going to be the play.
So Ravi still pushing through some damage and got a card in arsenal. Let's see if Johnny can come back. Here's his banish decision. Banish to Vincent.
It's going to be Oblivion is the banish.
Wow.
Oblivion is an instant.
Does not have blood debt.
If I have exactly
He will not have the 6 rune chance to get that off, seeing as why that's the reason he banished it.
So just banishing it to get the rune chant, essentially.
no blood debt.
And looks like that'll be it for Johnny.
Oh no.
He's just deciding Maybe his one attack in hand was that widespread annihilation, and he just didn't have the rune chance to play it.
Runeblade hands.
Now this is going to be a claw for 4. Oh, but it's no go again, guys. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about.
There's no way that the KO player could discard a card at instant speed for any reason.
Tell me how I messed up, probably. No blocks. Reactions?
All right, saying no blocks.
The agile wind up being committed to that instant speed ability to make the agility token, and then the might off of KO's ability. Johnny taking 4 from that claw, and to another agile wind up, this time
one
being played
yeah.
from Arsenal. This one should be, I believe, for 6 or 7 if it's the red.
Johnny really needs to come up big on disruption here.
And although we haven't seen it yet, because Ravi is a brute, Reckless Swing is a card that exists for the registered card pool if Ravi so chooses to run that. So getting low against Ravi could also be very detrimental.
Very scary, very scary.
And you don't want to have to fight both your own blood debt and the potential of your opponent just killing you out of nowhere. Looks like the widespread destruction being the banish at the start of turn, making the 4 rune chance. It's going to be 4 and 6. Looks like that run rough shot in
Banishes
Arsenal is going to be banished, as Ravi cannot prevent it. Looks like Johnny wanted to play out the
Runeblood incantation.
Yes. First, deciding to kind of backtrack that a little bit.
So we have to hit the one on the back. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
And that's a very good setup card.
Yeah.
With the Malefic and
Yeah.
the Runeblood incantation, you're able to stack rune chance a little bit better at the start of every turn, which means that you can block a little heavier, keep 1 card hand, and have these 1-card plays that still threaten damage. So it looks like Johnny's kind of setting up for a more defensive next couple turns.
Ravi gonna lose this card in Arsenal. But does this card in Arsenal really matter to his overall game
run
plan?
rough shot, it's a pummel.
Oh, pummeled.
We were not expecting
the
this.
pummel.
All of a sudden,
This game looks very different.
widespread destruction coming in for 10.
Down to 3.
It's going to force the discard from hand and the banish from
And
Arsenal.
from the hand.
3 cards going to be left in hand for Ravi to push through the 5 points of life on the side of Johnny.
And this changes the entire game. Ravi has no arcane barrier.
Ravi is at 3. There's 1 rune chant currently in play, a 2nd rune chant off of the Runeblood incantation, and then the 3rd off of Inset's ability.
If Ravi can't close it out here,
Then he
he
loses.
loses.
Of course, we can't count out, 1 piece of a blocking equipment for Johnny. And he has to go against both a might and agility on the side of Ravi.
But this pummel came up huge. This is why you always
he's
respect the
discarding
pummel.
the swing big.
I think he doesn't have enough resources to pay for both of those. He has a go again here.
Who is expecting the pummel in that situation?
You gotta respect the pummel.
He's going to be the Bear Fangs. Looks like red. Oh no, I think he drew his 3rd Blood Rush. He could miss here. What's it gonna be? Oh, it's the Blood Rush.
Hit the Blood Rush. So only for 7 has go again because of the agility.
He needed to just push through and try to kill him. And he drew the worst card he could have in this situation.
Wow. So disappointing. Really just got pummeled here. Again, boomed is what you might say. I think Johnny, seeing the writing on the wall, just has to block this correctly.
Now, he doesn't know what the last card in hand is.
But he can't play that last card, right?
No, but he can pitch it
He
to
can
the
pitch it to
claw.
the claw. So as long as he stays above, and you're always right. Reckless swing is always an option.
But it doesn't matter because the Rune Chance will kill him before he gets a
before he can
chance
get to
block.
D-react, yeah.
So Johnny just has to stay alive, at least at 1.
And keep one card in hand.
And keep 1 card in hand, which shouldn't be that hard to do. You can commit 2 cards here, 1 card to the claw, keep 1 card in the hand.
Really just double-checking his math, but Johnny might have this one on lock.
If he needs to block an additional 1, it looks like, yep, it's going to be the Spellbound Creepers. I think what some people like to call the Iron Rot Jordans. Looks like blocking 6 on the 7 and the claw coming in for 3.
Here it is. Ravi, looking kind of resigned, knows the writing might be on the wall. Taking
to
1
block with
down
the
to
Maverin
3.
down to 3.
Vincent, 2 blocks.
Now, is this the point in time where Ravi brought in the no fear?
It cannot be played from banished. Okay. This ticks down.
Or maybe does he run a spicy shelter? Does
There it
not.
is.
Looks like it. It's just going to be the flail of
There
agony
it is.
to end the game with those Rune Chants coming in.
GG's. Great job to Johnny. The pummel really, really won him this game.
I was like 50-50.
Again, yeah, Ravi kind of got unlucky with some of these blood rush bellows, but
But it was such a good back and forth
yeah,
game. It
really
started
good of a really
with
good back and
Johnny
forth.
just having both the Succumb to Temptation and the Coal
The
on that
Coal.
turn,
Well, I had beast with it. Right.
where he was able to just punish the greed from Robbie having the 2 Blood Rush in hand. And then it was the Face Purgatory block that Johnny gave
To get the beast
that
within.
gave Ravi the opportunity to discard the Beast Within and really just push so much extra damage that he originally was not going to do if Johnny did not block. And then it switches back to Johnny having the pummel
Yes.
on that critical situation
Critical situation.
to push all that extra damage. It was such a back and forth game
Wow.
on those specific turns.
Yes. Without that pummel, that turn is not as
No, Ravi
great.
gets to keep an extra card in
Card in
hand.
hand.
He gets, 4 more life, so the Rune Chants don't disrupt him, and then he's able to just stay aggressive.
Yeah. Really,
Especially an agility with that.
yeah.
Oh man, I can't
The
even.
vigor, the might token.
Yeah, the agility with the Might token to go with the Swing Big
Yeah.
that he had discarded.
Very, very cool. Very cool match. Very back and forth. Got some people watching on the TV here. That was a great match to have, especially for just our second round here at Blood on the Bayou here in Houston.
And these are some very interesting decks, and I believe some decks that not a whole lot of them. I guess there are a few KOs. Do you want to
Yeah.
start going through
Yeah, so let's
our,
go. Let's go through the meta breakdown again. Like I said at the beginning of round 2, we had 79 players. 4 dropped out or either no showed. So we had 75 people in the building today in this round 2. Hero breakdown: 10 people on Syndra, Drakai of Retribution. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, she just seems the most fleshed out from the Hunted,
Yes.
the most aggro out of all of them. She gets a lot of benefits from the Flick Knives going along with the Mask of Momentum.
Yeah,
Really pushing in, you have to block Chain Link 3 and 4
Yeah.
if you don't want me to draw a card, and just pushing a lot of breakpoints. Has a lot of nifty tricks. I
Flick-
think she is just very, very strong.
Flick Knives, not like a really big legendary before the Hunted. Now,
No, when it came out in Outsiders, people, Flick Knives seems kind of bad. And
it's
you
just
saw
two,
some,
two damage every
you
once in a while.
saw some
yeah.
decks, running it. But man, it is just come out, especially with the Retrieve
Yes.
for other decks as well.
Yeah,
It is just really going to show that it is a strong legendary equipment.
very good, very very good legendary. So, 10 Syndra, Drakai of Retribution. what is that? Maybe 7-8% of our, or 13% of our
13%.
overall meta share here at Blood on the Bayou. The other big representation, Aurora Shooting Star.
And
What did
she's
that?
been, she's been the good aggro deck since Rosetta.
Winner of the second Blood on the Bayou from Michael Ramsey on Aurora Shooting Star. One of the first kind of big decks to come out of Rosetta. I know Michael Ramsey was interviewed by Lupine Fiasco after his win. I mean, that was the first big showing of Aurora.
And the combination of all of the 0 for 4s with the ability to set up these larger turns with Arc Lightning, with the Flicker Wisp against certain matchups. She has some flexibility between her matchups, and she's just overall just a very strong aggressive deck.
Very strong aggressive deck. Again, that's 9% of the market of the meta share here in Houston. So even with just Syndra and Aurora, that's 20% very aggro. But then on top of that, you've got 5 KO Armed and Dangerous. We just saw Ravi on KO lose to the Vincent, Johnny's Vincent. But aggro, very aggro here.
But to go along with the aggro
Exactly.
in this meta, we have the third highest showing, Jarl Vitradi.
8%.
Deciding, all these people coming out with their Syndras, their Auroras, who wants to pitch a card?
Yes.
The Jarl wanting to try to slow the game down
Frostbites.
to gain as much advantage into these aggro decks that don't have resources to spare.
We saw that. I mean, Jarl, the only ice hero in the game at the moment. So, the only one with Frostbites. We saw Azalea, Jaden on Azalea in our first matchup
With those
bringing a
hamstring
lot of
shots.
hamstring shots. Thinking like this might be what the meta share looks like here. The first RTN weekend after Viserai, living legend. So, I mean, I think great meta calls, great techs. We'll try to pull up a Jarl so that you guys can see it. But yes, 8%, 6 people on Jarl today.
And then, of course, 5 on KO, 5 on New.
Classic.
New, already a strong deck. You pair it with Count Your Blessings with all the disruption, and she is very good. And with a couple of the new cards that we got from the Hunted, she just seems to keep getting better and better.
Turns out when all of your power cards are blue, that is very good.
And then we have Prism next. Prism, how do you feel about this? I actually am quite enjoying it. The fact that she is seeing more play is very fun.
Yeah. So Illusionist, very polarizing matchup for a lot of decks. We talked to Rogelio on Dorinthia this morning. One deck he didn't want to see were the Illusionists. 5 of them here on Prism. 3 of them Enigmas. Illusionist is back?
I think Prism into Syndra, these more aggressive decks, you're not going to run poppers. You're going to, just try to push damage. And you just have large go-again cards with the Heralds.
Okay.
You also have some interesting Spectra wards that you may or may not want to put down. It forces aggro decks to decide, do I spend an extra card, or my finisher rather, to clear this Spectra, or do I just try to go face? And then you also have all the defensive capabilities. There will be a photo. We'll actually try to get a tab on the stream after we talk about it.
Yeah.
And then we will post it in some of the Discords as well.
Yeah. The next deck is Azalea, Ace in the Hole. We've got 3 Kanos and 3 Asilias here. Wizards well represented. 3 Verdants as well. All of the wizards in the game right now.
Yes.
All of the classic constructed wizards in the game right now. 3 players each. So very cool to see that kind of representation.
Yeah, it's, and I think a lot of decks are kind of skimping out on their arcane barrier.
Yeah, we saw Ravi, no arcane barrier, does not respect either the rune blades or the wizards.
And
here.
of course, if you're an aggro deck that is all reds, you don't have time to pitch a blue for AB.
Yeah.
That's not what you're trying to do. So I think they are just trying to fight those race matchups with pure arcane.
Yeah.
And
And he almost and Ravi almost did it.
Yeah,
Right.
he almost did it. I think it was just a very back and forth in that game of both players being lucky and unlucky at the same time.
So we've got 3 Azuris, 2 Arachnes. Those are the kind of other assassins in the metagame. And then 1 Slippy. Arachne slipped through the cracks. Assassins, well represented. Got a lot of new toys in the Hunted, a lot of new cards. They seem to be doing pretty well. A little more aggressive slanted than maybe the news as well.
So in the threes, the Kano Acilio, the Azuri, the Verdance, and the Vincent, all 3 ofs. People deciding to bring those around. We have Arachne Marionette, Fang Drakai of Blades, Florian Rotwood Harbinger, and Levia Shadowborn Abomination. 2 each. 2 players on each hero deciding, you know what, this is what I'm going to run.
And then we've got the singletons out here at the very bottom. Bolton, Riptide, Ira, Dorinthia, Dash.io, and just 1 Betsy skin in the game.
To go along with that Arachne slip through the cracks.
Any heroes that you think maybe had more of a shot in this metagame that did not end up showing up here?
I think in terms of the amount of unique heroes, because we have here...
There's no Zen here.
We have 24 unique heroes.
Yeah.
Zen is interesting.
Yeah, no Zen
Even
appearance.
with, some of the nerfs, some of the bans that Zen has caused, he still is a very good aggro deck. I think a lot of players deciding to try out the new stuff.
Yeah.
Syndra, I think, is slightly more consistent. You're not relying on drawing your Transcend cards.
Okay.
And the Mask of Momentum, I think, is equally as powerful in Syndra than the Traverse the Universe is in Zen.
Yeah. One other hero I know you were thinking about was Phi. No Phi representation today.
No Phi. Considering all of the draconic support that we had got in this set,
Syndra.
I guess Syndra is the better choice
At the moment?
at the
You think?
moment.
Okay.
Either that or maybe people haven't come around to Phi yet and realized that he may have some potential.
Yeah. I mean, he got more head jabs.
Yeah, and I think it just comes down to, do you get more value off of the Flick Knives with your Kunais, or do you get more value off of your Phoenix Flames?
Yeah. Yeah, Rob saying only 2 marionettes is crazy. Yeah, the assassins, most of them chose new Alluring Desire. And then we got one Slippy. And I know the Slippy won the first round, so we'll see how they do on the second, and we'll try to get you something really cool for the third round.
Now, one hero that I think is actually underrepresented is Ira.
Ira, yeah.
She is a very consistent, and she can push a lot of both very aggressive damage and good on hits with the generic cards. And I'm surprised that we are only seeing 1, considering that she is just a very solid hero to be playing right now.
The other question mark is no Victor, right? The other heavy hitters kind of represented. There's 1 Betsy, 5 KOs. Obviously, no Olympia, but no Victors is interesting considering that there's 6 Jarls and a Betsy. So,
and I think Victor definitely would have been a very good choice.
Yeah.
I have been having the urge to play Victor on Talishar a little bit, and against these aggro decks, you are just winning every clash.
Yeah.
So you just get a lot of extra value off of your cards. You can afford to play very greedy, and not be too punished. So that's another one that I'm surprised that we haven't seen any of for today.
All right. I think looks like the round is just about over. So I think we'll go to another break. Put this, meta breakdown into something that you guys can see on stream, and we'll see you in the next round.
All right.
Blood on the Bayou, Houston, Texas, 75 players, Road to Nationals. Stay tuned.
We will be right back.
And we're back.
So we have the meta breakdown for y'all on the screen here.
And we have round 3 just started. We have our round 3 pairings set up.
We've got a good one, I think.
Good pair of local heroes. But, just wanted to show you guys what we were talking about earlier in the day. And now we will move to the main screen. Here we've got Justin Fryer and Evan Ford. Evan Ford made it to the finals of Blood on the Bayou 2 on Verdance. Now, today, he's on Young Azuri. But probably just Azuri.
Yeah, just trying to flex the cold foil while he waits to get a Marvel Adult Azuri out of a gem pack.
Yeah. And Evan, a little more prepared for Arcane, for Wizards, than maybe Ravi was. Probably knew that Justin was going to be here today. Justin playing Acilio.
He does like playing that silly boy. And yeah, let's take a look at this. Evan Ford on Azuri is running the Arcane Lantern along with 2 of the Arcane plus Spell Void pieces that came out recently.
Yeah. So has, I think, Widow something? Widow Claw Tarsus?
Yep,
And then the Widow Veil Respirator. Arcane, Spell Void, can pitch a blue and block everything.
Yep, he has natural AB3, and if something really is pressuring his life total, he has the Spell Void 2 he can activate on top of that to really shore up any damage.
Yeah. So Justin on the Acilio.
Both started off pretty tame. Justin only activating Volzar on his turn 1. Evan only swinging the claw into that, looking for a scrap for his turn 1. And now we're going into turn 2. Flittering Charge coming out. Electrostatic Discharge is played into Flittering Charge for 7. Go again.
Evan ready to take this damage.
And it looks like it's going to be the Sigil of Brilliance Marvel being played here. The Volzar activated into the Mind Warp. Volzar amping, what is that, 6? But it might be 4. Maybe it's 6 total is what he's representing. Evan, even with the Arcane Barrier 3 that he represented, cannot stop the surge on this ability. Is going to shuffle the last 3 cards in his hand back into his deck and only draw 2. It's going back to Evan's turn. It is going to be, the Death Touch.
Death Touch from Arsenal. Pitching Enlighten Strike. Foil Enlighten Strike, looks like. Very cool.
It'll be interesting to see if this hits what Evan will choose. If he will go ahead and choose the Bloodrot Pox to push the damage, or if he wants to keep Justin off of any pesky arsenals with the inertia. Looks like the Acilio is going to be activated here. Justin looking for a card that might block. That can be sometimes the issue with the Acilios. You're running that mix between attacks, non-attacks, and instants.
And just to be clear, both Justin and Evan, I believe, are 2-0 right now.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, it's going to be the double block on the current funnel.
Yeah.
The start of turn, Sigil of Brilliance triggers. Justin drawing the card.
So 2 cards in hand.
Looks like we're going to activate Acilio
digging
again.
More. I think he looks like he has another Sigil in hand. Volzar. Just looking to cycle.
And then turn that does not a whole lot.
Yeah. Laughing, having a little laugh about it. Doesn't really do much. Do you know what that Sigil is?
I believe no,
It's
it's
the-
not.
it's-
It's not conductivity, or is it?
Might be conductivity. Hard to tell with the.
Justin really loves his Acilio deck.
Yeah.
Loves to bling it out.
I mean,
with
Evan
all of
Ford
his
also
marvels.
blinging out his Azuri deck. I see Marvel codexes in there, and that looks like a cold foil Spider's Bite. Justin, not gonna block. Codex. Assuming frailty, yeah. Looking for the death touch that he put in there earlier.
With that one floating, it looks like it's just going to be that death touch again.
Frailty, not really much of an issue. Unless, of course, that is an attack in Arsenal.
Now, Acilio really likes to pull off these combo turns with Gone in a Flash. So let's see. It looks like there is a Gone in a Flash in the hand of Justin. I think I see a Comet Storm Shock, a Blast to Oblivion, and a card that I can't quite tell. Ooh, looks like an Electrostatic Discharge.
Might be a quick game if there's no disruption on Evan's hand.
And both these players have been playing pretty tame considering the
There it is.
capabilities of their decks. Evan not having the opportunity to swap out anything yet. Justin not having to set up for his Gone in a Flash turns. Looks like we are discarding the instant card, making the Embodiment of Lightning, covering it up with the Sink Below.
Has the defense reaction. A little surprising in this deck that's pretty aggressive to also be running defense reactions, maybe just for this matchup. Where
I think
so
because
much-
of the tricks that
Yeah.
Azuri can get up to, I think you have to have some sort of defense capability.
All right, getting the Embodiment of Lightning.
Oh, and this is a good play. The Blast to Oblivion after that Sigil coming down with that Electrostatic Discharge is going to make sure that Justin can get pretty wide on this turn. We see a Justin Nick in the hand of Evan,
Looking to block with it.
along with a Weakest Link.
Taking the damage. Electrostatic Discharge.
We're going to see the Blast of the Oblivion trigger. We're going to remake the Embodiment of Lightning that we just had.
Gone in a flash.
Gone in a Flash for 7, go again.
These are the turns that an Acilio really wants to see.
We have that Sigil back in hand again. We can expect to see it played back out.
And bring this God in a flash right back.
And then it's up to Justin to decide whether or not he wants to arsenal the Gone in the Flash to push for a wider turn or to just throw it out anyway in fear of disruption from Evan's side.
Yeah, that's the big question that you always have against some of these assassins. Do you play without an arsenal? Doesn't have a spell. Can't really use the Volzar.
No, I'm sure he would love to have something to deal arcane damage here right now. Justin thinking about it.
He's
Looks
gonna
like he
play it.
will commit it. No point in saving it. 4 more damage. Evan taking the 7 from the Gone in the Flash the first time.
Is he just going to take another 4? Has 3 cards in hand after blocking with the Justinic. Azuri, the original assassin, not an non-Arachne assassin, loves to just have those kind of 2-card hands. Something to stealth, then a replacement effect.
And something that I really like about Azuri is that every time more Assassin's cards get introduced to the game, she just gets more and more complicated to play against because
Yeah.
you just never know what it's going to be.
Exactly.
If she throws, a persuasive
Bonds of agnosis.
prognosis
Yeah,
or a bonds of agony, you don't know if it's just going to be the swap or if it's going to be the 3 reactions. She just keeps getting these more intricate play lines that force your opponent to have to either respect them entirely or gamble on which side it's going to be. And I think that is just one of the strengths that Azuri has right now.
That's
It's
a
going to be
new hunted card.
It's going to be pick up the point played here. Going to have the option to retrieve,
but does
he
not have
only
the
has-
flick.
Yep, no flick knives, only the one spider's bite, that arcane lantern sitting at the top there.
Huge in this matchup. Weakest link.
We have electromagnetic somersault in hand that is going to be discarded to Acilio's ability. Picking up a Gone in a Flash, Blast to Oblivion.
Would have
Looks
loved
like
to.
a Glyph Overlay and a Channel Lightning Valley.
Does not want this to hit.
Well, he could play the Channel. That's the only instant in his hand.
The channel doesn't really. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Deciding he's just going to take it.
Glyph, gone, blast. With no embodiment.
So played the channel Lightning Valley.
So this is interesting because there is nothing for the blast, no instance left for the Blast of Oblivion. He looks like it's just going to be the Glyph Overlay. And of course, Justin rocking that nice alternate art promo Glyph Overlays. Going to go ahead, deal 4 Arcane. He's going to buy a whole card from Evan to prevent the Surge. Looks like it'll be the 1 damage leaking through. The Channel Lightning Valley will trigger. Justin drawing a card.
And Justin will keep that channel Lightning Valley around. Flow counter. One more turn of the channel Lightning Valley. IP'd himself a little bit with the draw effect.
But I think that was just the best play that he could do.
Yeah.
Ooh, a Savor Bloodshed coming in. Gonna pump this dagger up by 4. Good old Spider's Bite for 5. Go again. No mark on the Acilio, so probably not looking to draw a card. Just trying to get the value off of the 0 for 4.
2 cards in hand. Use the blue to prevent the surge effect. Isolate.
Now here comes down to the tricks that Azuri has access to. It's going to be the blue variety.
Blue isolate. What could be in the hand? Scary. What's really scary? Command and Conquer, obviously.
Command and
another
Conquer,
weakest link.
another weakest link. Erase Face
Yeah.
could potentially disrupt what Justin is trying to do.
Is he gonna? Well, he can't really respect it. Doesn't have the. Would have to put 2 cards in front of it, but can only do 1 with the dominate.
Now, we did see the surgical get pitched. Maybe, if he doesn't block 4, it could be a surgical. It could be a leave no witnesses. You don't know what it could be.
Also, the spider bite effect still in play, so is going to have a hard time blocking this anyway. Might just choose to say no blocks. Exactly what he does.
It is the no blocks. It looks like
There
we
it
have
is.
the sink below here, choosing to not sink. The Azuri swap is going to be the shakedown.
Shakedown. Red, please.
Taking the 2 here.
Evan having to think. I think the answer is obvious, right?
Well, and you say the answer is obvious, but there are a couple yellow cards that he might look to want to target here.
Okay.
But I believe it should just be the red. And
Yeah,
that Gone in a Flash,
Gone in a Flash
is
is
as
gone.
good as gone.
So now Blast to Oblivion, Blink, and then I think he may have a Gun in the Flash still in the arsenal.
I think he played it out the other turn. We're working with the mystery card drawn off of the channel from last turn.
Okay. Blast.
Blast to Oblivion. He does have the blink in hand to gain
Yeah.
another action point. Bounce that Sigil of Conductivity back to his hand. If Evan does not fully cover this up, Justin will draw a card.
You know, these guys were saying this was going to be a fast game. I think there's definitely faster games than this. This is a very interesting back and forth. Justin not able to get his big pop-off turn.
Yeah, had to burn one of the Gone in a Flashes earlier to just try
Another.
to push damage. Having to get rid of his second Gone in a Flash off of the shakedown. Only one Gone in a Flash left. He has the Tunic primed at 3, Lightning Greaves at the ready. He's just looking for a good opportunity.
But hasn't been able to draw these attacks with a good spell to kind of cap it all off.
And I think that is the major weakness that Acilio has over, say, Aurora. Aurora is playing, you know, a decent amount of the same cards that Acilio is playing, but Acilio is banking on the fact of these big arcane damage spells at the end of the turns, while Aurora just wants to keep pushing the 0-for-4s.
Just a little more consistent game plan coming from the Aura. I mean, we have 3 of each wizard here at Blood on the Bayou. So maybe we'll bring up a Verdance later and see how that wizard stacks up against the field. Evan really thinking about, does he want to let this draw?
Now he
Oh,
can...
no. Did he already draw off of the first Blast to Oblivion?
I believe that one might have been yellow.
Okay. All right. Had the D-React. Gonna play it. Bounce back.
And it looks like...
To discard. Okay. Is that how that ran?
I think he's just trying to either draw an arcane, and
Yeah,
he finds
he
the
finds
glyph
the glyph.
overlay.
Yes. Finally found something.
8 arcane going at Evan Ford.
Really great line from Justin.
No way he can prevent a surge. Actually, he could prevent the surge if he breaks his spell void, but I don't think this is the opportunity that he wants to go down to AB1.
And already used 2 cards to block kind of this turn. So really limited on options on the crackback.
Well, this draw off of
Yeah.
Justin here really changed the pace of the game.
Really, really, really clever move from Justin. I mean, Channel Lightning Valley, such a premium card for Acilio to have the balls to kind of say, that's not what I need. I really need to dig for a spell here. Really impressive from Justin.
Yeah,
I mean,
now Evan is put in a very awkward spot. Taking 8, going down to 8, bringing him below Justin's life total to only hold on to a couple blues. Although I think one of that is the CNC.
Not relevant in this situation.
Yeah, showing that there's not an arsenal. Taking 8 to throw 6 may not be the best play. So Evan thinking about what he can possibly do in this situation.
So if this glyph overlay hits, Justin goes up to 10, puts his Sigil of Conductivity back in his deck,
And he will make
and
an
make
embodiment
an
of lightning.
embodiment of lightning token, setting him up for the next turn.
Evan really thinking about this. Is it worth it to take 8 arcane just to throw the 6 physical? Or do you just AB3 with the other card in hand and arsenal the CNC for later?
Really impressive gameplay from Justin, I think. I mean, knowing which cards he wants to keep in the matchup and really playing to his outs here.
Yeah, both players just absolutely, amazing players in their designated hero.
Yeah.
Showing that they both can take the time to be slow if they have to, or be very aggressive.
Goes up to 10.
When they deem that they really need to push damage.
All right. Found the right card. Glyph overlay. A lot of damage. Gets that lightning. And
Evan left
Evan
with a
left with
CNC. It's just going to be
CNC in
the
hand.
Tunic, Arsenal, and Pass. The
So-
third glyph overlay in the hand of Justin, although I think he does have a shelter from the storm in hand that is not going to help him stay aggressive this turn.
Not what he wanted to see. Has the tempo, doesn't have the cards to use it. Is gonna pitch. Oh,
I believe that's a arcane shelter, if I'm not mistaken. That may not be what the name of it is.
Besides that one turn. Yeah. We'll maybe okay. 2 coming over. Yeah. Arsenal pass. You're good.
Okay, the Etchings of Arcana.
back to pick to the pieces.
Or pick up the point.
Pick up the point.
And to the
and to the
CNC.
Kind of a weak off turn by Justin, and Evan able to capitalize.
Now, I believe Justin put this shelter from the storm in Arsenal because his hand wasn't great, and now he's regretting not using it on this pick up the point, as
Punished.
the CNC is going to prevent him from playing it out.
Command and Conquer, classic, staple of this game. Justin looking at his hand. Can he win if he takes it? Has an embodiment of lightning, can go wide with it. And, you know, Evan does not have the flick knives to do the unblockable damage. Going to 1 is a possibility.
But do you really want to go to 1 against probably the hero that has the most options?
Yeah.
Looks like, ooh, and he drew another shelter, deciding to use it to prevent 1 damage.
Do you think he'll be able to put out 5 block? I mean, his armor, his equipment.
I mean, he only has 2 block left on equipment.
Yeah.
With the bindings of the Third Age and the tunic.
So would need a 3 block in order to fully block out this CNC.
It looks like Justin said
No. Gonna
no
take
blocks.
it. Take my other self-shelter.
Looks like both of them having a laugh, drawing the double shelter there. CNC very punishing here. Justin at 2. It is going to be the Comet Storm Shock. With the Comet Storm side. 5 Arcane coming at Evan Ford.
So did not have the attacks to really make use of this embodiment of lightning token. And now Justin can't really keep a hand. Is going to need to respect every attack from Evan.
Now, one thing to note is Justin could have just blocked the CNC.
Yeah.
You know, the Comet Storm Shock and the Mind Warp are both 3 blocks.
Yeah.
He could have blocked, you know, maybe tried to play the last card in hand that he's wanting to Arsenal.
Yeah.
And keep the defensive options for the next turn to try to find a stronger turn after.
An avenue there. And I think he could have probably put in his equipment there if he only wanted to get rid of 2 cards. I don't know what his hand looks like. I don't think we saw what he ended up putting in Arsenal. But now he's faced with the Kadachi lock, the question.
Well, and Justin actually drew a Sigil of Solace.
Okay.
Ooh, and the Saber Bloodshed into Kiss of Death for 7. On hit, lose 1 life.
Really scary. Has to put some cards in front of this.
Justin currently at 1.
Has the sigil.
He has the Sigil. Will he try to block this out and then just Sigil to gain life, or will he try to use the Sigil to just keep himself alive?
Really tough to block here. I mean, that's even if he has the 3 blocks to block this out.
Yeah, looks like he has a Sigil of Lightning in hand, Current Funnel, Blast to Oblivion, and the Sigil of Solace.
Looking dejectedly at his equipment, may have to give some of it up.
He can use Acilio to
find
swap
something, yeah.
one of those instants out.
To find a blocking card. Yeah, Justin really came close with that turn where he found the glyph overlay. Wasn't able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think he just had 1 or 2 turns where he just activated Volzar and did something that just really didn't push damage or any on hits and just gave Evan back the tempo.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be the Acilio activation here. The card drawn. Does not want to show it to us.
I don't think he likes it either. Might be another instant. Hopefully it's a defense react for all the Justin Fryer fans out there. One time, no.
It looks like it was a Comet Storm Shock. That is a 3 block. So
it is
he
a
can
3 block.
give the Current Funnel, the Comet Storm, and the Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age to cover this up.
It would still have 1 attack, I think, in hand to at least threaten something. Yeah.
And it looks like that may be what he is going to try to do.
There it is. Blocking 7.
And he's just
There it
playing
is.
out the Sigil just to gain the 3 life, stay up to 4. You do not want to be super low. Oh, and it looks like Justin still took 2.
Okay.
Was I mistaken on the block of?
Might have been mistaken on the blocks. Has blast and has an instant here. I'm fairly sure that's an instant. Might be another sigil. Sigil of Solace.
So it looks like we got the 4 block, and it's
Okay.
just going to be the Arsenal pass for Justin.
All right. Again, has to respect.
Ooh, the Null Void, or the Null Shock, Electrostatic Discharge, and Marvel Sigil. That is 3 no blocks.
Okay. Evan overpitching. I think that means he's got a 2-cost 6 attack in hand.
Well, it sounds to me, or it looks to me like it's just going to be a Codex.
Oh, yeah.
Floating
There
the
it
2,
is.
and there it is, the Marvel Codex of Frailty coming out to grab the other CNC.
Can he block?
If Evan was just a little bit lower, Justin could have gone for the Volzar into shock play.
Does he have the blocking cards? Show us, Justin. Did you draw a card that blocks? Yes, but has to give up more. Okay. Yeah, so knew he had the sigil there. Takes 3, takes 2. Still playing to his outs.
I mean, Justin by no means is out of this yet. 3-card hand. The electrostatic discharge into the Blast of Oblivion.
Another Blast to Oblivion. He's played so many Blast to Oblivions this game.
And Evan has to actually be careful because Volzar is not an action that can be used on only his turn. Volzar could be activated on Justin's turn, and with the fact that these split cards, Shock is an instant.
Okay.
You're sometimes able to blow your opponent out on their own turn, Kano style.
But he does have the Spell Void as a backup.
That is true. So Evan looking to block with a Tunic here.
Take 3?
Deciding that the Tunic had served its purpose. This game will not go another 3 turns.
Here we go.
Pick up the point. 0 for 3. Go again. Threatening lethal against Acilio. Ooh, they're looking for a scrap follow-up. It's going to force 2 cards to block here unless Justin draws a defense reaction.
Has it.
And it looks like
Doesn't
it's
have any more.
just 2
Yeah.
instants.
Just
Ooh,
all the
drawing
instants.
all the sigils.
Wow.
Evan was going to follow up with the CNC
Great
as
job,
well.
Evan. Justin couldn't pull it out.
As long as I'm
Yeah.
a little, like, as long as I respect
I think we all
what your deck
were hoping for maybe an Acilio win there,
grind.
unless you're an Evan Ford fan. But couldn't get through in the end. Definitely was playing to his outs, though.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show that, you know, the players started to play, like, slow down slightly,
Yeah.
block a little heavier, really consider what they can do the most with their hand, try to play to the best of their ability. Both of these players, pilots of their own deck, their own creation, masterfully. Evan eventually squeaking through.
Yeah, I think there were 2 probably points where Justin just really kind of lost a lot of tempo, is after taking away Evan's entire hand, wasn't able to capitalize. Even on that turn where he Mind Warped, wasn't able to capitalize the next turn.
Yeah, just the fact that, if your turn is only activating Volzar
Yeah,
and
like a 3
dealing
arcane.
3
damage.
arcane.
Yeah, it's not going to do it. And then also getting hit with a CNC on that where he had 2 Shelter the Storms. I mean, really unlucky there in terms of the grouping of cards. Again, CNC, really good card, especially in this environment where, people do have defense reactions.
Yeah, we printed a new defense reaction, and it sure is getting played, so
Yeah.
CNC will always be there to put a stop to those shenanigans.
Yeah. So GG's. Evan Ford moves on to 3-0 on Azuri, one of the only, I think, 3 Azuris in the game, or in Houston, playing here at the RTN. Then Acilio down to 2-1, Justin, of the 3 Acilios that we have here today.
But we know if it's Justin, he'll make the comeback, so we're looking forward to maybe seeing his progress as the rounds go.
And I think if you like it,
We'll go back to this screen so that you guys can see kind of who we have here. Again, this is Blood on the Bayou 3 here in Houston, Texas.
75 players.
All trying to win the Nationals invite, the case, the gold foil.
All the glory.
All the glory that comes with being a Blood on the Bayou champion. Last year's Blood on the Bayou champion, Michael Ramsey on Aurora, couldn't be here today. Missing the Ramsey bros for sure. And then before that, we had Jaden Urdiales, won it on Zen, and he's here today on Azalea, won his first match. Not sure how his second one went, second or third. And so we'll keep up with those previous Blood on the Bayou winners. Maybe we'll even have a new one today.
We shall see as the day progresses and the rounds go forward.
So
Only 8 will stand at the end of these rounds.
how many rounds do you think this is going to end up going in terms of Swiss? Is this
If
a
I'm
sixth
not
rounder?
mistaken, this is 7.
Okay. Wow.
But I can double check.
So yeah, we'll double check on how many Swiss rounds we have today. But yeah, of course, we'll be here to give you all of that coverage. Charles and I are here for the long haul.
It's going to be a fun day.
It's going to be a fun day.
I think there's enough people and enough variety
Yes.
that we can have all sorts of stuff come on stream today.
Yeah.
And I don't think we'll really duplicate much
Yeah.
until we get to the top 8 and see the same people, just because that's a closed-off environment there.
Yeah. What do
But
you think so far of the kind of the meta that we've seen so far? I mean, a lot of aggro.
A lot of aggro, and I think it's just going to come down to, if you're not playing aggro, then you're going to be playing something that wants to disrupt the aggro.
Yeah.
And so we are just going to see this back and forth between the aggro decks and the disruptive decks, and then maybe kind of these little dark horse decks that are in between the two that try to prey on both sides.
And I think we've seen 3 rounds now, Azalea, Vincent, Azuri, all of those kind of disruptive decks. So maybe we'll see which one kind of wins out today.
And it's funny because it's 3 disruptive decks versus 3 aggro decks is what we have seen.
I mean, the Dory deck was a CYB Dory deck.
But that is true.
So,
that is true. So
although
more defensive.
A little more defensive, although I talked to Rogelio afterwards, and he said he just didn't see any CYBs. He saw 2 by the time he died. So we'll see what happens. We'll maybe try to get some more aggro decks just to see how those decks are doing. But yeah, let us know if you want to see any particular heroes, any particular players, and we'll try to make that happen. That was round 3. Anything else you want to say, Charles, before we go to break?
No, just stick back,
Yeah.
sit back, get yourself a snack or something,
Stay
enjoy the
tuned.
show. We'll put it actually back on the info real quick just
Yeah.
so y'all can see.
So here's the info.
And we'll just leave this up for a couple of minutes, let
Yeah.
everyone take a look at it.
And we'll be back. Welcome back to round 4 of Blood on the Bayou here in Houston, Texas. I'm Jonathan.
I'm Charles, and we're gearing in for a good one here.
Great game. Both of these guys 3-0, Hayden and Jose. Hayden, Houston local?
Houston local. Picked up Florian as soon as Rosetta came out, has not stopped playing him since.
That's awesome.
He has, in our Discord, we have spent countless hours going through everything. He's been putting in the reps with this deck. He's just trying to play this deck to the best of his ability. He absolutely loves his hero. And he's 3-0 at Blood on the Bayou.
And so looks like they're just about to start. Rosetta matchup, Rune Blades, Earth, Lightning, Florian, Aurora. Hayden a little sad that he got matched into Aurora.
Hayden saying that this is one of his worst matchups.
I talked to Jose. He just picked up this deck today. So maybe it won't be so bad.
Well, considering Jose is at the top table right now, piloting this Aurora deck he just picked up today.
You know, it sounds like he's a good player.
And I absolutely love that new playmat that he's playing
What
with.
a great new, yeah. Surprised he's not playing new. So, again, Aurora.
Ooh.
Oh, here we go. Channel
Mount Heroic.
Wow. Okay.
Turn 0 is the play for the Florian.
A card we used to see a lot more of back in the old him Briar days. Florian, now a hero that can use this card as well as Verdance. +3 on all attack action cards.
So it looks like Hayden is going to try to be a little bit more aggressive on the next couple turns to try to combat the aggressiveness of Aurora.
And we're going to see a lot of these types of cards. 0 for 4.
That is the name of the game for the Aurora deck. Every card is just another 0 for 4.
This one, Entwined Lightning.
Twine Lightning fusing with the Flittering Charge, playing the Flittering Charge.
I am just thinking about how much worse this deck would be if it had to pitch at this moment in time. And so
The Lightning Press coming out, giving the Flittering Charge go again, along with 7 damage into a Scar for another 4.
Scar for Scar not turned on, so does not have go again because he's not lower life. Just willing to block, not block everything, but willing to block. And again, we have Channel Mount Heroic.
And it looks like it's going to be
Weakest
the
link.
weakest link follow-up on 1 Arcane off the Rune Chant, and then 9 from the Channel Mount Heroic on this weakest link.
I mean,
It looks like there's a electrostatic discharge in the hand of the Aurora player, so it does have a relevant on-hit. 9 is also a tough ask.
yeah.
I think that's also another Lightning Press, too.
Especially for a deck that just has a lot of 2 blocks. Could commit some of this armor here, but might not even be enough.
Even still, I don't think that's enough.
There's a snatch in there.
Taking 9. I believe he had 2 instants in play.
Wow. Huge weakest link here. Is going to get to draw a card.
Getting rid of the press. No more surprises from the Aurora player. Now it's all face up.
Draw a card.
Unfortunately, the Channel Mount Heroics got to go, but it did a lot of work. It just forced Jose to say no blocks to that weakest link.
Yeah. If it was a weakest link for 6, that definitely blockable with some armor.
So it looks like we're going to see Twine Lightning fusing with the discharge.
Oh, Rootbound Carapace.
All right, our first decompose, getting Florian ever closer to turning on his hero ability. And it's going to be the follow-up, the Snatch for 7. On hit, draw a card. The Aurora does have access to Snapdragon Scalers should they need to use it.
Snatch classic card. Willing to block.
And Florian is okay with blocking.
Yeah,
right. With
wants
these,
to fill this grave.
yeah,
Wants
these
to
root-bound
decompose.
Carapace, the Plow Under, the Felling of the Crowns. They have all these great hands that really need you to decompose.
Yeah.
And of course, the one card play by Florian: make a Rune Chant, swing Reaping Blade.
Reaping Blade. You know,
And then it's 3.
Of course, the one Rune Chant off of the Grasp of the Arknight gets amplified to 2 off of Florian's hero ability, so he really gets some good late game once he is turned on in the Decompose department, where he can just block with 3 cards and swing a 1-card 5
1 card
every
5.
turn.
Yeah. Runeblade's really missing that 1-cost weapon in Rosetta Thorn. Obviously a little different because of the hoops you had to jump through, but 1 for 3 is not as good as 1 for 2 and 2, huh?
And we're seeing a burn-up shock be played here.
Jose took some damage, has the full grip.
No arsenal to benefit from. It looks like we are seeing a card committed to pitch. Does have Tunic for the Starfall.
Oh, Aurora.
Making the embodiment.
2 Exude.
Ooh, and we're going to see the Exude Confidence come out.
Exude Confidence, a card we did not see a lot of after Briar LL'd, after the Cheerios Briar LL'd. But now
we're seeing
coming back.
the face Purgatory block. 1 card in hand, getting rid of the Static Shock. Starfall coming in for 2. Hayden can block with card in hand. Looks like it will be the Fruits of the Forest.
More cards to decompose. Does he have a decomposer in hand?
It looks like there's a Truce in the hand.
Okay.
And I believe that's a Runic Reckoning?
Reclamation.
Reclamation.
No auras here to target, but
But it is just
the
a 7 damage. Hayden taking the early life total, 30 to 26.
Yeah.
7 damage is not a small number for the Aurora player. The Aurora player notably has not really set up for these larger turns.
Yeah.
No arsenal plays to make these 5-card,
no embodiment,
turns.
no keeping an embodiment.
and not seeing any of the Channel Lightning Valleys. Ooh, and a Felling of the Crown picked up.
Oh, really good stuff.
Standing Order as well, I believe.
He's ready to decompose with this.
Just takes the 4 from
Yeah.
that Gone in a Flash.
Options.
Oh, it's a Trot Along. So it looks like it's going to be the E-Strike Go again into the Felling.
Oh yeah. No blocks.
Not exactly something that Jose is really interested in blocking here.
Jose
But
taking
now-
5, Felling of the Crown trigger. That is going to put 4 Earth cards, at least 4 Earth cards in his banish to
Yeah.
make Felling of the Crown come in for 8.
And the decompose effect.
And Jose is going to be forced to get rid of a card from hand.
Has a block. Commits the grasp. So he's supposed to bottom before he commits blocks, right?
Yes, and I believe he only has the 3 cards in hand, so they already did that.
Okay.
Taking 6 here, going to 14. Hayden on Florian taking a substantial life lead. Has a lot more to play around with here.
Oh, looks like maybe the phone died for our life counters. Okay, so they're going to use... Yeah, looks like... Okay. Looks like they're kind of messing with the life counter, but we'll get that fixed in the next round. They might be switching to pen and paper, but it looks like they should be around
It should be
26
26 to
and 14.
14.
Yeah.
Arc Lightning, one Arcane.
Hey, there's a problem with the life counter in the stream room. Can someone check it out?
Doing here. Yep. This is whenever you go again. Yep.
One of the big cards that Jose has access to on Aurora, Arc Lightning,
Or the cell phone issue?
arcane damage.
Arcane damage and go again. Hayden not pitching, should be at 25 here. Starfall coming in for 2. And then when go again resolves, 1 additional arcane.
All right. Hayden. Thinking about pushing in the equipment, the Millennium Tree.
The bark skin decides not to. Will take 3 more.
Looks like he has a
So it should be at 22
shelter
here.
in his hand. Wondering why he's not.
It's a snatch. It'll have go again off of the arc lightning.
Okay.
This would be the time the shelter
Use
would
the
be played.
shelter. Use that shelter.
It looks like the shelter is played out.
Probably took a couple of arcane, maybe around 20 life now.
It should be at 21 here.
Yeah.
1 from the arc lightning, 3
Yeah.
from the starfall, 1 from the snatch.
Yeah.
So then it's ravenous rabble
Did they
Revealing
reveal
Gone in a
Gone in a
Flash.
Flash, so red?
coming in for 4.
Willing to block.
Aurora with a floating.
Okay.
Can you not restart the timer? I think it was like 48.
And it looks like the judges
Yeah, it should be fine.
were able to fix it. And the life totals should be updated. So the new life total is Hayden on Florian at 19 and Jose on Aurora at 14. Runic Reclamation coming in for 7, half of Jose's life total.
Yeah, now Jose really has to start respecting these big
But there-
attacks.
There's 2 no blocks in the hand of Jose. Although that is a Gone in a Flash with 2 electrostatic discharges. So the crackback for Jose is actually going to be immense.
You're not online yet? 5, 3 away.
Although this will destroy the embodiment of lightning if it does hit. And Jose actually needs that to make the turn as good as he wants it to.
Hayden's still looking for one more decompose here in order to hit.
He should have, by now, the last 3 earth cards to just decompose 2 earth and 1 earth action.
And even if he doesn't, he's got the bark skin that he can cash in.
How will Jose block this?
Jose really thinking about this. Obviously wants all of these cards, but has to know that this, if
Well,
he's going to let it happen.
He has 2 no blocks, and he needs that go again for
Yeah.
the Gone in a Flash. So he's going to have to burn snaps this turn.
And
Shelter,
Hayden found
Thick
another
Blow.
and
Ooh,
the
and a
root
root bound. 3 D-reacts on a turn where Jose might go 3 wide.
love to see it. And still has armor.
1 block on the grasp, 3 total block on the bark skin versus the 2 block on crown, the 1 block on tunic, and 1 block on grasp. Looks like we're going to be pitching the Flicker Wisp here to make the embodiment. It's going to be Gone in a Flash, this time for 7. Looks like we're going to get rid of The Swarming Gloomveil, maybe another sync
Another
below.
D-React. What a good hand from Jose.
What an amazing. Oh, and he's committing. Oh, and he drew the Channel Mount Heroic.
I think he's willing to block here.
This is a perfect time to block the bark skin of the Millennium Tree, since it will generate 2 embodiment tokens. Oh, no, it won't, because
No,
it's only 7.
He chose to keep another Earth card, I think, in there. Or maybe did not have one. But
So he had the option to decompose and get fully online and did
Yeah.
not take it. I guess meaning that he didn't have enough Earth cards for what he wanted to do in the future.
very interesting. Or maybe he just didn't have enough Earth cards in there. But moving to pass.
He
There it
still
is.
has 10 life lead on his opponent.
Huge life lead.
This Aurora just hasn't really been able to set up an arsenal.
No.
They've just been jamming out their 4-card hand every turn.
Maybe that is the difference between someone who's been playing Florian since the beginning and someone who picked up Aurora today. I mean, Jose did mention he did not have a lot of reps into Florian as Aurora. And he's really just struggling to push through damage. Again, Hayden had a lot of D-Reacts. A lot of defensive cards.
That last turn, 3 D-Reacts, drawing a 4th D-React off of the first sync, and then even deciding to get rid of one of the extra
shelters,
D-Reacts.
Okay.
Starfall for 1.
Starfall for 1.
It's going to be the
There it
Channel
is.
Lightning Valley.
Draw a
Taking
card.
2, drawing a card.
I think Hayden just saying, how much damage can you do to me?
Yeah, he has his hand on the table.
Yeah.
He knows what his hand is capable of, and if there is no reason for him to block, it does not look like he is going to be blocking this turn.
Yeah. The physical posture. Very interesting.
And Jose pitched Arc Lightning
Yeah.
to throw this Starfall, deciding, even though he had the channel, deciding that he just needed to swing the Starfall here over playing the Arc Lightning itself.
Might be a bit of a Runeblade hand. All actions. I mean, where's... I think you would willingly, just immediately snap an attack here if he had one in hand.
Jose probably trying to determine if there's any D-Reacts left in his deck after seeing so many on the previous turn.
I mean, we know there are, because he sunk one away. But that's at the bottom of the deck. All right.
It's going to be, looks like a double strike. The electrostatic somersault into the double strike. Jose evening up the life total, 7-7. Oh, and that's it. Hayden keeping the 4-card hand that he wanted to keep.
Bramble, Spark, double Bramble Spark.
Fusing.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. What does this do? It makes one arcane.
this
Which one is that?
swarming. This is Arcane Seed's life.
Arcane Seed's Life.
So he's going to gain a life, make 2 rune chance. The Swarming Gloom Veil is going to be for 3 rune chance. It's going to get +6 from the Bramble Spark, +1 from its own effect, and go again. This is a Swarming for 10.
And I think... I mean, Jose, no Arcane Barrier. Had to take all that Rune Chant. 5 Rune Chant damage.
We are giving the whole fridge what is left. We have to survive this turn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like I'm dead.
And I don't know what's in Hayden's arsenal. It's been there for a couple turns, but this attack has go again, so you don't know what could be coming back.
Yeah, he's you're exactly right.
You know, we've seen Channel Mount Heroic, so you have to expect that he's got to have
The
some
0 for
sort of
4s.
0 for 4 suite. And if this is a scar for a scar or something to follow this up, this could be
But he needs
huge.
to give 2 cards here. Jose has to give 2 cards here, and which may be a challenge with all the instants.
Yeah, we can see why Hayden put his cards on the table.
A lot of
saying
damage.
that I am not going to block because this turn is going to be a lot more damage than you think.
Fully blocked.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Correct? Yep. I'll
Ooh, and
Oh,
the
like
somersault.
somersaults. Okay. Is going to be able to mount a bit of aggression here, but had to use everything to do it. Has a Lightning Valley in play.
The thing is, if Hayden can decompose... Oh,
Okay.
he drew the last decompose he needs to turn on his hero ability, and then all he needs to do is keep a blue in hand. He can activate Grasp and swing the Reaping
Swing
Blade,
the blade, yeah.
and then the 2
Okay.
rune chance would kill Jose.
Seeds.
So he just has to live this turn.
Seeds of Tomorrow will help.
Does he have the blue? That might be a blue Fruits of the Forest. That's the only card he has to keep in his hand. He can play out the defense reaction.
Yeah, good call. It isn't going to make 2 though, which is
Just make the 1. Take 1 from the Starfall, 1 from the Arcane from Arc Lightning. It's going to be...
and that's the end of his turn.
this will have Gogan from
From the Arc. Yeah.
Lightning. So Arcanic Shockwave. The Seeds will soak up the Arcane. Defense reaction will cover up the 4. And then it's going to be a 4 as the follow-up. But then now Jose truly won't have any go again.
Really close game. Hayden in the driver's seat here, just has to survive with a blue in hand.
And with 1 card, there's no way Jose can kill him. He can go Grass, make 2 Rune Chants, Swarming for 2 Rune Chants, 4 go again into Reaping Blade. Jose
gonna
would
try to
have to
set up?
have something else. I mean,
Could draw. Has not drawn yet off of the Lightning Valley.
he hasn't had a chance to. That Seeds
Yeah,
of
the
Tomorrow
Seeds
is
of Tomorrow are doing
soaked
so much
up
work.
every breakpoint on this turn perfectly.
So much work.
Yeah, and with Jose just dead on board.
Okay. Embodiment. Sending the last card,
This is a
hoping that it
heads-up
hits.
Heads up play. 4 damage.
Really hoping it hits.
It looks like we
Swarming
will just block
will-
with the swarming. Take 1.
Take 1, drawing a card off the Lightning Valley. Has to
Take-
be a 0 for.
Take 1 from the Arc Lightning.
Yes. Has to be a 0 for 6.
Even a Static Shock would only deal 5 damage.
Okay. And now he loses.
So Florian's going to activate Grasp.
Yeah,
There's
there it
the fist
is.
Bump. Jose tried his best, took a little bit of a life deficit early on,
Yeah.
and just wasn't able to set up for those larger 5-card hand turns with Arsenal.
Not
Fine.
even really a lot of disruption. Outside of the
We saw 1 felling from Florian.
1 felling in the weakest link.
And then the 1 weakest link.
The weakest
yes.
link, did a lot of work. But a lot of it was just big attack.
And that Runic Reclamation, taking away that embodiment of
Yes.
lightning on the turn
That
he had
was actually
gone in
disruption.
a flash with double electrostatic
Okay.
discharge. That was huge
Yeah.
because it prevented so much extra damage.
Yeah. So
and forced Jose to commit equipment that he might not have wanted to on that turn.
So maybe actually, Hayden was able to put quite a bit of disruption together. Weakest link, felling of the crown, runic reclamation, even the hat face purgatory. So good disruption, was able to, put out a lot of damage on his turns. Didn't even really rely on the hero ability at the end of the day.
Yeah, all it took was that one turn when he turned on his hero ability and just got to make the 2 rune chance off grasp. That's all it took.
That's all. That's the only time that he was able to double his token generation.
But Florian just being able to be aggressive and defensive, that's what he wants to do. He can set up for a much stronger endgame than most heroes. And Hayden just out here proving that he has put the time and the reps on this hero that maybe a lot of people aren't expecting to play against.
Yeah. So we've done 4 rounds so far, and we have seen no duplicate heroes.
No duplicate heroes.
And these are top tables. I mean, that was table 1 here at Blood on the Bayou here in Houston. And now, more to come. Do you have anything else? Yeah.
I mean, it goes to show that a lot of heroes are good.
Really viable
we
in this open meta.
We are seeing a lot of good plays from all of these players. We are seeing a lot of the potential of all of these heroes. And I think every one of these games has been some sort of back and forth. There wasn't a single game that was just a complete stomp.
Complete blowout. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think, we've been thinking about what kind of decks showed up here. A lot of aggro decks. But the winners that we've seen so far are the ones with disruptive effects.
And that's just the weakness of the aggro deck.
That's just the weakness.
If you cannot play the aggro like you want to, then you are not playing your deck to the fullest of its ability.
Yeah. You're not putting out the damage that you really need in order to break through. So that's kind of what we saw here. Obviously, Aurora did a lot of damage. Definitely did a lot of damage, but wasn't able to Arc Lightning, had to pitch away the Flicker Wisp, had to pitch another Arc Lightning, and Florian with just the tools to survive long enough to hit hard and disrupt. That was round 4 here at Blood on the Bayou in Houston. We've got 7 rounds of Swiss today, so we've still got 3 more rounds of Swiss before we cut to a top 8. We started with 75 people. I think some of them have dropped out by now, and I know that we have a stamped draft going, which is really cool. Or some other drafts going as well. And so definitely some cool stuff going on here in Houston.
All right, and we'll take another short break here. We'll go chat with the players, look at the top tables, see what everyone is trying to accomplish right now, and try to find maybe some spicy stuff for the next round.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere. We will be
We'll be back.
back.
this for a little bit. Talk on that.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is round 5 at Blood on the Bayou here at Game Guys in Houston. And today we've got some newer heroes for you. We got Aurora versus Verdance. Miles versus Luke, and both players coming out with their very thematic looking playmats as well.
Yeah. Wow. Luke, OG. I mean, that's the hard to find out. That was like first Nationals or something like that. I mean, that's a really original playmat. Luke has been playing forever. One of the OGs, like has alpha WTR, and loves to really foil out his decks, really bling out his decks. So we'll see a lot of the cool stuff. You can see it, young Marvel Verdance as well as adult Verdance Marveled. Miles, just talked to him. He's a DFW local and has just started playing at the end of Part the Mistveil. So, a newer player, but obviously he's really stoked to be here at 4-0 here at Blood on the Bayou here in Houston.
Yeah, and Luke sitting at 3-1.
3-1,
so
paired up.
He really needs to win this game. Another loss here
Might spell the end for his top 8 chances. Miles said this is his first time going X0 this late into the game, so he's really pumped. Again, this is round, I believe, 5?
5 of 7.
2 more rounds after this before we cut to top 8.
And they're both players just shuffling the deck up, making sure everything is good to go before they get going. It's going to be the cut. Luke saying, you know what? Your deck's fine the way it is. Just a tap here.
Yeah, no kidding. They both have their heroes on the sleeves. And Luke, triple sleever. Big deck over there on his side. Might come into effect. Do you think Luke is going to try to fatigue?
No.
Okay. So what's the game plan here for Luke versus Aurora?
I think, well, you could say yes, he will try to fatigue, and no, he will try to not to fatigue.
Okay.
Verdance wants to kind of set up a combo.
Okay.
And actually, Luke opting for the Waning Moon
Yeah.
instead of
Surgeon Aethertide.
Which means that he might be wanting to go a little bit faster, or he might have just more Arcane in general in his deck than kind of the stock standard version of Verdance that we've seen. So this is going to be interesting to see if Luke can just put on the Arcane damage and force Miles to kind of either be defensive or just kill him with 1 AB on the side of the Aurora. There's not much that he can do in the way of stopping Arcane damage.
All right, starting off with E-Strike for 7. Blocking it all off.
And this is one thing about the Earth heroes and the Lightning heroes going first and second. Luke had the opportunity to block first, which means he's going to put as many cards as he can in his graveyard to try to decompose off of it. In the same way that Levia would, block with their whole hand to get, their cards turned on to get that blood debt rolling. So Luke going second, 3 cards already engraved for any decompose shenanigans.
Yeah, looking to decompose if he has the opportunity.
Has the Waning Moon. Don't know how often
Plow
we
under.
will see that come into effect on the opponent's turn. And the Plow under here, decomposing off of it. The arsenal that Miles wanted to set up to go into his turn 2 is no longer there.
And we were just talking about this in the last game. Aurora, kind of a setup hero. You want to have Embodiment of Lightning or something in arsenal, so that you can really break through these earth defenses.
And Verdance is one of the more slow decks. It might be one of those matchups that you want to bring in the Flicker Wisp into. You want to play slightly more defensive.
A card we've seen a lot in the past few rounds with the Cilio and the other Aurora, Jose, gone in a flash. What a key card for Aurora and a Cilio for these Lightning heroes.
And I think it's a lot of these matchups are very dependent on how long you can keep the Gone in a Flash around. I do see that there is an Exude Confidence in the hand of Miles, and he could choose to end the turn with Exude Confidence and Arsenal that Gone in a Flash. That way, every turn, he can just keep playing a Gone in a Flash and just keep bouncing it back to his hand.
Just recurring value.
And just chip away at the Verdance life total. Verdance, on the other hand, probably just going to try to stay very defensive, probably try to gain some life, set up for either an endgame that will pretty much one-shot the Aurora or chip them down with just massive amounts of arcane damage. Looks like we're pitching for the Starfall here. Electrostatic Somersault in hand as well as that Gone in a Flash. So it looks like we are going to try to end the turn with the Gone in a Flash in Arsenal.
We're always talking about how these aggro decks don't want to pitch, and here you see a perfect example of that. I mean, he is pitching this Exude Confidence. Oh, Rootbound Carapace, not enough to decompose though. Didn't line it up.
Blocking with the blue Emeritus Scolding. That is the card that Luke is going to want to be finishing the game with those Storm Striders. Getting the ability to play Emeritus Scolding on the opponent's turn for max damage, as well as the Waning Moon having max damage, can really blow out your opponent if they get low enough in life.
So what instance is Luke trying to play on his opponent's turn that would allow him to play the Waning Moon out?
I think he is just going to be Waning Moon on his turn, except for the turn that he Storm Striders.
Got it.
Oh, looks like there was a bug on the table.
Ravenous.
Miles smashing it.
Miles himself, Ravenous.
Four go again. That's what this Aurora deck is known for. Just constant four go agains.
Luke, happy to leak the damage. Another.
So while Luke is pressured on the defense for the time being, he is filling his graveyard with all the cards that he can. He's going to make it easier to set up Decompose on future turns. And that is going to enable him to kind of be a little bit more flexible in the mid to late game.
I don't think Luke has many Earth cards. Just the two, the Plow Under that he played earlier, and the Rootbound Carapace. Might be hoping to see more Earth cards to block with, so that he can turn on his hero ability. But this is exactly what we expect from this matchup. Luke really trying to slow it down, while Miles 0 for 4.
But as we talked about earlier, this meta is aggro decks and decks with disruption, and compared to Florian per se, Verdance has far less disruption.
Far less disruption. No Runic Reclamation here to blow up those.
And while you still have the Fellings and the Plow Unders,
Yeah.
I don't know, and we don't know if they are also running the Weakest Links or the Command and Conquerors.
Yeah.
You have to assume that they are.
Yeah.
But if you can't find any of those, you can't force anything out of the hand.
Force any interaction.
Ooh, and it looks like the block, mental block, coming out to prevent 2 damage and get the Ponder token. This card always seemed weird to me. Why it only blocked for 2, but also discarded to prevent 2. So in which case would you ever block 2 with it over preventing 2? But it's being played now for that Ponder token.
Yeah.
Ooh, and we're seeing a Channel Millennium Tree here into the Waning Moon. It's going to be for 5. Channel the Millennium Tree amping the Waning Moon's effect. Luke,
And he's going to be able to keep this Channel Millennium Tree around.
yeah, Luke already a little bit more of a life deficit than he would like.
Hasn't been able to turn on the hero ability, and you want to start gaining life when you have that hero ability on.
I think in this matchup, you just want to start gaining life.
Yeah,
'cause this Aurora
maybe.
is just going to blitz through your life total super fast.
So
We have the Tunic counter for the Aurora player. That typically means that Starfall is going to be coming out this turn, free of charge.
looks like an Arc Lightning in the hand. There it is. What a strong card.
I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna use a good again. I'm gonna put a 1/9 next to it to represent one of hand.
Thanks again for tuning in here. Blood on the Bayou 3. Game Guys Houston, Road to Nationals 2025. Round 5.
Heavyweight 25.
Arcane damage.
Yeah, gotcha. 24.
Luke not going to pitch to Arcane Barrier.
I'm gonna go.
Stormstrider's Arcane Barrier 2, I believe, right?
It has Arcane
Yeah.
Barrier 2, so you'd have to spend 2 whole resources to block 1, and that
Not
doesn't
exactly
seem
what
like
he wants to do.
wants to do.
Oh, what a great combo. Arc Lightning into Enlightened Strike. Enlightened Strike already has the go again.
So we're just
So
gonna
we're gonna draw a card. Oh, also had to lose the Embodiment of Lightning. A little overlap in the go again.
No. Okay, no reactions.
Luke willing to take the damage. He's going really low here.
Build 5-card hand.
Wants to keep this hand. What
He
is in it?
may think that he has to, considering he has the channel out.
Wants to keep cards to
He wants to
utilize
keep
the
cards
channel.
to either keep it around or just push more damage. But
All
there's
right.
only so much damage that you can push.
I'm gonna leave adjacent.
There's only so much damage you can take. Pitching into the arc grasp of the Arc Knight.
Swing Starfall. This is gonna
Here we
It's gonna
go.
be Starfall for 1 and 2, and then 1 again.
one arcane.
Still has, I think, 2 cards in hand.
We have a Rosetta Thorn.
Yeah.
1 arcane off the Rune Chant, 2 physical, then 1 arcane off the go again.
Wow. I don't know. If Luke wasn't willing to block earlier, I don't think he's going to be willing to block here. Is there any disruption associated with this, though?
Sure.
Okay. Looks like it might be not working again. Our life total. So
The live pad in the stream room's not working again.
Are we good?
It's not. They just called it in and said that they understand it's not working. This game is not gonna last much longer. So
I mean, you have a 5-card hand, man. I'm scared for my life. I don't think I've ever seen what a Verdant's 5-card hand looks. I'm just imagining you just like, here's rampant growth, rampant growth, rampant growth.
destroy.
Undead. I think that's just when I scoop and go cry in the corner of this room.
Hey, can we get a judge to the stream room to fix the issue with the live pad?
You're a Houston local, right?
Okay.
Okay, looks like there are some technical difficulties with the life pad. Looks like we're getting someone to go out and take a look at it.
but it looks like the players have just taken a little short stop stock of what they've got going on.
Decided to come back to Texas, so yeah. Chose Houston.
Hell yes. What do you do?
I'm a lawyer.
Nice. What area of law?
Employment law.
Oh, yeah.
Work stuff, which is pretty fun.
That's interesting. My dad does intellectual property.
Of course, with this little disruption here, we will give them a time extension, although I don't know if they'll need it, considering this is an aggro matchup on the Aurora.
How are y'all doing today?
Doing good.
Fabulous. Doing really good. Really good time.
Y'all look good in this fight.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Fab Life.
It's my first time being
33-17?
and it's my first time on stream.
And I think Miles had
Yes, sir.
it written out as well. I know they've got the life tracked correctly. There it is. Taking 3.
One arcane on resolution.
Yep.
So we're back in business. Miles, ton of damage this turn.
I'll go grab.
Ravenous Rabble.
This is gonna be
Deciding
Red.
that the thing that we need to do right now is just push more damage. He's
Yeah.
not blocked. Give him
Luke-
a reason to block.
Finally saying, okay, you can have 1 card. Luke down to 11. Started that turn, I think, at 25. But, like we talked about earlier, Miles, no embodiment of lightning, no card in arsenal,
yeah.
none of the real setup
Oh,
cards.
and this is why he was not blocking on this turn.
No blocking hands.
Double rampant growth life here.
We're at 10, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
10, 13. Makes sense.
Of course, Luke using the cold foil rampant growth lives.
Amps 5, 5.
He's about to gain a lot of life
Gotcha. Yeah.
and a lot of amp.
13. Who's 15?
There it is. Waning Moon.
I'm gonna have to spend a second to think here because I was kind of funky hand for this. Oh, this is 15 total, correct? Yep. I'm gonna tunic and then 82, so it'd be 3 total.
Okay.
Taking 13. No, taking 12.
Play. Can a judge check it out?
Oh, supposedly we misplayed.
We misplayed.
Okay, looks like Luke is trying to push this waning moon
These aren't.
as high as he can go. Although I believe the waning moon requires you to play a non-attack action
In order to activate it.
in order to activate it.
Okay, so it looks like
Okay, it looks like they realized their mistake. Instead of activating the waning moon, is going to be the destructive aether tide.
But
Instead.
intent to move back.
all right.
We
Hello.
figured it out, I think, but go ahead and tell me what we did.
Did you walk through? Sorry, we were not watching.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're good. So it's amp 3.
So it's amping 3 off sigil, 4,
Play, gain a line. Play, gain
5.
So
So it'd be 5 and 5,
13.
and then 3 off the channel.
I tried to play Waning Moon, but there's no non-attack.
So this should be for 14.
So then we'll just play the actual non-attack.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yep, all good.
Alright, cool.
Thanks, all.
So instead this is 14.
And it looks like we had a judge just walk over and check really quickly just to make sure.
Yeah.
3.
Yep.
Take 11.
But no card in arsenal.
22.
52, exactly.
Let's go.
I think it's just a difference of 1 damage because of the difference between destructive aether tide and waning moon.
And no
So-
cards pitched this turn, which means that channel of the Millennium Tree will go away.
Luke did a lot of damage, gained a bit of life, 5 health, but is still on the back foot here.
Yeah, you can see why he didn't want to block with anything on that previous
couldn't.
turn. Because 1, he couldn't, and 2, he just needed everything to make that turn work.
Yeah. Miles moving quickly, making short work of this. Luke really taking stock of his hand. Does he have cards that can block this time?
I believe he boarded out the potions in this matchup.
Okay.
So I don't think he'll have any of those. Those Rampant Growth Lives and the Sigil of Solace should be the only no blocks in his deck. I could be mistaken.
What he'd really want to see here are defense reactions,
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen but one Rootbound Carapace this whole
which
time.
was not able, and he was not able to decompose with it.
So Luke just not seeing the defensive options that his deck could have, while Miles just straight aggro. Every hand has lined up very well for him.
Has there been any good opportunities to use that Stonewall Gauntlet?
The issue with this matchup is that it's only going to be a block 2
Okay.
because Aurora can afford to close the chain
Yeah.
after each attack. There's nothing that wants to force her to have the chain open.
Got it. So then I guess when we did
And it looks like Luke was asking
About-
what Lightning Greaves does.
Or maybe asking about Arcane Barrier?
I'm sorry.
Of course, Luke with the Storm Striders can try to set up a late game finisher should Miles take enough damage. Miles, on the other hand, just putting in an absolute beating.
We can call a judge if you'd like and get the rewind. Four. Yes, sir. What's with the two burners?
Did Miles pitch for the in that last turn?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Looks like he has only one card left after this Gone in a Flash, though. Okay, moving to Arsenal. So Luke able to take some cards out of Miles's deck, or out of Miles's hand. Here we go.
It was going to be Pulsing Aether Life coming in for 4 Arcane.
One in hand.
Does cost 1. It looks like he potentially paid for both sides unless the Eye of Ophidia is a 2. Luke, of course, always runs the cool dice. Very nice Flesh and Blood themed. Although I just don't know what number is on there.
Yeah, I'm gonna take 4. 18.
Waning Moon.
Waning Moon for 2 more damage.
Just about equalized.
Luke slowly bringing down the life total.
But now Miles with 5 cards in hand.
Showing the Entwine Lightning with the current funnel.
2 hand, 1.
Luke still hasn't seen many of his defensive options. Still does have all of his equipment, although the Storm Striders and the Plume of Evergrowth provide no defense.
This is a really cool build of verdants.
no blocks.
Yeah, no reduction. 11.
Luke willing to take the damage.
Second strike for 4 hits.
Second strike.
coming in for Gogan.
4 goes, yes sir.
Luke scratching his head, trying to figure out what am I going to do here.
This might just be a case of where Luke did not shuffle his deck well enough, and all of his defense is at the bottom somehow.
Yeah, and to turn on a Storm Strider's play to try to kill Miles, he's got to do at least 10 more damage. Because even the Red Emeritus and the Waning Moon won't fully kill him. Well,
Not from 16. Definitely not from 16. Unless he has some amp somewhere. But even channel Millennium Tree is only on your turn, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course, this is round 5. Everyone's been playing their hardest. And of course, the stream room might also get to the nerves of the players. Sometimes mistakes are made. We try our best to catch every single one of them, and we've got judges that are trying to keep everyone playing nicely.
No reactions. I'll be at 5.
Luke in the danger zone. Has to block. Didn't want to block with the felling of the crown.
Yep.
And Miles setting up for next turn again. Will be scary. Embodiment of Lightning and a card in Arsenal. Gaining health.
I guess that's how you.
Ooh, looks
Had
like we have
another.
another felling of the crown. Coming in for 8. Now that he's decomposed twice. It's going to at least force Miles to get rid of one of those cards from hand.
Yes. I'm gonna think on bottoming for a second.
You know, Miles still with the full armor.
And I think this is as good of a time as any if he wants to use it, because if he just takes 8 here, he could potentially be in a zone where he could die.
I'm gonna bottom this.
All right, bottoming
It's not the bottom. There.
for felling.
And then no blocks. You have any reactions? Yeah, I'm gonna stick with it.
Had
Ooh,
the
and
sigil.
Sigil of Suffering.
Taking 1.
Going to deal 1 damage back to Luke.
Down to 12 by Miles.
Thank you, sir.
No Channel Lightning Valley to draw the card back.
3 cards in hand. Embodiment in active. Doesn't have... What is that? Thunderclaws. Exude Confidence. And 1 other card.
So it looks like Flittering Charge with Go Again.
Doesn't have the instant to make it naturally go again, but has the embodiment of lightning.
And it'll probably be the Heaven's Claws. He might even pitch into Grasp, knowing that Luke only has AB2
Yeah,
and doesn't want to
there it
commit
is.
2 resources for 1 arcane damage.
Finally found some defense.
It looks like the Starfall coming in for 2 here. Will
we
Luke
know-
decide to defend against it?
We know there's an Exude in hand. Might just set up for the next turn with an embodiment again. Miles putting Luke in a little bit of a blender. Needs to figure out a way to get just a little bit more damage out there.
I don't want to go venturing back in the mall. Too comfortable in this massive warehouse space.
And this might be the downside of running that Waning Moon, is that the Waning Moon requires you to do something else before you can do the Waning Moon's effect. And the matchups like this, where you're forced to block with your, 3-4 cards from your hand, you might not have an opportunity. I mean, you won't have the opportunity to use the Waning Moon ever. And so playing a game with no weapon can sometimes be a hindrance.
What do you do with you, Miles?
You concede?
Miles. Nothing in hand. What are you talking about?
I think you left this.
But we know there's an Exude Confidence right there.
Block hard, and I think is the secret sauce.
Luke really having a think.
Alright, I'm gonna say no blocks.
Yeah, no.
How different this game would be
Perfect.
if Luke was able to
This does turn you on one, correct?
decompose a little faster or see these defense reactions just a little bit faster. Having to use it on just a Starfall.
Decomposing 3? Yeah.
And it looks like he will cover this up.
Exude. Is he going to play it?
I'm going to close the combat chain here. I'm just going to turn this.
Closing the chain. Arsenal.
I'm going to activate Grass.
Well, it looks like we're activating Grasp here.
Grasp.
Going to make the Rune Chant.
And then play the Exude. There it is.
One Arcane that is quite annoying to deal with.
That is.
And Exude Confidence. 0 for 4.
That is lethal. Luke still has armor. But also, so does Miles. Luke really thinking about this turn. Only has 2 cards left. Not exactly sure how much he has decomposed. He might have it.
He's decomposed
I think 3 times.
times.
Depending on what he's decomposed.
If he doesn't have 8, he definitely should have 6 or 7 right now. Luke really having to think about this. Don't think he'll pitch into the Arcane just because of how inefficient it is.
Rainbow Foil Shelters?
Alright, we're gonna take the arcane.
Yeah, gotcha. You order one? Yes, sir.
Now he has to think, what am I blocking this with? And he's blocking.
Take one. Alright.
Down to 3.
I'm going to move the end unless you have complaints.
He did get to keep 2 cards in hand.
Kept
so
2 cards.
We'll see what he'll try to do.
Alright, we're gonna just play this. We're gonna line.
Yeah, gotcha.
Oh, it looks like it's the 3rd Rampant Growth Life.
Couldn't block with it.
Yeah, I'm going to tunic and prevent it.
Going to use it for the 1 life in this situation.
Yeah,
And draw back up.
Okay.
so burn up shock both sides.
Burn up shock.
So, or sorry, do you mind if I take this back? Sweet. I'm going to go Arc Lightning first.
Oh, this might be the end for Luke.
Go again.
This is a lot of damage coming in different quantities. And
Well, it
he-
looks like he actually took back the Burn Up Shock to play that Arc Lightning.
Yeah.
But it's going to be 1 Arcane. Burn Up Shock will deal 1 Arcane, then 1 Arcane again from Go again.
Luke needs a
Ooh,
shelter from the storm.
This turn really punishes Luke for not having AB1 and only bringing in AB2. Despite the fact that this hand isn't super aggressive, this arcane damage is going to be lethal.
I mean, even if he just pitches into Grasp and sends something that way.
Now I play Burn Up Shock. So first we do
Luke
one
taking
Arcane,
1.
and then there will be 1 Arcane from the Resolution.
Miles playing Burn Up Shock, Shock dealing 1 arcane.
Fancy way to say 2 instances of 1. I'm basically doing what you do. except
Luke's
I'm not-
tournament life on the line here. Is that just a Heaven's Claws and Scar for a Scar, I think, left in Miles's hand? None of those with Go Again. Might just pitch
The
into...
Arc Lightning. No, the Arc Lightning
Oh,
will
yeah.
not give Scar for a Scar because Burn Up is an action.
Okay.
So Arc Lightning will use its effect on that. But the Heaven's Claws could be used to pitch to the
Pitch to the
Starfall
Starfall.
and the Grasp here.
Yeah.
And it is going to tax Luke's hand extremely if he
He's
does
gonna
not
take
want
it.
to die this turn.
Now has to deal with this Go Again. Boom.
Luke down to 1.
No, this is an action, so it doesn't count. I'm gonna pick
There it is. Grasp.
Miles activating Grasp.
Floating action. think one.
Just a little too aggressive
Was that Tampa?
for Luke to really.
Opens?
He's pitching. AB.
Luke forced to AB2 on one arcane.
He's like, "Fuck, I'm gonna break my arms, make a rune chant, ping for one." Does that work like that? Call him judge. Just pretty sick. Yeah, burning. Sweet. My turn.
Miles waving his hand.
You still have 3 in hand.
A lot of game action still left to do. Here's the most obvious one. Starfall.
Starfall.
Deal
one
with all of
arcane.
this.
One arcane on the rune chant, 2 physical, and then 1 arcane on the back end that he will have to AB2 into to not die.
Luke would have loved to use that pulse of Candlehold, or Candlehold,
heartbeat of
Candlehold
To gain some
to
life,
gain some life here, but
but he will not have the ability to.
No rampant growth life is a little bit tricky.
pitch has to do it.
1 arcane.
Still has this block on his equipment.
Cool die.
We're gonna do one pain.
Root Bound Carapace as a pitch outlet.
Yes.
Okay, block 2,
Yes, sir. Okay, 1 arcane.
and then the go again.
Go again. 1 arcane.
Hold on, you did 1 arcane prevented, 1/1 prevented, 1. Yeah, 1 flip. Sweet.
What he wouldn't give for a Fruits of the Forest or something.
More.
And still has a Scar for a Scar in hand. Pitching again.
Yeah, sweet.
Wow. There it is.
No go.
Scar for Scar coming through, and it is the
Shelter.
shelter from Arsenal.
Wow. Couldn't use the shelter for its effect. Okay.
And I'm sure Luke would have loved to have that shelter in hand to block all that arcane damage.
I just first one.
Yeah, perfect.
Luke passing. Oh, looking up. Did not see cards he wanted. Again, drew the wrong side of his deck. Only just now is he hitting these defense reactions, and he had to pitch them to Arcane.
Let's see,
But
the
might-
hand of Miles.
Yeah,
Channel Lightning Valley, Arcanic Shockwave. 2 electrostatic discharges. That might be able to get him there.
I'm gonna pitch to make a rune chant.
Okay. Really taking it slowly.
I'm then going to pitch to swing the start. So 1 arcane first. It doesn't currently have. Pitched a CO.
Miles really patient. Knows the tax that he has, that Luke has to pay for these arcane barrier.
Pain barrier.
Oh no. Has to pitch 2 reds.
It's just 1.
Still only Starfall for 1.
And then yeah, I'm gonna play a I'm gonna play a discharge.
It's going to be the
There it is.
electrostatic discharge for the go again, and then 2 Arcanic Shockwave.
7.
Cannot fuse it, unfortunately, but it's just going to get
Blocks
the 2
full.
card blocks. The Embodiment of Earth will grant the full block there.
I'm gonna
So Luke
That-
really looking for a brick here. But
The burn up shock
oh,
is just
on
the
instant.
game
Yeah.
shock on
the end of
Luke's
turn. Yeah.
Luke, the one who wants to end the game with arcane damage on his opponent's turn, gets blown out by Aurora, dealing the arcane on his turn instead.
come down to arcane. Yeah, pitch the grass. Yeah.
Burn up shock to end the game. Miles 5-0 here in Houston. Came all the way from Dallas, Fort Worth. And he's beating the Houston locals.
The pitch stack, the Starfall had go again from an electrostatic discharge that he played before the Arcanic Shockwave.
Because most of the heroes right now aren't on like high boots.
So
Like you have
Miles moving on to 5-0. Luke 3-2, I believe. We'll see how the tiebreakers shake out. Maybe he still has a shot for top 8.
Yeah, top 8 most likely will end up being X2s.
Yeah.
And, if you're losing towards the end here, it's worse for you in terms of getting into top 8.
He did have his first round was his first loss.
So there might be a chance Luke can get into top 8.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There might be.
Back here, round 5 just ended. Miles Aurora taking it over Verdance. We've been talking every round. The aggro decks losing out to the disruptive decks. Luke, not a lot of disruptive effects. Just really trying to gain life.
You can see
Yeah.
that he had them. He had the
erase face. Yeah.
But he was forced to pitch it every single time.
Every turn.
He just was not drawing the way he would have liked to in this game. Just didn't see the D-reacts when he needed to. Didn't see the disruption early enough. He just kept taking the damage. And that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. That's the heart of the card sometimes. Verdance, I think, still doing well. I think there was another 3-2 Verdance that I saw. 3 Verdances in the room today. Maybe we'll see another as we get closer and closer to top 8. 2 more rounds till top 8. Anything else to say, Charles, before we try to get the next round ready for you guys? Looks like a lot of players are done.
No, I think the games so far have been great. I guess the Aurora was the first duplicate that we've seen,
yes.
And I think, this is the big event after the Hunted, and we haven't shown any Hunted heroes yet.
Yeah, no Syndra, no Fang.
So I think next round, or
might
even
have to try.
the next 2 rounds, we're going to have to showcase off some of what these new heroes can do. So stay tuned and see just what we have in store for you.
All right, thanks for tuning in. This is Blood on the Bayou here in Houston. Game Guys, Road to Nationals 2025. See y'all.
We'll be right back.
us know if you need anything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway. Welcome back to Blood on the Bayou here in Houston, Texas. Game guys. We've got Michael Sager on New versus Philip Torres on Jarl Vitrady.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup.
Little more, none of the aggro heroes that we've seen a lot of in this meta that we have going on. A bit more controlling.
Yeah, looking at some of the top tables here, We're seeing that these kind of slower disruption type decks are the ones that are being favored over the aggressive style decks.
So
And these two both being slower and disruptive.
Or take it up to 6.
We will see who will come out on top. Jarl came out in the Armory deck not too long ago. He's seen some success.
look at that extended art shelter. Able to cover up this Justinic.
Now, do you think this new is going to be playing the Count Your Blessings variant, or do you think it's going to be on something that's a little bit more aggressive?
That's a great question. I don't know. What would you even bring into a Jarl? I mean, presumably pretty good matchup for new if they have access to all these blues that they can hit.
But that's the thing about this Jarl deck, is the Jarl blues are a little bit different from your standard Guardian blues.
Kind of Guardian blues.
Namely because you have just stuff like the Blizzards, which aren't really going to do anything against Jarl. The Channels won't do anything because you can't pitch to the flow. I guess the Winter's Bite can do something. But it looks like we're going to see our first Count Your Blessing.
First Count Your Blessings. Looks like the phone got flipped around again. So we've got Michael.
Hey, the person in the stream room, can you swap the life totals and swap the phone around?
One footer. Coming in.
We will try to get the life totals fixed and flipped around again.
One hit and stop card deck.
But in the meantime, that Count Your Blessing, the first one coming out from the Jarl here, into the blocking of the Surgical Extraction. We will see what the new player has in store for this turn.
Has a hiss. Can go again.
It's going to go over it. It's going to go to 7. Get that Slither. Slither giving it the go again.
Has a Codex in hand.
But already a card in Arsenal.
Already a card in
so
Arsenal.
Not going to be able to use it effectively.
This one does have an on hit. Yes. And it has go again, and you have one in hand. One in hand.
Jarl, not a lot of cards in hand after blocking 2. What is that? Channel Eisen, I believe, right?
Yeah, the Channel Mount Eisen looks like he's going to pitch into the quick dodge flexors here.
New pickup from Hunted.
Deciding, ooh, in the preserved tradition, going to transcend off this
Okay.
from Arsenal.
Opening up the arsenal for this Codex.
And it's going to trigger the mask. He's going to be able to strip the last card out of the Jarl's hand.
Wow.
And this eats the card from hand. It'll banish. Yeah. Okay. Nothing further from me.
Ooh, and even though there was go again on that attack, Michael deciding to not go ahead and play the Codex, maybe seeing that there wasn't any good targets for it
Yeah.
and deciding to hold on to it for a later turn.
Jarl passing back. No cards in hand. Fully disrupted by this new.
Yeah, we did see a Sigil of Solace in the hand for new. Most likely not running both Sigil and Count Your Blessings.
Coming in for 1.
Bonds of Agony.
3 more reactions.
And that is not what you want to see with 3 cards in hand and a card in Arsenal. You never know what this card could be.
Yeah. The ceiling. One Justinic already used, but otherwise the ceiling is pretty high.
Oh, and it looks like the other 2 Channel Mount Eisen's getting to the blocked here.
Is that a card that Jarl really wants to kind of use in this matchup?
Well, the new player is most likely going to break the Arousing Wave in the the Undertow Stilettos.
Yeah, looks like they're doing it right now.
And this is interesting. It is a Seeds of Tomorrow and a Count Your Blessings in the hand of Philip. He does have some protection against that bonds should he choose to pump it over.
Bonds of Agony.
No, this is so when this resolves. That's
Still not hitting the mark yet. Will eventually. Okay. Looks like he's not pumping it up anymore. Okay, moving to the next chain link. Just the Beckoning Mistblade. Eventually, we'll get to banish those, Mount Eisens.
And now you would say that, oh, that's some blues that new will have access to, and the Channel Mount Eisen won't do anything for the new.
No way to get frostbites.
No way to get frostbites, and no way to keep it around.
Yeah.
As the new cannot play ice cards specifically, and it looks like we're just going to Mistblade, Spider's Bite into Codex.
Floating one. And we'll see this Codex really, really tear apart Philip's turn.
Now, we'll give Philip the opportunity to get back that Felling of the Crown. And that may not be what you always want to see.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of Earth cards in there. Discarding. Could
now,
discard one Earth card.
This is an interesting decision because if you get rid of the Count Your Blessings, then you can Seeds of Tomorrow this attack. You could have played the Count Your Blessings in response to the Codex of Frailty. That way you didn't have to discard at all. Or so Philip might just have to discard that Count Your Blessings. While it does lose him a couple life from not being able to play it, it does put it into his graveyard so that the other 4 will get the value off of it.
All right, he's using it.
It looks like that's what the discard is, and then he has that Seeds of Tomorrow to put that Felling of the Crown on the bottom of his deck.
Okay.
And just preventing everything here.
Prevent all the damage.
Yeah, nothing further for me.
No on hit, all the damage covered up. That's one Codex gone, and the stilettos used without even being blocked with. So not even getting the armor value off of it before using it.
Michael using a lot of cards here. Philip defending quite a bit, but defending pretty efficiently.
Another Bonds of Agony coming out.
We might be in here for the long haul, guys.
Looks like Imposing Visage and Roiling Fissure, the block here. Pathwell Travel is the response, giving go again to that Bonds of Agony and transcending for the new player.
And Mask. Mask of Recurring Nightmares. A recurring nightmare for Philip on Jarl.
Now, you do not want to give this new the Seeds of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you can't play it, and you kind of want to play that Blizzard in hand to try to prevent the rest of the turn from going through.
How many cards left in Michael's hand? Looks like 3.
3 cards left.
There it is. Playing out the Blizzard. Banishing the Seeds of Tomorrow. Something to use later in the game, but we'll have to use News ability on his turn.
Yeah, but now that Michael broke his stilettos last turn, he has that open equipment zone that the Jarl player really wants to prey on. And it might have been just very early to go ahead and break that piece of equipment because now every ice card that Philip plays is going to start taxing Michael more and more throughout the course of this game.
And it looks like he's playing quite a few of these these ice cards. We've seen Channel Lake Frigid,
Channel Mount Eisen,
Channel Mount Eisen, Blizzards.
I believe we saw Frostfang.
Yeah. So gonna have to deal with this Frostbite before he continues on his turn. There it is.
And it looks like he
can't.
is not going to do anything else. He's just going to pass. Now, I believe there was a sink below in his hand,
Okay.
and which did go to the arsenal, albeit Michael is doing a very good job of keeping Philip off of any card to be offensive with.
Another Blizzard in hand.
Blizzard, Command and Conquer, Felling of the Crown, and a card I can't quite see.
Looks like a sink below.
Michael, 3 cards in hand. Coming in with that Spider's Bite. We're going to see the Blizzard.
Blizzard
be played
yet
here.
again.
Frostbite token given out.
Michael thinking about reaction, any instance in response. Might have a Sigil of Solace to kind of play out.
Well, if he wants to transcend, then he should do it before the Frostbite.
Hasn't played a blue card, wouldn't know.
Well, if he had the two
if he had the two,
transcends.
yeah. I mean, this is what Jarl wants to do. Slow down the game.
So it looks like we are paying to keep the Gogan, pitching away that erase face.
Now has to pay through this Frostbite. Still has to block the Spider's Bite, of course. And Philip gonna take it.
Philip deciding that the 1 damage is not worth it, considering it's only going to bring him back down to 40.
Some options for Michael, should he choose to use News ability.
So it's interesting. The Roiling Fissure, actually he can't use the Roiling Fissure because it's X cost. The only playable card is that Seeds of Tomorrow.
Is the Seeds of Tomorrow.
And it looks like Michael's just going to end the turn there.
Yeah. Frostbite really, really hampering Michael's ability to put out damage.
Blizzard with the Frostbite just constantly taxing
And here,
what Michael is trying to do.
we got a CNC.
Ooh, and we're going to go ahead, use the Tunic for it. Got a couple more reds than we wanted to. Did not have to use a Sink Below on that turn.
We'll have it.
We'll have
Great,
it in
great to have in
Arsenal.
Arsenal.
But now Michael, who arsenaled the Sink Below a couple turns ago, is faced with a CNC where you can't use it.
Block 4, taking 2.
Losing the Sink Below. Just trying to get some damage out. Looks like a Justinic Codex.
And I don't see the life total change from the Command and Conquer.
But yes, Michael should have taken a little bit of damage off of that.
Oh, sorry. Discarding to Codex.
Discarding to the Codex of Frailty effect.
Still has to respect this. 2 reactions off the Arousing Wave. 1 reaction off of that Justinic.
Here we go.
Gonna pump this up to 10 here.
And then triggering both attacks. So on hit, the advantage top card.
Bonds of Agony. We know Philip has the Sink Below in Arsenal. Does he have another D-React in hand?
If there is a specific card he wants to hold on to, he could try to sink. And is that a Staunch?
It looks like a Staunch. Yeah.
Philip has the means to cover this up should he want to.
Depending on the color.
Oh, pitching
Red.
a Remembrance as well. Philip is going to be here for a long time.
Yeah. Covering it all. Yeah, this game might go the distance. We've got a judge in there. to make sure everything's going at the right pace. But look at Philip's life total. Still at 40.
And we've only seen 2 CYBs.
I mean, Michael, I believe, has used a couple of Justin Nicks right now. A lot of attack reactions already
A
used.
lot of attack reactions, 2 pieces of equipment
Already gone. Yeah. And Philip just passes back. Michael, another 5-card hand to try and push damage through the CYB Jarl.
It's going to be the surgical extraction is the play. Lowly 4, going to get covered up, blocking for 6.
Philip doesn't even really need to think that hard about.
Ooh, Siren's Call.
Okay.
So
There's
he
a blue in
could
there.
respond by playing the Count Your Blessings in his hand, negating the effect of the Siren's Call, should he choose to do so.
And looks like he will. Red, count your blessings. A lot of life here to be gained. Already seen
Count Your
3.
Blessings.
Yeah.
Already played 3 left in deck. Philip Torres on Jarl sitting at 45 life to Michael Sager on New at 35. Philip not really doing a whole lot this game except defending. I think
And
we've
gaining
seen
life, yeah.
we've seen the sledge swing, I believe, once.
And then he swung the CNC.
And he swung the CNC.
Yeah.
But for the most part, he's just staying very defensive.
And this is another defensive hand. I think I saw 2 rootbound carapaces and another staunch.
And you have to imagine that Roiling Fissure is not a card you would normally bring into just any matchup. So he should have a little extra in his deck to supplement the disruption and banishing that the New can do.
Do you think he's running more than 60?
He most likely is. And
Yeah.
the fact that we've seen 1 Remembrance makes me believe that he wants to keep as many cards in his deck as possible and not get fatigued through deck size by assassin shenanigans.
Pain in the backside. Another new card from the Hunted.
If this hits, it will let that Beckoning Miss Blade hit, getting the on-hit from that blade as well.
But you can imagine
It's not a card you want to hit.
Philip probably not going to let this hit.
Yeah, if he has anything to say about it.
Here we go.
So it's going to be
Rootbound
the Rootbound
Carapace.
Carapace to cover this up.
Decomposing. Is he going to decompose?
Deciding whether or not he
Deciding?
wants to. Looks like he will not. Blocking
Okay.
3 on 3. Levels of Enlightenment.
Only 1? He's choosing to draw a card.
Choosing to draw. No go again.
May have a hiss.
Think there was a Siren's Call in hand.
Okay. Has a target for the Siren's Call.
I have to pay a chi.
It's going to get the block from that channel.
A lot of ice cards being used defensively. Only the Blizzards used actually. There it
and
is.
it was the
Sacred Art.
Sacred Art. Undercurrent Desires being played here.
Huge to get rid of these CYBs.
I create a Fang Strike and Slither in my hand.
Getting to use all 3 modes.
Then I will
What a great tech card for this matchup.
Now it's interesting, Michael didn't play this in response to the levels of Enlightenment to get an extra mode unless he's wanting to use the chi for mask here.
There it is.
So 1 card, 2 cards in hand. Gets discarded. 1 card gets discarded. 1 card
And
gets
still
damaged.
1 card in arsenal.
And this has
We have the Slither and the Fang Strike in the hand for Michael. 1 card in the arsenal. 2 cards left in hand for blocking for Philip. Rootbound Carapace.
But has to give up 1 to this Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Ooh, and the 2 Counter Blessing being banished off this.
A bang.
Really going to hinder how much life Philip's going to gain from the other 3. It looks like a staunch response is going to be the banish off mask, as he cannot play it at the moment.
Going up to 4.
again. Does have to go again. Anything on hit here? No on hit, just damage. I will take 1. Taking 1.
Philip takes it.
Philip takes 1. 2 floating is going to be the Beckoning Mistblade.
Yeah, +1 and no lock for me. No reacts. And then we're good there.
And that's going to be the turn.
Philip, with only a Rootbound Carapace in hand, not much that he can do with it. If there's a 2-cost attack in arsenal, could pitch it along
And
with
you know
Tunic.
what? I think Michael actually took a big gamble on that turn, because if he had the resources to play the Undercurrent Desires, he could have played that in response to the Levels of Enlightenment and basically pitched 2 additional blues to get all 3 modes. But he only chose the mode to draw a card, meaning that I think he gambled whether or not he had a blue there in order to play the Undercurrent Desires. And it looks like it's going to be the Remembrance from Jarl. We are going to get
Threats.
cards that have relevant text. So it's going to be the Command and Conquer, the Mangle, and the Channel Lake Frigid going to be shuffled in.
Remembrance, kind of a great card in these really defensive decks to make sure that you have threats still in deck after you've blocked with them. Do you think he's running more than this 1 Remembrance?
Well, we saw him pitch 1 a couple turns ago,
Okay.
so I don't know if they are going to run all 3. Maybe it's just a 2 of. But it just goes to show that this Jarl is not going to be going down anytime soon. He
No.
is here. They give us 55 minutes for a round timer, and he's going to use the whole 55 minutes. Leave no witnesses is the play. Michael having that card in Arsenal for the last couple turns, I really wonder what it is. Going to block with the Command and Conquer and the Felling of the Crown. It's going to be the Venomous Bite, not pitching the blue, so we will not get the Fang Strike. Ooh, and the Rootbound Carapace going to finish covering this up. Philip looking at his graveyard. Doesn't have to decompose if he doesn't want to. He could just say that he has the resources here to spare an extra decompose,
Yeah.
just in case there's an extra reaction.
No decompose. Really wants to save those decomposes for an actual text. One of these Felling of the Crowns, maybe, that he has in his hand. Here we go.
It's going to be a real decompose this time around. That Felling of the Crown coming in for 8, as the new helps him out by banishing some of those Earth action cards.
Bottom here. Effect on the stack. 35.
Michael looking at his hand, probably looking at the life totals and just thinking, this is a mountain to climb.
Taking 4. Okay.
Michael taking 4, going to 31. 31 plays 43.
And I think we're maybe at least 10, 15 minutes into this game.
Pain in the backside.
Jarl showing no signs of stopping now. Pain in the backside coming in.
Take 1 damage.
Just another thing to block for Philip Torres on Jarl Vitradi. Not concerned about the threats that he's throwing away on defense. Here, take a CNC. You've not been using that arsenal anyway.
If I go, I will come at you.
We will leave no witnesses coming in for 4. No arsenal for the Jarl.
What does Michael do in this situation?
I think what Michael has to do is just find all of his transcend cards, try to banish a card every turn.
Yeah.
As his deck gets smaller, it'll be a lot easier to find those cards again and again and again, and just try to take everything away from the Jarl player. We have not seen any Cosmic Awakenings.
Sledge. Even when Philip has cards in hand, he's just going to sledge.
And notably pitching that Blizzard.
I'll start by gaining 3.
Michael just going to gain 3 off that sigil. Looks like he has no intention of blocking the sledge out. Looks like he has a Transcend card in hand.
In this order,
Ooh, and we're going
Finally
for the double,
transcending.
giving the sledge +1 attack from the grain that tips the scales, unfortunately, but gaining the 1 life off the Homage to the Ancestors to supplement that.
Net equal, but now has 2 chi. Okay.
taking an injury.
After 4 cards played by Michael, I guess he's up 1 life?
Philip drawing into 2 D-Reacts and 2 Frozen to Death. Frozen to Death not giving him a bunch of value in this situation.
Command and Conquer. Great for Michael. Rootbound Carapace in hand. Won't be able to use it. Has another Chi? And using the mask.
Banish a card of your choice.
Oh, looks like 2 D-Reacts in hand. Shelter the Storm and the Rootbound Carapace. Philip having a think of what Earth cards are in his graveyard and what he might need to banish in the future.
I think in this case it doesn't matter which one you banish. The Shelter will always block for 4 versus the Rootbound will block for 4 most of the time, and the Shelter also has a little bit more flexibility with the discard.
Mm-hmm.
Probably choosing to keep that around instead. Seeing 2 Terra Sunders crumble to eternity and keeping that Shelter from the storm. Now, this crumble is what Michael on new has to worry about. You don't want to put a -1 counter on
that mask.
You don't want that one to be destroyed. Luckily, Philip has blocked with 2 of his Frozen to Death, which means there's only 1 left in the deck. And if Michael can find some way to make him get rid of it
Whenever they start matching colors,
and protect his mask, he will be in much better shape. As that card or that piece of equipment is the only card in this matchup that is going to benefit him the most.
Definitely his win condition here.
Bonds of Attraction, very good card at the moment. If this hits, he'll be able to banish that Count Your Blessings, and the Passover is just going to do it anyway.
There it is. Activate mask.
Jarl, who was going strong playing these Count Your Blessings, have all of a sudden had all 3 of his CYBs banished from his graveyard. Not to get any more value off the rest of them.
I'll get banished. Okay.
Although Michael, this is the second or third turn in a row that he's just IP1 himself.
Might not want to move through his deck so fast.
We are seeing
There it
the
is,
Crumble
Crumble.
to Eternity going to be putting that -1 counter on the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, as well as giving him the Frostbite token. Philip not playing a bunch of ice cards at the moment, but this is one that is going to be very helpful. Bonds of Agony, a very good card. Unfortunately, having to pitch one here.
2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Has been holding on to this arsenal for a really long time.
Looks like it's
Easy
going to
block.
be the 6th block. Choosing to defend with the Channel Mount Eisen.
As an
Another
I'm gonna
Rising
Speed-
Sun.
to draw a card, then bottom of card.
Michael getting a little bit more information for his hand, as well as getting the Transcend going. And this is what he needs to be doing. He just needs to make sure that he activates the mask every turn. He does not want to give Philip a reason to keep any cards. And it's going to be the Fang Strike and Venomous Bite coming through. Going to pump this up all the way to 8.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
Pulse.
Pulse of Eisenloft. Going to be the play here.
Yeah, nothing further.
Fully
Frostbite
blocked.
token.
Actions will get banished.
Those pulses used to be really scary when Starvo was still around. Now, still pretty good.
It still turns on the Oakenolds, the
Yeah.
power card that Jarl has access to. Although we have not seen one yet from Philip.
It's somewhere in that 80 something card monstrosity.
It's going to be Beckoning Misplayed into the Art of Desire Mind. 2 go again. On hit, banish the top card.
Blue, I draw a card and get it.
Philip has the Unforgiving, Unforgetting. Can defend with it and search out a Mangle if he so chooses.
Might just want to send this Felling of the Crown.
Looks like we're going to be blocking 7 here, choosing to not search the deck.
That's fine. We will say no reacts. Okay. This will resolve. The action will get banished. And then
Michael has go again. Erase face.
Gonna be that Erase Face.
Fully blocked.
Yep. If Philip took any point of damage from that, he could not play that Felling of the Crown for any value, as he could not decompose, as none of his cards are Earth, and it would not get the plus because none of the cards are Earth.
This might be the last Justinic for Michael in his hand. But starting off with the pain in the backside.
We're seeing Double Trouble be played here.
if I activate 2 or more reactions this link,
If you can get this one to hit with its on hit, it's going to banish 2 cards from the top of the deck. That's the kind of deck damage that you're looking to do. Philip just deciding to commit 2 cards to it instead,
I'll go ahead
making this Justinic a lot worse. It looks like it's going to be the Venomous Bite and
And then take it up to 9.
the Justin Nick. Going to pump this up to 9. Does Philip have the D-React?
He does.
Blocking 10.
Can he put it over? No.
Philip doing a great job just defending every single attack that Michael can throw at him.
That 3 potential deck damage on that double trouble Justin Nick. And still nothing. Would be interested in seeing these deck sizes.
Yeah, and it looks like the graveyard might be taller than the deck itself.
Yeah.
Michael is slowly running out of cards in deck.
Is going to come up upon a lot of Transcend cards, though. And that may be the ticket out of here.
Seeing as both players are at high enough life total,
Yeah.
taking damage is not the concern at the moment. It is how many cards are left in the deck that is going to be the concern coming up. It's going to
Yeah.
be
Michael utilizing all of his equipment to make sure that he has cards in his deck.
the Beckoning Mistblade into the Spider's Bite. What will be the follow-up to floating? It's going to be the Levels of Enlightenment.
So this one I could
Will he
take
draw a card? Go again?
+1 and go again.
If he wants to find these
So it'll
Transcend
have
cards.
+1 go again from the Beckoning Mistblade.
Yes,
so
yeah.
most likely
Plus two
+2
go.
go again.
+2 draw a card.
Or yes, +2 draw a card. So it'll be 6 go again, draw a card. Which is very good.
Rob, we do not know the time, but, I mean, this is going to time. There's an Oakenold.
In reaction, I'm gonna activate Mask.
Oakenold committed to the defense here. Mask of Recurring Nightmares going to force. Ooh, as that's the last frozen to death. Philip does not want to get rid of that if he wants to get rid of that Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Alright, so resolving.
Still has go again. Finally taking
For the first time
Yeah.
this game, Philip below his starting life total. Into the
Codex.
Codex of
Wow,
Frailty.
here we go.
Close the chain.
This is most likely going to be the Leave No Witnesses follow-up.
Oh, you had the dagger hit. I think you should have taken one more. Because it's coming in for 6 and you blocked 3. I took 3. But it's 2.
Okay.
because of the spider's bite.
Had the Spider Bite effect,
If that's okay.
taking 1 more damage because he blocked with Oakenold. Frailty, Ponder,
Ponder, and then I will get the
Codex of Frailty. Very good card. Probably grabbing Leave No Witness. Attacking this Felling of the Crown.
Yes, Philip going to have to discard a card here.
Does not want to discard this.
I suspect that he might keep the Frozen to Death, discard the other card, and
Yeah.
then just use, a Remembrance
Or
Golem.
Remembrance. That's a huge hit.
And we might see the Crown of Providence get played here.
Yeah.
Spanish top card deck and Percival.
Save that Felling for a later turn. Don't really care about the banish off the top, and you get to Arsenal a Frozen to Death if you draw another blue.
Yes. Utilizing his block.
Game 3. So 1 coming over.
No.
Yeah, deciding that it's only going to block 3 against 4.
And he's...
Going to sink
Yeah, there it
that,
is.
drawing a
Draw-
Channel Lake Frigid, I believe.
Drew the ice.
Spanish top card deck. And nothing in your.
Buckle, the card banished. Cannot play the Frozen to Death as it does cost 3. He will require an extra card. He can swing the Sledge for 5.
You have a full grip right now? Full grip. What an Arsenal card. Okay. I'll take here. I will say choosing go again.
It's going to be the Levels of Enlightenment is the play. Will there be any transcending in response?
In reaction, I'm gonna mask.
mask.
No, but it looks like it'll just be go again into the mask, banishing a card from hand. It looks like the Tear Asunder is getting looked at as the banish, but it will be the Imposing Visage instead.
I mean,
Corrections pass back to you.
Philip's deck also looking thin now.
I believe there could be one more Remembrance left in Philip's deck. Ooh,
That he pitched
Command and
earlier.
Conquer coming through. This is huge. That's the Frozen to Death in Arsenal.
Has to block here.
Has to block here if he wants to keep it.
And he does. Of course he does. That's what Philip's done all game. He's going to block these on hits.
Now, as much as he's blocked these on hits, blocking too much is going to contribute to his deck damage. Although Michael really is not looking at a lot of cards
Michael
left
says,
in deck
I
either.
do not care about health right now.
We are at the point in the game where both players' decks are getting dangerously low. 2 Counter Blessings drawn here. Might not be what Philip wants to see in this situation.
Not when he really wants to defend this Frozen to Death.
Ooh, and the Persuasive Prognosis coming out for 2 go again. He's going to have to commit something to this.
And then I can look at your hand and banish a card of the same color. 2 in hand, 1 floating.
Michael just drawing all the disruption every turn. I think he's either transcended or pitched a chi almost every turn of this game. Just making sure to use that mask as many times as possible. He does not know that the Frozen to Death is in the arsenal for Philip. He just needs to make sure that card does not get played.
Philip respecting the pumps, the attack reactions. Might not need to respect the attack reactions. There might not be many left. I think all the Justinics are used. Maybe most of the hisses and venomous bites.
I think all the venomous bites are used. There might be 1 or 2 hisses left.
Yeah. But still respecting it, even though it costs so much of his deck now. There it is.
It looks like we're using the yellow CYB to play the red CYB in response to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Going back up in health.
And then the Erase Face. Nothing Philip can do about this, deciding just taking 6.
Does not care.
And maybe Philip just blocked too much this game. His deck is looking smaller than Michael's here.
I mean, how much value has this Mask of Recurring Nightmares gotten?
It has got him an immense amount of value, and I think there's a Siren's Call in the hand for Michael. Just wanting to take a blue every turn of the game, starve Philip of resources.
Snap. Take damage. I do
Leave
not
no
care.
witnesses. If Philip wants to commit to blocking this out, he could get punished even more with that Siren's Call. Michael and the player cam just counting up his deck, seeing what he could potentially have left.
Fully blocking. Has the defense reaction. Hiss. You're right. Still 1 more hiss in the deck.
Giving go again, keeping his options available to him. So it looks like it was the hiss and not the Siren's Call. The Sick Blow going to cover this up. Do you think maybe because he had blocked 3 on 4, or I guess he blocked 4 on 4 with the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain.
7 cards left in Philip's deck.
He was able to keep 2 cards. So he has the blue, and he probably has the fuse. So this Mask of Recurring Nightmare
maybe
no longer
here. Maybe recurring no more. All right, trying to figure out exactly how much the block value was. Oh, maybe the spider bite got involved there.
This had -1.
-1 on the Okinawa 3 spiders bite.
5, 6, 7.
Oh, not taking into account that the spider bite had hit Philip,
Yeah, so 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
blocking one less
Changes
than he should have.
changes the number.
4, 7.
Might have cost him the game if he loses here.
Yeah.
Okay. Do they count for it?
I don't know. I was like, I
Let's
guess.
see
Okay.
what the judge ruling for this situation is going to be.
Does he lose? Okay.
Oh, it's my turn, right?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay. Looks like Philip's still in this.
Way too little, way too late.
Here it is. Pitch.
It's going to be the Sotomaro being pitched to the Frozen to Death, fusing with the Crumble to Eternity. Is going to give Michael a frostbite when played, destroy that Mask of Recurring Nightmare, give him another frostbite.
Recurring no more. Is it too little too late? Michael, half of his deck in his hand, I think. Something like that.
Well, you have to think Michael is going to start drawing a bunch of chi, and sure,
Yeah.
they're blue cards for all of these
But they
eyes,
have nothing.
but it's going to contribute nothing except swinging daggers. And when your opponent's at 26 life, what are you going to do? You have to whittle away at your opponent's life total. He's only got a couple cards left in deck, and you can't get rid of any more thanks to the mask being gone.
Double Trouble, very scary, though.
But no reactions left.
Blocking
It's
6.
like Michael is...
Siren's
What is
Call.
the Siren's Call?
And she's a blue and at it.
He's going to have to play that Count Your Blessings out.
He's doing it. Siren's Call would have given Michael another card.
But this is still good for Michael because with the new hero ability, he can pitch both of these cheese, activate new twice, and take the top 2 cards of Michael's deck out of the game. Oh, but it looks like he's not going to. He's just going to keep them around.
I mean, Philip's entire deck is almost in his hand.
He has 2 cards left. The 2 cards he's seen pitched. He knows that those should be 2 blues. 1 Count Your Blessings and 1 Felling in the Crown in hand. Everything else is blue.
What an end game here.
Art of Desire Mind being played here. Going to want to buy a card from the hand of Philip. If he does not want Michael to draw a card, he has to defend with that Felling in the Crown. He doesn't have much choice. You don't want the top card of your deck to be discarded or banished. And it looks like the new activation is going to go through. It is going to be blue.
And then till end of so.
Is he going to use any of those cards?
Probably not. He just wants to take those cards out of his opponent's deck.
Let's see. Probably no Macho Grandes, Tear Asunder.
Buckle definitely can't do.
Was that a
That was
buckle?
Buckle.
Yeah, can't use that.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
That's the thing about this Jarl is that all of his blues do nothing for new. He can look at them all day, but there's nothing that benefits him.
Yes, Felling will be banished after this. And then,
Now his entire hand is going to be in his entire deck is going to be in his hand.
But this is the issue. Philip can swing Sledge every turn and
yeah.
threaten 6 damage.
Yeah.
The most Michael can do with his weapons is threaten 2 damage, which means he has to have damage from some other source.
Yeah. Has maybe 6 cards left in deck. Are those 6 cards?
your hand and banish a card of the same color.
Is that a bonds?
It's a
No,
Persuasive Prognosis
Okay.
coming in.
Has to block this.
He doesn't. There's no card left in deck, which
Oh,
means
yeah,
that
yeah.
the on-hit doesn't exist.
Yeah.
We will then. Yeah, I guess.
It's going to be the Surgical Extraction. It is going to buy
On hit, banish top card of your deck, and then look at your
1 card in the Tunic or 2 cards from a hand.
No, he's going to take it. Let him look
before you take the 4. I get to look at your hand and banish any card.
and just take 1 card from here.
If it hits, I get to look at your hand and banish any card.
I mean, this is the end game.
Nothing blue.
hits, you get a look at my hand, banish a card.
If it's a blue, I get a silver.
They're just block. If it's blue, you get a silver.
Philip reaching for that tunic counter.
Do I give it? Yes. Here's a block. Here's a 3 block. Crumble to eternity. I can still swing 4/6.
But that means he has to have 2 cards. If Michael can find some way to strip 2 cards out of Philip's hand with any other card in his deck, then Philip can no longer swing his weapon. That is the cost of keeping the tunic or getting rid of the tunic.
Yeah. Nope. I'll take that. I will take that as well.
Yeah, the difference between weapons is just going to be too great here. There's nothing that Michael
Okay.
can really do about it. The blues are fine and all, but swinging 1, 1, and 1 against someone who's swinging 6.
Yeah, none for me. Take 2. Banish. Which one's your grave? This is your grave?
He's going to get to banish a card from grave.
Okay, all of this is blue.
Let's see if there's anything I want to steal.
Looking at the stamp authority,
But
trying to decide if that's a playable card for him.
yeah.
But
So-
there's just nothing.
Yeah.
Frozen to death won't do anything,
No equipment.
but I guess he'll just get rid of it just because he can.
And here's... Is he going to arsenal this?
He might have to,
Yeah, there it is.
but then Philip just going to keep swinging 6 turn after turn. Michael cannot keep taking 6 every turn.
This is the fatigue endgame for this year all deck.
That one turn that Philip had some breathing room to play that frozen to death.
Really saved his hide here.
And you have to think, Michael, both players kind of forgot that the Spider's Bite had hit on that previous turn.
Yeah.
And if they had remembered and forced more blocking from Philip, then he wouldn't have been able to play the Frozen to Death.
Yeah.
Or if the judge had ruled the other way and the Frozen to Death got banished, then this would have been over and Michael would have already won.
All right. Looks like time is probably going to be called soon. Looks like they're moving with kind of purpose in that way.
It looks like there's only a couple seconds left in the round. Of course, the stream room gets a couple extra minutes as it takes some time to get everything set up.
And it is a foregone conclusion. Does not have the damage.
Now, there are Seeds of Tomorrow in Philip's Banish Zone.
Okay.
Michael can arsenal a card and then bottom the card with the Seeds of Tomorrow by pitching a chi
To save his life.
to save 5 life. And I don't think he recognizes or realizes this, because you might be thinking that arsenaling a card when you have no cards in deck is just wasting a card in deck. But the Seeds of Tomorrow is just going to put it back.
Okay.
I don't know if he realized that he could do that. Oh, a Command and Conquer, some actual damage. Does he realize that he has or can play the Seeds of Tomorrow? Because the Seeds of Tomorrow with Tunic.
Oh.
And the all chi
All
hand.
chi hand. Good game to Michael Sagor.
Good stuff.
Philip Torres outlasting the new on Jarl Vitradi.
It was great gameplay by both heroes.
Great
Both of them
gameplay.
just knew
How
what
to
they
win
were
it.
supposed to do. Michael kept up the pressure, almost got that last frozen to death to save his mask
Yeah.
at the very end. Just unfortunately, it looks like they missed something and the judge had ruled it a different way.
You have to think this game was really close because Michael Sagor was able to get those count your blessings out of the graveyard.
He did everything right. I think he would have been able to live a couple extra turns if he had remembered that there are the Seeds of Tomorrow in his opponent's banish zone that he could have played for himself, that would have saved him 5 life off of the sledge swing. So instead of taking 6 for 2 turns, he could have taken 1 for 2 turns, which would have bought him an extra hand.
Which may have been the difference if
Yeah,
if
being
he's
at
still
4 life,
4 life,
swinging
yeah.
2 a turn, it would have forced him to do something.
Hell yeah.
But otherwise, great games.
Great games to Philip. Great games to Michael. Philip, Jarl Vitradi, I believe undefeated now in the 6th round of Swiss here at Battle. This is Swiss. Thanks for interacting and thanks for being here in the chat with us. This is the 6th round of Swiss.
We will have one more round after this before our cut to top 8. So stick around, everyone. This is going to be very exciting. We've had pretty much all unique heroes in all 6 rounds,
Yeah.
except for 1 round. We've had 11 unique heroes on stream today, which just goes to show how diverse this meta can be.
Now that Viserai is gone, it's really opened up everything for all of these heroes. And these are all top tables. You know, we're not going down to find out where other heroes are. This is the top tables.
Yeah, we just want to show you the best gameplay by the best people here
in Houston.
And it is just so nice to see that doesn't matter who's piloting what deck, it's just going to always be great games. We've had no complete stomps. Everything has been back and forth. The luck has shown in both favor of both players, both good and bad. And we will just have to see.
Yeah, so this was round 6 of Blood on the Bayou here in Houston, Texas, at Game Guys Entertainment. It's a road to Nationals here in Texas. We've got top 8
after
Nationals, top 8 after round 7. Nationals invitations on the line. Win a case on the line.
Gold foil on the
gold
line.
foil on the line. These guys want to win, and we're going to see them try to win coming soon. We'll be back with round 7 here at Blood on the Bayou. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Blood on the Bayou, the third, here at Game Guys, Houston, Texas, road to Nationals. Got a familiar face in round 7, the final round of Swiss, before we cut to top 8. Both of these guys are 5-1. Jose, his only loss today, we saw on stream, Florian versus Aurora, and the Florian took it.
But now we have Dave piloting Arachne Marionette.
So our first hunted hero on the stream today, after the release of Hunted, this is the first time we get to see a hunted hero. Although we've seen a lot of hunted cards. So
And Marionette, one of the more interesting heroes, has the ability to swap between the very different visages of Arachne itself, gaining new and powerful abilities. We will see how exactly Dave will be able to pilot that.
Arachne Marionette. Although the original ability, pretty good.
Yeah, so it's a big debate whether or not you want to keep the original ability around as long as possible or try to swap it to a different form. Of course, your random form may not be as beneficial. The +1 and go again on hit is always going to be useful. Go again being very powerful, as we've seen in Arachne slip through the cracks.
Yeah, we're really hyped to see all these new heroes, how they attack the meta. Obviously, since the Calling Memphis, we've seen a lot of these new heroes, especially Syndra. But, it's a new day. No Viserai. What do these heroes look like in this post-Viserai world?
So this is an interesting equipment choice for Dave, deciding to go with the AB1 chest piece, I believe the Widow Taurus?
Abdomen.
Over a resource-generating chest piece like Tunic, instead electing to keep both the Snapdragon Scalers and the Flick Knives. Of course, Flick Knives giving the Hunter's Clave on hit, marking your opponent, and gaining all of the additional benefits that way is really what Arachne Marionette wants to do.
Could have either used Arcane Lantern, or could have put the hat on the Widow Veil Respirator, but instead choose to forego the tunic.
And I think the Mask of Deceit is just very strong, allowing you to choose exactly which form of Arachne you want if your opponent is marked. Allows you to set up very specific turns that benefit you immensely, or if you just need the equipment block at the time and just want to become a random Agent of Chaos, then there is that as well.
All right. Here we go. Jose starting us off.
Just playing the Electrostatic Somersault just to play it, making the embodiment Arsenal and pass.
I think he was asking the judge if he can use it without choosing a target.
And Dave,
there's a judge in the room with them.
Going ahead for the Hunter's Clave. If this hits, his opponent will be marked.
So we've seen a new now, and they still chose to use Beckoning and Spider's Bite, not choosing to use the Hunter's Clave, not using any of the marked the new cards that utilize the mark feature. So now Hunter's Clave, Dave Cordero, Assassin. I think Azuri, Evan on Azuri had a Hunter's Clave.
Ooh, and this is a good one. Kiss of Death coming in for 4. On hit, it'll gain go again. On hit, it'll deal 1 additional damage. And the Kiss of Death gaining go again is actually huge because that is also something that can be flicked with Flick Knives as it is a dagger attack. So Dave probably wanting to make this hit so that he can follow up with something else and make sure that the Kiss of Death gets flicked against Jose.
So this is an aggro mirror, right?
Arachne can be a little more aggressive, although I think he still sticks to that assassin kind of role where he still has more disruptive effects.
I'm not familiar with that card.
This one is... it's not Scuttle the Canal. Some of these newer cards.
Yeah.
Of course, with it being a new set, only a couple weeks old, it is going
It's
to
a
be
Mark the
Prey.
Prey. EA Mark the Prey. Very cool.
From the gem packs. Going to come in for 3 on hit Mark. Dave is also going to use the Flick Knives, flick that Kiss of Death. Deal
Okay.
a couple additional points of damage.
Jose, not concerned, is just happy to take all this damage.
And it
Dave-
looks like we are going to go to the end of the turn.
Here we go.
Jose is
4.
marked. It is going to be 4. I believe that is Tunnel Web or Redback. Looks like it's going to be Redback, which I think is one of the better ones to get into, as it is just going to give on-demand go again should he discard an Assassin card to its reaction ability.
But now, Jose, 4 cards, Arsenal, looks like a Channel Lightning Valley. This is the time. Has the... oh, no, does not have the Embodiment of Lightning.
He does.
Oh, he does? Okay. There it is. It's time to go wild. Can he overcome this 11 life deficit? Already gets the Channel Lightning Valley trigger.
So Lightning Surge was the play with Go Again off the embodiment. No blocks was the play for Dave. Channel Lightning Valley was the response. Drawing a card. Double Strike is the follow-up. Dave electing to just take the 4 there as well.
More and more Go Again. 2 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal.
Looks like Jose is having a think about how he wants to progress this turn. Maybe drawing that card off the CLV has changed his mind on how he wanted to play everything. Glittering Charge is the play.
Another 0 for 4 Go Again.
Dave just taking it. And it looks like the Arc Lightning is the pitch, making the embodiment and passing the turn.
Okay.
Not using the card that was put in Arsenal, deciding to hold on to it for an additional turn, setting up 5-card hand.
Got
embodiment.
rid of the Arc Lightning, a very powerful card, just to keep this Channel Lightning Valley around.
It's going to be the Orb Weaver Spinneret into the Persuasive Prognosis for 4. And I believe this should actually... No, it won't be 5 because it is not Marionette. It is on Redback. Should he choose to use the reaction, it'll pump it to 7 and to give it on demand to go again.
Yeah. A little scary.
Although it is somewhat face up, how much damage will be threatened here.
I mean, I don't think Jose wants to block at all.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult choice. Do you block this, take a weaker turn, but don't have your hand, disrupted in a way, or do you say no blocks, take the hand disruption, try to find the best turn after that, and just keep pushing damage, considering that he is technically in a life lead?
This is a marathon. Jose really taking a think. Has blocking cards, which is not always the case in Aurora.
Of course, you're sitting there with all of your equipment, the Channel Lightning Valley, the 5-card hand.
Yeah.
You do not really want to block with 2 or 3 cards from hand.
Here's the block with equipment. Thinking of if he adds another card to this, knowing that Redback can just add +3 as a reaction.
Looks like he is just blocking the 4.
Has
Ooh,
another reaction in hand.
going
Stains.
to just play the Stains of the Redback instead of activating Arachne Redback's ability.
And costs
Sink
less to play
below.
because he's marked.
Sink Below coming out to shore up the defense here. Does Dave have something else? Now, it does have Go Again now.
Could choose to use it on the next stealth attack.
Also, one more card in hand. If that is an Assassin card, he can still activate Arachne Redback's ability and pump this up to 10, pushing 2 over what Jose's wanting to block.
There it
Ooh, and
is.
Tarantula Toxin. This is actually huge here. It's going to give -3 defense to the Dyadic Carapace, which has Temper, which means at the end of this combat chain, he's going to lose that piece of equipment.
All right.
Dave nullifying a whole piece of equipment with this card.
Yeah, it looks like our life tracker ran out of batteries. The phone ran out of batteries. They're going to move to pen and paper.
Was the last known life total?
I was about to ask you that question. Yeah.
I think they know. I think it was at 29-28 before the.
It definitely wasn't 44.
No.
Before they went.
Yeah, it went
Yeah.
before it died. They're going to keep getting...
Yeah, they're going to try and figure
keep
it out.
track.
Yeah.
We're going to try to
We're gonna
get
try to tell
someone
them.
to fix that real
Yeah.
quick.
That sounds right to me, but
I will
Can
put
you
that
check
up
with the-
currently, and then I will double check it after
Okay.
this phone dies again.
okay.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
It is 29-20.
So now it's 28, 28?
It was 29-28.
Okay.
Yeah, we think so
Yes.
too.
It looks like they're just going over. Tarantula Toxin is going to get rid of that Dyadic Carapace. The damage will be dealt.
Hopefully I don't get any sack time because I'm doing monster.
Persuasive Prognosis will hit.
Now we're 28, 28, right? Yes, 28, 28. And I'll banish the top part of your deck.
He's going to banish the Scar for a Scar. Dave is going to look at the hand.
And
It is a Static Shock, Entwine Lightning, Enlightened Strike, and Lightning Press. All red cards. Dave getting to choose which one he wants to banish this turn.
not marked.
On stream life totals, do we have visual for the life totals?
There it is.
All right, so it looks like Dave is going to take that Static Shock, gaining the life up to 30 here. Deciding to not get rid of the Lightning Press. I guess knowing about it is better than not knowing about it. It's going to be Prey the Weak.
No books. Take 3? Yeah.
Okay, taking the damage.
Going to
Marked
be marked
again.
once again.
This dies, right?
Although, since he was already Arachne Redback, he will not turn into a new one. Instead, returning back to the Brood, becoming Arachne Marinette.
Stops playing Assassin for like a week. Doesn't remember any of the cards.
Jose sitting with 3 cards in hand. Twine Lightning with Go Again. Dave does know that he has the Lightning Press in hand, but if he uses the Lightning Press, then he will no longer be able to play that Lightning Strike. We can see Mark of the Black Widow in the hand for Dave. Very good card.
Gonna take it.
Ooh, drawing off the channel. Now that allows Jose to throw that Lightning Strike for 7 and hold the Lightning Press if he wants to.
Scar. Lower
That's
life
a
total.
Great pickup for this situation.
No one wants to block here.
Dave looks like he might have a
4 cards in
Razor's
hand.
Edge in hand. Codex of Bloodrot in hand.
Seen a lot of codexes today. What a great card. Jose really thinking, is this Enlightened Strike coming in for 5 or 7? There it is.
Draw. 5 draw. Yep.
And it's coming in for 5.
It's going to be the draw card. Jose wanting to just always have 5 cards to work with. Does not want to leave that arsenal open in case there's a Codex of Frailty play.
Which we know there is. What is it? Razor's Edge.
I think Razor's Edge, Persuasive, Mark of the Black Widow, and then maybe a Codex in hand.
Maybe a codex in hand.
This might be a turn that he might have to either commit the Snapdragon Scalers or uses a Razor's Edge to get Go Again off of Marionette's ability.
Mark of the Black Widow.
With Jose currently being marked, the on-hit does work. Will Jose choose to not block and just take the card loss, or will he try to cover this up and get blown out by that Razor's Edge?
And if it hits, it gets Go Again, correct?
Yes.
Because it's Marionette. So still the possibility of using this codex. I don't think it's a Frailty. I think it's a Codex of Bloodrot.
Jose really thinking about this block. Of course, no information given by Dave, nothing pitched into daggers, none floating, just 3 mystery cards in hand.
All of them very scary. He's gonna take
Looks like
it.
he will just take the 4.
Attempt to take it.
Mark
Okay.
with the Black Widow will gain Go Again. He will banish and exude confidence from hand.
Codex pitched.
Looks like we're going to swing with the Hunter's Clave. On a hit, we will remark Jose. And the Calming Breeze is the play here.
No, that was after I took the damage, so yeah, we haven't marked you down yet.
Trying to figure out
Right? 'Cause
life totals.
For 4, then 5, right?
Making sure that everyone is where they should be.
Yeah. Some of these are chronological, right? I actually don't know that.
It's been a long day, everyone. You know, these guys are...
Yeah, this is round 7.
Oh no, everyone's having trouble, technical difficulties. Technology. It just doesn't work. I'm surprised we're able to be on stream like this.
Of course, Games Guys has done a lot of effort into making this setup a little bit better. We have some new toys to play with. We're getting used to it all.
Okay. So you were losing.
Blood on the Bayou getting bigger every time we do it, improving on the stream. You know, we'll always face some things like this.
Persuasive Prognosis coming in for 1. The Calming Breeze will prevent 1.
Calming Breeze.
But does Jose think that there's something extra? You wouldn't just throw Persuasive if you didn't think you could give it at least 2. You can commit a 3 block unless you think this is a Justin Nick.
Maybe he puts the grasp in front of it. There it is. Razors.
It's going to be the Razor's Edge.
We knew he had it in hand.
3 damage coming over.
Red, gain 1 life.
And another card stripped from this hand.
Lightning Strike is the banish. We have a Channel Lightning Valley, Snatch, and Arcanic Shockwave.
So either the Snatch or the Arcanic Shockwave.
You can choose to get rid of the Arcanic Shockwave and keep the Snatch so that Jose can't Arcanic Shockwave fuse with the Channel Lightning Valley and then play the Channel Lightning Valley in response to the 1 Arcane. But it looks like the Snatch will be the one being taken here.
Jose 2 cards in hand. Life totals relatively equal.
So 1 arcane damage is coming at me. Yep. And 4.
Won't be able to play the Channel Lightning Valley this turn. But hopefully it sticks around. Or could have played the Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, because he could have shown it to the Arcanic Shockwave.
Yeah.
The 1 Arcane damage goes.
But wouldn't have been able to keep it around.
Yeah. Which is good on him for understanding that maybe you don't need that card on that turn, trying to set up. Jose has done a very good job of trying to keep these 5-card hands to stay aggressive. Dave has just also been finding a couple of his disruption pieces to try to prevent Jose from getting the benefit of all 5 cards.
Marionette's so impressive as a deck on being able to pressure the life total as well as presenting relevant on hits. It's a little less damage than Jose on Aurora or any of the other aggro heroes, but it's not that much less damage.
So it looks like
There's a
Pain in the backside is going to hit. It's going to use the Hunter's Clave.
Favor.
Now that is opponent. Ooh, and a
Oh.
Kiss of Death coming in for 7-8. 3, 7. Yep, for 8. On hit, draw a card from the Savor Bloodshed's effect.
I mean, is this something that you just kind of want to stick your hand in front of and say, I'll try next turn?
Well, we've already taken damage this turn. If you just block now and don't do anything else, then you're kind of wasting your potential here. I do think there is a Fate Foreseen in the hand of Jose, if I'm not mistaken. He could block with a card from hand plus the Grasp and then go ahead and use the D-React.
Is he looking at... He's pointing to Marionette saying, if you hit this, I have go again. Draw a card, go again. All very bad.
And the thing is, if Jose blocks this out, Dave can just snaps this, play another attack, use the Flick Knives to flick that Kiss of Death. It is a dagger hitting a marked hero, which will trigger the Savor Bloodshed and draw him another
he
card.
still gets another card. Wow. What a good card. Really, everything really coming up, Dave.
So this is
All
a
the tempo.
tough decision for Jose because
Yeah.
if he commits a lot of cards for this,
Okay. Skipping a little bit of the reaction step. But
Now,
Full block.
Does Dave want to commit the Snapdragon Scalers? Does he have another attack in hand he can use in this situation? He will be able to draw a card off of the Kiss of Death.
Is it a reaction?
I mean, that's just as good. He just needs something in this situation.
This Kiss of Death so scary with Savor Bloodshed.
Dave really thinking of whether or not, if it's a reaction, if there's another defense reaction in Jose's hand. This is probably going to be the turn that decides the
There it
win or
is.
loss. The Snapdragon Scalers is going to be committed here, giving the Kiss of Death go again.
Does he have... He does want to keep...
It looks like
okay.
it's the Codex play,
Okay. So can't flick it anymore.
but it looks like he might just get the Kiss of Death back.
Okay.
I don't believe we've seen any Leave No Witnesses.
Okay.
Okay, it's going to be the Mark of the Black Widow. That's also a good one. It's going to be coming in for forward, and on hit, we'll get rid of a card from hand.
Jose, 2 cards in hand, blocked with Fate Foreseen and a Burn Up Shock.
And now this is interesting. If he doesn't block, he'll take 4, he'll lose a card from hand, he has a 1-card hand, which probably won't do anything. Or if he blocks 6 on this to full cover it up, then Dave just gets to become a random agent of chaos, and that could be either very good or very bad for him. So does he take the play that has more chance, or does he take the play where he can still activate or play 1 attack?
Yeah. I mean, he also has this headpiece.
Yeah, the Crown of Providence. He doesn't want to get rid of that Channel Lightning Valley, though. He wants to find a good hand that he can play it with.
Dave really putting Jose in a tough situation that, like all assassins do, every choice is bad. These linear aggro decks kind of folding to the constant disruption of assassins, of even the rune blades.
Jose's got a very tough decision to make at this point.
No blocks reactions. Nah.
Oh,
Ooh, the Sigil of
Sigil of
Suffering.
Suffering.
So Dave,
Take 1. I'll draw a card from the. Yep. And save him.
don't believe. Yes, he flung the Hunter's Clave to deal damage
To get the draw.
to get the draw, but now the draw. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Very heads up by Dave, sacrificing one of his Hunter's Claves to draw the card to pay for the Sigil of Suffering. That way, the Mark of the Black Widow will hit.
Jose forced to just pass. And Dave with a 5-card hand because of the Ponder on the Codex of Frailty.
Dave showing that even though Arachne Marionette's only been out for a couple weeks, that he knows how to play this deck. And I'm sure he's played against Aurora many times.
Okay. So has a lot of reactions in this hand, starting with the Shred.
So he has the Mark the Prey. He has
Take up
a
the
Take
Mantle.
Up the Mantle. That is a huge card for this turn. If this Hunter's Clave hits, then that Take of the Mantle can be another Mark of the Black Widow.
Take one.
And Mark the Prey as well. Okay. That's
Ooh,
a trapdoor?
that is going to be under the trap door. Only coming in for 2. On hit, it'll gain go again. What does Jose has to sniff out that
Yeah.
there's something else going on?
And-
Why would I swing a blue attack and not have anything to back it up with?
Yep. He must be thinking, there's a take up the mantle here.
But then what can you do about it? If you commit 2 cards and he has another reaction to get over your blocks, then you're still out of luck.
I mean, it feels like Jose might just have to take this. It is unlikely that he goes all the way down.
And I think there's a Sigil of Suffering in his hand.
Okay, that could really help. But he
3
needs
cards.
cards to mount an offense, and is sitting on this Channel Lightning Valley. Could play the Channel Lightning Valley.
But I mean, Dave has so many cards in hand to pick
Yeah,
the
a lot of
Sigil of Suffering.
a lot of ways to pitch.
And even if he didn't, he does have the Spell Void on his chess piece if he really wanted to prevent the draw. It's a very tough decision for Jose. Not a lot of threats have actually been seen
I mean, he
by
pitched.
the Arachne.
Oh, Arachne's threats, you mean?
Yeah, we've only seen a couple. I mean, granted, we've seen some good reactions, but he's been able to kind of push over and stay aggressive. And now that we've seen the shred, Jose has to think about, does he have more shreds? Is that the only shred? If I block this, will this even block? Or do I just take this? And it looks like
There it
he
is.
is going to
No.
say no blocks.
Okay. Going all the way. Take up the mantle. Turning it into...
And you have to think it's just going to be the Mark of the Black Widow.
Could be a persuasive prognosis as well.
Could also be persuasive.
Kiss of death.
Oh.
Oh, it's going to be the Kiss of Death.
Okay. Now it has go again.
And it's also going to gain more attack because the Kiss of Death is a red versus the blue.
Okay.
So this is lethal.
This is now lethal.
He has to play the Sigil of Suffering.
I was absolutely wrong. Dave can kill him from 11. That's the power.
Channel Lightning Valley into the Sigil of Suffering. He does have the Spell Void if he doesn't want to commit the card in hand. This is a turn that Dave really wants to be aggressive, so I think he should just use that Spell Void in this situation.
Wants that. He definitely wants that final card. It's going to have go again. There
Yes,
it is.
choosing
Spell
to give
Void.
the Spell Void. That means that now Dave can throw that Hunt the Prey or Mark the Prey and then flick knives this Kiss of Death as well.
Jose really struggling to get a footing in this in the face of so much disruption.
Jose really thinking about his options at this point. Was not expecting to be pushed to lethal while sitting at 11.
Met 8. It gains go again.
Going in and taking
Taking
a
8,
lot of damage.
going down to 3.
Mark the prey for 3.
Mark the Prey.
Mark the Prey. 3 go again.
I'm gonna have to put disadvantage here because it's clear for the screen.
Has to block. Did not want to block with that.
Gonna take 2 from that Flick Knives, and now Flick Knives with that Hunter's Clave means that if Dave just throws anything, he can flick that Hunter's Clave and kill his opponent.
Jose, 2 cards left. Taking it, drawing. Ravenous Rabble. Oh!
Reveals the blue. And we're gonna block with the Mask of Deceit. We're gonna roll the dice. Which one will it be? Is number 5. I believe that is. That's not Orb Weaver.
That's Tarantula?
Tarantula. Into Entwine Lightning, 0 for 4. It really is a 0 for 8 if he chooses to not block, which he won't, going down to 5.
Jose, so close in this game. Maybe one turn without disruption, and he really could have had this.
Now, I believe we've seen Calming Breeze played by the Aurora. So if he does draw another one, will Dave be patient and flick right now to try to bait something out, or will he try to get more cards?
Okay, changing the block because he needs to draw. He needs to draw Calming Breeze. Did he draw it?
I don't believe so. Ooh, the Kiss of Death, the Stains of the Redback in hand.
Discarding to bring it up to 6. Nothing. Jose,
Jose
tough
falls.
beats.
As Dave on Arachne Marionette just goes to show that this Arachne is not just a face. He is the whole spider itself.
Yeah. Jose, couple bad beats in the stream area. Took his first loss to Florian. Now taking his second loss to Dave Cordero on Arachne Marionette. Great player. Obviously, he picked up this deck today and obviously piloted it to a 5-2 finish in Swiss. Hopefully, I mean, he is on the bubble. Let's see if he cracks the top 8.
I'm sure he would love to have a rematch against Dave if he does make it to top 8.
And we're back. Blood on the Bayou. 3, round 7.
Just
Dave
finished.
Cordero. Yeah, Dave Cordero versus Jose Garcia. Arachne Marionette versus Aurora.
And that is all 7 Swiss rounds completed. We will now be taking some time, let all our games finish, count everything up, and then we will get right into the top 8. Only 3 more games until we crown the champion for our Blood on the Bayou. And we have seen some absolutely immense plays, insane gameplay, good and bad luck from both sides. It has been a day of amazing games.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of different heroes, a lot of back and forth. It's these disruptive decks, man. They're just really tearing up the room. I'm interested into seeing what top 8 decks made it. I think we definitely know that there's at least one Aurora.
The Arachne should make it.
Arachne should make it. We'll see. There's a Kano at 5-2 as well.
Kano should make it, I believe.
There's an Acilio at 5-2. There's a Jarl. I mean, there's a lot of different heroes in this kind of wide open meta after Viserai, Living Legend, this week. So we're excited to see what makes it to top 8. Playing for the Nationals invite, playing for the case to first place. A lot of cards to be won here. Gold foil, of course. This is a road to Nationals. We're very excited to see what we have in top 8 here at Blood on the Bayou. Anything else to say before we go, Charles?
Yeah, we will, as we get the top 8, try to make somewhat of a bracket that we can show everyone, just so everyone can get a visual for how the top 8 is progressing. since we are only streaming one game at a time.
Yeah.
So just give us a little bit to
To
get
put that
all
together,
the
yeah.
information, and we can put that together. And then when we start the top eight, we will come back and get these last 3 games going.
Sometimes we do have a little bit of a break so that the players can go get dinner.
And I believe at the pace we're going, I don't know if they will quite get that long of a break.
Yeah. So we'll be back to at least show you what the top 8 looks like and tell you how long it'll be till we get to our top 8 games. But stay tuned. Stick around. I mean, we love having you here. 75 person, yeah, is a great top.
75 people.
75 people.
Is
RTN.
Amazing.
We're gonna cut it down to top 8. So stick around.
And those were just the boring games. The top 8. That's the premier. That's the reason you're watching these events.
Yeah.
And we've already had such amazing gameplay. So stay tuned for the real action has yet to start.
Top 8. Blood on the Bayou. See you soon. Good? I'm just going to tell the stream what's happening. Hey guys, welcome back to Blood on the Bayou 3. Game guys, Houston, RTN, all that good stuff. Just to let you guys know, we are about to start the top 8. No dinner break this time. We're going straight into top 8. Here is the bracket. William Warnick, Jose Garcia, Emmett Luna, Philip Torres, Jude Vergara, Dave Cordero, Jonathan Esquivel, and then Miles Shortgen. This is our top 8. We're going to go right into Jude Vergara versus Dave Cordero. We just saw Dave on Arachne Marionette. Really piloted pretty great against the Jose Garcia, who is also in the top 8 on Aurora. Dave on Arachne Marionette. Jude on Enigma. Haven't seen Jude on stream today. Haven't seen any Enigma today. Really looking forward to seeing what that looks like. And I think we might just go straight into it because they are setting up. Let's just change the names. Oh, and Dave is sitting in the same spot. That worked out perfect.
You don't have to change that one.
Yeah. And then
Enigma.
There it is. Okay. Very cool. All right. I think we're back in action.
Yeah, both players stylized to their style of deck.
The playmats, yeah. Especially.
Jude, the playmat, the anime art hero, the sleeves, everything to just bling out his deck completely and show his love for this hero. Dave, I don't know if all of his Arachnes are Marvels.
Marvel, yeah.
But it looked like they
At least
all
a few of
were.
them.
He's got those beautiful alt art new sleeves that leave no witnesses playmat. He's just out here showing that he just loves the assassin class.
Also, you know, that looks like a gold foil foot. I don't know. The PCG at the bottom there.
Yeah,
Maybe a little blinged out.
I wonder if that is the Snapdragon.
The snappies?
Saw.
Oh. Okay.
They are all Marvels?
Dang, nice. Okay, so Dave blinged out. Jude blinged out. Look at those cold foil spectral shields. What do you think about the Enigma Arachne matchup?
I think it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, Flick Knives lets you poke through certain ward much easier, although it's not as effective in Arachne as it would be a Syndra. And it is gold foil boots.
Nice.
Just because you have to actually retrieve all of your dagger back versus Syndra just being able to get them back with her hero ability. So it'll be interesting to see if Dave is just going to prioritize trying to swing with the daggers to buy cards, or if he's going to just play a little more aggressively and force the Enigma player to waste all their ward.
And while they kind of work on setting up and shuffling, let's just show you once again the top 8 bracket. William Warnick, I don't think we've seen on stream, but most of these people we have seen on stream. William Warnick, not sure what he's playing. Jose Garcia on Aurora. Emmett Luna, a Houston local, known for his Kano play, is here all the way to the end on Kano. Philip Torres, we saw earlier, I believe, on Jarl. So Guardian making it through all the way. Jude, again, on Enigma. Dave, Arachne, Marionette. Jonathan Esquivel. Vincent, Iron Maiden. And Miles, again, on Aurora. No hunted heroes outside of Dave on Arachne Marionette. Syndra, 13% of this 75-person RTN none in the top 8.
Yeah, I think since Syndra got released, a lot of people have figured out how to play around her a little bit.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for her, everyone just has the tech against her, and there's nothing that she can do since she is a little bit of a brittle deck where as soon as she starts getting disrupted, then her kind of turns fall apart.
And a lot of these decks, very disruptive. Aside from the aggro Auroras, we've got Kano. I mean, those are your aggro decks. But otherwise, a lot of disruptive decks. No KOs. Had 5 KOs today at Blood on the Bayou. None of them made it. Had 5 Prisms. None of them made it. So, very interesting, the decks that kind of rose to the top. We'll see, who makes it to top 4. Let's go back to Dave Cordero, Jude Vergara.
This is the top 8.
This is top 8. Welcome to top 8, everyone. Top 8, Blood on the Bayou, RTN, 75 people. Thanks for joining us. Just one, again, shout out to the upcoming things that we have here in Houston. The Blood on the Bayou Circuit Series, $500 cash at each event, 322, April 19th, March 22nd, April 19th, and May 17th, all at The Adventure Begins. If you're here in Houston or want to come down to Houston to play, go to those. Also, plugging March 22nd in New Orleans at Media Men Cards and Collectibles Hunt the Heartless, tournament event run by Dan Mui, who came all the way here from New Orleans to join us here at Blood on the Bayou. Hunt the Heartless. Winner gets a Tonto, a dagger, and a case. So if you want to bling out your stream room or just have a dagger.
Yeah, just you show up, you
Show
win,
up,
and
you win.
You just get a weapon.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool, I guess.
That's really sick.
I mean, hey, I'd show up to try to get that Tonto.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's what we've got upcoming. Join us for those. We'll see you there.
All right.
Back to the game.
This bump has been declared starting the game, and it is a truce.
It's a truce.
By Jude Vergara going first in this matchup.
So I've heard that truce is only included in decks so that if you rip it off the top for turn 1, it's really good.
It is a blue, and it blocks 3, and if you can get it to
Turn one.
it is good. Jude starting with a 5-card hand, 1 card in arsenal thanks to the truce, allowing him to draw that card. It's going to be the Hunter's Clay from Dave. 1 damage coming through. The mark on the Enigma. What will be the follow-up? It's going to be a red Infect.
So Blood Rot, obviously a really
Yeah, the Blood Rot Pox is very good against Enigma.
very good against Enigma.
If they try to develop their board with Ward and they can't pay for the Blood Rot, then they go away. It's a very good way of making sure the Ward gets kept in check. Maybe they can't attack with it because they have to pay to the Blood Rot Pox, or maybe they're forced to give it up. Regardless, it's going to be the Razor's Edge coming through. We're going to be pumping this Infect all the way up to 6. And then 7 from Arachne's hero ability.
Okay. Sync resolves.
Oh, it looks like Snag and a Sink Below coming through from Jude here.
No sync?
Snag will reduce the damage from the Razor's Edge, but it will not reduce the +1 from Arachne Marionette. And it looks like a Shred on the Sink Below
Okay.
will break this through.
There's a lot of cards expended over kind of this one. They're just going to spend a lot of cards on each chain link. And Dave coming out ahead in that particular exchange. Jude going to be really reticent to develop a Spectral Shield or any type of ward attack because of the Blood Rot Pox. Does it anyway.
Oh, it looks like the turn 2 truce, not as good as the turn 1 truce there for Jude. Just going to be pitched to play this Waxing Spectre. Dave going ahead and just taking it.
What do you think would force Dave to block that Enigma can actually put out?
I think it depends on what's in play or
Okay.
how the hand looks. If it's a hand with not any go again and can afford to block with an attack action or two, then he'll probably go that route. But I think Dave just wants to be fully aggressive, and we see a pick to pieces in Dave's hand.
Jude paying out the Blood Rot Pox tax.
And that's what he has to do. He wants to keep this aura in play. Not really able to develop anything else. Pick to pieces in the hand of Dave, going to try to just blast through any ward that Jude generates. Jude really thinking on the block here. Does not want to miss block.
Yeah, pick to pieces, obviously a very important card in this matchup. All these
Be Stains of the Redback, pumping this up to 7, giving it go again. It looks like Jude is just going to take the 7.
just going to take the 7.
It looks like
he's got a lot
Scar
of
for a Scar, Immortal Lunar Shrine,
Yeah.
maybe an Astral Etchings, and maybe Preserved Tradition.
definitely some no blocks in this hand. So Dave obviously ready for these illusionist matchups. Didn't see the pick to pieces in the last match that we saw for Dave, but included it here.
The unpreventable damage on pick to pieces is just so good into matchups like Enigma, where you're just trying to get
there
through
it is,
everything.
Codex.
Codex of Frailty coming out.
The go again on Arachne Marionette's ability has just been so valuable.
It's going to be that red infect once again, coming in for 4 from Arachne Marionette. Jude, not a very good blocking hand.
Wants to put up these shields and, keep them around, but Dave really able to poke through. Obviously, Jude also has that traverse the universe,
Has
but
not
has not
transcended.
transcended at all. So really probably reluctant to use any of his other blocking equipment until he's transcended. And he does have transcend cards in hand.
Jude really has to think about this. Of course,
He's gonna
top
take
8
it.
being non-timed, these players get as much time as they need to think about everything, every play, to the best of their abilities. And it looks like a Codex was drawn off Dave, going straight to the arsenal.
Love to see another Codex. A lot of power cards in the first 2 kind of hands. Already brought Jude down to 24.
Arachne just staying very aggressive, and it looks like we're going to have Preserved Tradition into Sacred Art, Immortal Lunar Shrine.
Lot of Spectral Shield tokens. Let's see if Arachne is able to kind of put some offense on to poke through, but of course, Blood Rot Pox.
So he can use one of his chi to make another shield with Enigma, and he can use the other chi for the Blood Rot Pox and still swing 1 Spectral Shield.
Yeah. Also has 1 other card in hand. 2 chis, 1 card, and then a card in arsenal.
So he definitely has options for this turn. Of course, the Frailty token going to reduce the attack of these spectral shield
Weapons.
weapons
Yeah.
themselves.
I think he's got an Astral Etchings in hand, if I've seen it correctly. So could use this as a way to add damage in the reaction step. Chooses not to.
Alright, I'll have one floating. We'll attack. It's for 3. For 3. Go again. Take 3.
That's a Waxing Spectre.
I'll pay for the booking.
Looks like
Paid for.
Jude
just
going
paying.
to go ahead and pay. Might not have been able to get as aggressive as he wanted to. Just going to arsenal. I believe he's arsenaling a Scar for a Scar here.
That-
Maybe deciding he doesn't want to be super aggressive on this turn, wants to keep an arsenal, and it looks like we have one Transcend card in the hand.
Savor Bloodshed. This card has come up huge for Dave in the last game, allowing him to draw. Right now, Jude not marked, though.
But still, 5 damage is not a small number, and when one of the cards in your hand does not block, it gets a little more awkward. What will Jude be with the defense for this one?
Now, Jude, one of the only, I think, 3 Enigmas here at the 75-person RTN. So, has definitely fought his way past a couple of aggressive matchups. Probably hasn't gone against Arachne Marionette. There's only 2 of them in the tournament.
We see a Fate Foreseen in hand. He can Fate Foreseen and Spectral Shield to cover this one up. I believe he may have a manifestation. Okay, his hand is Manifestations of Mirror Guide, Truce, Fate Foreseen, and Grains that tips the scales. He has 2 no blocks in his hand.
Is this the time to... Okay.
He could pop Traverse here.
I think this may be the time to pop Traverse. Dave, still 2 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal.
Now, one thing I find very interesting is that Jude decided to not bring in the Meridian Pathway in this matchup.
Okay.
Deciding to bring in the Quick Dodge Flexors, anticipating maybe some more go wide shenanigan.
So Quick Dodge Flexors, the new boots, generic, that was included in the Hunted. Okay, here he goes.
So it looks like Traverse is being postured to be blocked.
Is
on
that
this.
another truce?
Yeah, it's the Traverse, the Manifestations, the Grain that tips the scales, and a man, I already forgot.
It's a truce.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, and he has a Fate Foreseen.
okay. So is prepared for all of the eventualities that could come from this. Okay.
This is going to go ahead. Of course,
piercing.
the Hunter's Clave will have piercing. Jude planning with that Fate Foreseen in hand,
Yeah.
where the piercing won't matter for this chain link.
Stupid daggers. I mean, they got a call for a reason. Yeah. Not this one.
Sounds like Manifestations is going to be the goal of this turn. Does Dave have an answer in his hand? I mean, Mark of the Black Widow still has to punch through all this Spectral Shield, all this ward.
Yeah, I believe Jude could probably keep a decent amount of the
I think
cards in
so.
his hand. With the Fate Foreseen blocking the rest of this. And he's
There it
deciding
is.
not to. He's just deciding to let all of his ward take this instead. Save the rest of the cards in his hand in case there are any other threats
Pain in the backside.
Take two and then get stabbed. Take
All right. Finally taking some damage. Marking.
Or did you take the like?
I hit.
What did you
I hit once for you,
Just for this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then the other two from this. Yep. Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay, remarked.
Okay. Just making sure that they understand
Hunter's Clave for 1.
that a dagger has hits.
Oh, actually, you'll draw your card now. Oh wait, doesn't.
Second Hunter's Clave coming through. We'll get rid of the mark and then remark. Still one card in hand, and I believe I saw the Codex of Frailty get drawn off the ponder from the previous turn.
Yeah. Very scary.
And
Probably
Dave-
another infect or something like that.
And Dave would be very happy to just pull another infect in that case.
Dude, probably reticent to let this one hit for fear of the draw to draw the card off the Savor Bloodshed, but doesn't want to put anything in front of it because it's only a 1. You know, after
And I believe he should have already drawn a card from the pain in the backside, made one of his daggers hit.
yeah, but he wasn't marked at that point.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
Yeah, so now he's marked, and
So
now
this will be the draw.
Now he's drawing off this
Okay,
Savor
so
Bloodshed.
2 cards in the hand, 1 card in arsenal, potential Codex in arsenal, and a Codex in hand. That's not very helpful here. He
Yes.
has nothing to pitch into, as he's already attacked with both daggers this
Okay.
turn.
So kind of a bad draw.
Mark the prey.
And this one, potentially on hit go again. This Mark the Prey. Off of the Arachne Marionette ability. But Jude has the cover for this.
He does have the Fate Foreseen that he's been holding in his hand
Yeah.
for this whole turn.
Really did not want to use it
If he
early.
if he lets this hit, it's so bad. Dave's going to have the Codex.
We'll have to discard the other codex, though.
That is true. Jude doesn't know that, but for Dave, discarding a Codex to play a Codex is not an amazing play.
He's going to do it.
Although Jude's down to 16.
Yeah, Jude really wants to keep this hand in order to play.
And the Mark the Prey is going to remark Jude after hitting, which means that anything he gets off this Codex is just going to get +1 and go again from the Arachne Marionette ability as well.
Jude at half of Dave's life right now.
And you have to think that it's just going to be that infect again.
And it is.
Jude getting put through the Blood Rot Blender. 3rd turn in a row he's faced with this on hit.
Finally committing this defensive card. Was really hoping to save all of it for this Manifestation Samira guy. There it is.
Yeah, but now that everything is face up, Jude feels comfortable blocking with his Fate Foreseen. No tricks, no special Blood Rot. He gets to play out this Manifestations and not have to worry about paying anything additional on the turn.
What do we got?
Correct.
3.
3 should be Orb Weaver? Yes, it is Arachne Orb Weaver.
Discard an assassin card equip a graphene
Calicera.
Calicera.
So Dave still has both daggers. That won't
Be
really
particularly
do
relevant.
anything.
Yeah.
So Orb Weaver, not the best in this situation.
Okay. Jude doing a lot of things at instant speed? No. Choosing not to. Dave pondering. Jude, 4 cards in hand. One of them a chi.
One of them a chi, one of them a manifestations, and he can play the manifestations, attack with it.
There it is.
He'll have the grain that tips the scale to bring it over by 1 and transcend again, should he choose. He can tunic to attack with it for this turn.
The frailty, kind of a... Oh my gosh, just hit all the truces early.
This will be manifestations for 7 go again. And this is the turn that Jude has to push a lot of damage or force any defensive options from Dave. If Jude could keep this around for a couple more turns, he could be in the driver's seat to win this game.
Okay, yeah, can you feel that?
And it looks like both players talking with the judge in the room. Potentially maybe having a question.
Should be able to do it because if you're playing Levaya, and you're trying to get the redeem and consume from your inventory, that means you're doing something illegal if you're not. But you should be able to.
Yeah, no, I think.
A lot of thought going into this play. Dave with a considerable life lead.
Assassin yet.
But Jude, I mean, illusionists. Life, definitely a resource. Once they put something on the field that you cannot bust through, the game kind of changes.
And I think on this next turn is the turn that we are going to see the block with those quick dodge flexors. He's going to use every ounce of resource he has to make sure that this manifestations does not get hit.
And then they swung for 25, and then I swung for 20, and then on the third turn I beat them because I swung for 20.
Well, it's very deceiving. It's like it definitely is like an error. It's like people make fun of me if I lose to Marionette. Hello.
Hello. Hi, am I allowed to look at my sideboard?
You are not allowed to play side.
How does Levia transform?
How's Levaya transport? Are you asking for the card text on?
No, I want to know how you mechanically do that if you're not allowed to look.
Both players have some sort of question they seem to be
Yeah,
talking with
I
each
think
other.
there's
Can I look at my inventory?
I think there's a judge call going on.
The resolution of her trigger effect is a meta effect.
Okay. Cool. In that case,
A lot of Dave fans in the chat. Hoping for a Dave win.
yeah, I'll take 7.
He did it last round.
Yep, you got shenanigans.
Can he do it again against Enigma?
Ooh, so the grain that tips the scale is going to pump this back up to 8. It's going to transcend. Jude now able to use that to make another spectral shield, which will be able to attack for free.
After this ward. Okay,
Oh,
Astral
and it's the
Etching.
astral etchings. It's going to add 3 counters. It's going to bring this up to 14.
What the? Huge turn for Jude. A 14 attack, almost equalizing the life deficit. The challenge is that's a ward. That's a big ward that can easily be popped by something like the Graphene Calicera
Or the
or
flick
any of
knives.
the flick knives.
Now he does have the spectral shield.
Has the
to
spectral shield
soak up
protector, yeah.
any shenanigans, rogue shenanigans from the assassin. But if Jude can hold on to this manifestations for another turn,
Yeah.
this swings the game in his favor immediately.
And is happy to use all of his cards to save it. He has a tunic counter to just swing it next turn as well. This is a big bonk. And Dave's going to take all of it.
Yep, down to 18, and then one poke
One poke,
from
just
the
for
Spectral
one,
Shield.
because of the frailty.
So all of a sudden, Jude has pretty much evened up the life totals. What seemed to be a huge life lead for Dave has all but shrunk.
What is Jude thinking? Has a go again, but nothing really to do with it.
Nothing left. Just
Yeah.
taking a look at the board, seeing what all he has, what all he needs.
So
Hoping
Clearly-
to draw some defensive cards on this turn.
wanted to keep all of those cards so that he could also play that Astral Etchings to really beef this, really
Think-
juice this Manifestations of Mirror guy.
I think Jude drew one Transcend card in the hand. We'll see if that no block makes a difference, although it might have been that drop in the ocean, which can shore up the dagger attack,
Yeah.
reducing it to 0.
And then can use it if he has another blue that he can play as a chi in order to pay into the quick dodge flexors. All right, starting off, classic dagger.
So Jude's got to decide, does he start using the flexors now, or does he try to save them to see if anything else? Because once he uses it, he has to use it the rest of the turn before he loses it. So it'll be interesting to see how Jude manages to effectively use these new legendary boots from the Hunted. All he has to do is keep that manifestations around. Attack for 14 more. Put Dave at a very perilous life total.
If he's able to, yeah, you're absolutely right. If he's able to keep this Manifestations alive, that's almost all of Dave's life gone.
Ooh, he has a Tarantula Toxin. That is a really good card here. If Jude says no blocks and wants a Spectral Shield to cover it up, the Tarantula Toxin is going to give it +3, which means it'll go over the shield and straight into the Manifestations of Mirror guy unless Jude has some other option.
Has the -1, and then could use the quick dodge flexors. There it is, Tarantula Toxin. Attack reactions.
Does Jude have the defense reaction, or is he going to have to... Ooh, looks like he has
The new defense react?
the new defense react into the drop in
Wow.
the ocean.
Nice.
Going to reduce it by 3 and then defend for 3. He'll also be able to transcend from this.
This is put in context. Into drop in the ocean.
Oh, we're seeing the flick knives come through here in response to the drop in the ocean. It's only going to take the Spectral Shield away. Jude does have those arm pieces to make a Spectral Shield should he decide to use them. He can also remake the Spectral Shield off the chi he just made.
They have 2 cards in hand to try to bust through this Manifestations of Mirror guy.
And now, since there's a empty equipment weapon slot,
Yeah.
Dave can make the Graphene Calicera, and then that will attack for 5 go again because He is marked, and it actually will give it +3. This Calicera will be coming in for 8. It's much harder to block. Riku, this is the first round of the top 8.
So quarterfinals of top 8 here at Game Guys. 75-person RTN in Houston, Texas. Dave Cordero, Arachne Marionette, Jude Vergara. I think both were at 6-1 coming into top.
Now, it looks like this Graphene Calicera is not represented correctly. Orb Weaver should have given the next attack with Stealth +3, and the Orb Weaver Spinneret should have also given it +3.
Has he used the once per turn instant? I don't believe he has.
He did to make this Calicera.
No, he used the Orb Weaver Spinneret to make the Calicera.
Oh, okay.
So it's coming in for 4.
For damage.
4 damage.
Has the flexors if he has to use them.
Okay. I think they're getting a talking to about timing, maybe? Or maybe tokens.
Verify what I think I already know. Cool.
Okay. Dave taking a quick peek at his deck box. I mean, can Jude even block this? Chi in hand, 2 other cards. Can pitch, obviously, into the quick dodge flexors and give it another card, but I don't think Jude's making it out with this Manifestations of Mirror guy.
Looks like the Enigma Chimera is going to be the block. Will he decide to use the arm piece to make the Spectral Shield, or is he going to go ahead and pitch a blue into those flexors to cover this up?
Here we go, flexors.
All right, we are seeing those quick dodge flexors cover the rest of this up. Every point of resource Jude has this turn is going to...
Okay, now he's...
Ooh, it's going to be backstab for 6.
Backstab for 6.
No defense reactions can be played. If there is a 3 block in the hand for Jude, he can block 3, use the flexors for 2, and then the arm piece for 1.
But backstab means no defense reaction cards can be played, so can still use the equipment.
Yes, because it is not a card you are playing.
Yeah,
it's an
I
ability
think that's
you are
exactly.
activating.
I think that's exactly what they're asking the judge right now. So, if we imagine Jude's hand is a 3 block, which it may not be, he can cover this up with the Calming Breeze and his whatever his arm is called.
It is the 3 block.
Yeah.
So it is going to be the Spectral Shield off the arm piece plus the Quick Dodge Flexors.
Plus the Quick Dodge Flexors.
To cover this up. And then he
Yeah.
has the Tunic into the Manifestations for another 14
Another 14 damage.
And then I think after that, you can give up the Manifestations. It's done its work.
Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Jude, every resource to keep this Manifestations alive.
He played that turn so well to make sure that he could block everything. He used all the equipment he had to. He used every single card of his hand perfectly, and now it is 14.
14 damage.
Coming at Dave.
And Dave, 4 cards in hand now. Last time he had 5 with the Arsenal. Only 4 cards.
But do you go to 2? Can you even risk going, or I guess at 3 at this point? And if you block, then it's going to get harder to
break through.
break through. So do you just take the on hit?
Jude, and obviously Dave, to just like eke out every point of damage that he could.
Yeah, he had the reactions on the dagger. He had the other dagger, and he just pushed every awkward breakpoint that he could to try to push through the hand of Jude. But he just had the perfect response for everything.
Next turn, though, it should be easier to get through because he doesn't have the equipment suite anymore.
But you don't need to. If you pump up an attack and swing it, Jude is happy to let go of that manifestation.
Yes,
It
yeah.
did its job.
It really did its job.
And taking your opponent to 3 means that anything you play on a later turn is going to be even worse for your opponent.
Manifestations of Miragai, really good card. Assassins, I've had trouble with Illusionists before.
Pick to pieces coming through.
You gotta do what you gotta do, man.
The one downside about getting rid of those arm piece, though, is that now he has no protection against flick knives. Unless he can play an aura from hand to soak it up. There's nothing that Jude can do to stop the manifestation from going down this turn. And honestly, now that you're at a 13 life lead, do you even care?
This is where Jude can start playing the Kodachi game plan. Spectral Shield. All you need is one.
It's the hope that's the killer.
Jude probably going to want to cover this particular pick to pieces. Jude probably thinking about all the value that he could get if...
But he also has to think that there's, you know, he got lucky the last turn, used every resource and was able to stop all the on hits, all the damage. This time he may not be as lucky, so he really needs to consider just giving it up, taking the damage, using his 4-card hand to leverage his life lead, and just try to poke Dave's life total down with whatever he has left. I see
No blocks.
Is that another, potentially another manifestations, a rising sun, setting moon? Jude has a way to transcend that rising sun, setting moon and play the other manifestations. Then Dave would be in a very bad spot. Jude really thinking about what he can do on this turn to try to keep it alive if he can. Although I think that he's going to decide that he no longer needs the manifestations. It's done its job and he will just let it go.
Looks like some of the other top 8 games have concluded. We'll try to give you the results there once we hear them.
Stains of the Redback going to pump this up to 8. Costing 1 less because Jude is marked.
Gets go again.
Manifestations will go down.
But he's
Jude
taking all 8.
Going to 8. 8 to 3.
2 cards left in hand.
No longer marked is Jude. Looks like the Kiss of Death coming through to deal 3 with the on-hit and 1 card blocked with that Truce. After getting shuffled from the Traverse block, has come back.
Flick Knives.
Jude deciding if he wants to deploy a ward here to help cover up.
Marked again.
And this play, very good. He does lose his second Hunter's Clave, so marking Jude from here is going to be very difficult. But he will take 1 from the Flick Knives, which will push the Kiss of Death up 1.
Oh.
Take 1 from the Kiss
Take
of
up the
Death.
mantle.
Oh, and that's right.
I'm gonna play Take Up the Mantle on it as well. Do you have any response?
What's he choosing?
Maybe Infect. That seems to be the spice of life for this matchup.
Infect would be huge. Would really cripple. Oh, there it is. Infect giving it +3.
One thing to note is that Take Up the Mantle is a May ability. You don't have to banish a card. Dave looking through his graveyard, deciding if there's anything in the situation that can push the damage through at this point.
I don't think there is.
Yeah. I'm gonna decline to banish a card.
Yeah, looks like they're cleaning up. It's going to 7. This is not hitting whatever it ended up being.
You're still marked.
And Arachne Marionette ability. What do we see?
It's going to be 3 again,
gonna
it
be
looks
Orb?
like. So Orb Weaver comes back out.
Pretty good one, considering Dave just used his second Hunter's Clave. Oh, Phantasmaclasm!
Ooh. Infect, Pain in the Backside, Mark the Prey, and a Razor's Edge going to be the hand here.
What do you pick here?
Maybe a 3-block. Try to make your opponent draw more 2-blocks. The Pain in the Backside is a 2-block. Or do you get rid of the Razor's Edge so that you know exactly what the hand will have? Of course, he will be drawing a new card. You never know what that one could be. If he's worried about the Infect, he can also go that route. The Pain in the Backside is less bad now that there are no more Hunter's Claves.
Yes.
So it might be a choice between the Razor's Edge or the Infect here.
I think Razor's Edge, probably a good choice. Then you kind of know you're not worried too much about getting blown up by an attack reaction. Life totals, Dave at 3, Jude at 7 on Enigma. We've got 100 people, over 100 people watching. Top 8 of Blood on the Bayou, 3. A Houston Road to Nationals. Top 8 quarterfinals. We'll have semifinals next. Jude really having a think about what he wants to bottom here. Pain in the Backside, also easy go again.
That is true.
And
Looks
yeah.
like it will be the Razor's Edge. But this is coming in for 9.
Dave has to block, has a lot of blocking equipment.
So one thing to note is that Jude is marked. So if Dave blocks with a Mask of Deceit, he gets to choose which Agent of Chaos he gets to go into now. And if his hand benefits one over the other, he can go ahead and find whichever agent most benefits him this turn.
He drew a Bonds of Agony.
It is a blue that will fuel his turn. He can choose to not go into a different form other than Orb Weaver, as the Graphene Callisteras will have go again since he is marked. Getting 2 of those could be very good. He's going to have to commit at least 2 cards if he does not want to commit every piece of equipment he has.
5.
Trigger mask of deceit.
Oh, and he might be actually going to get trapdoor here.
Trapdoor.
So it is going to be Arachne Trapdoor. He's going to go search his deck for a trap. That way he gets to keep a 3-card hand going into this turn, rather than having to block with an additional card.
What a heads-up play.
Okay, if this card face down, if it's a trap, make this turn. And it's a trap.
Lair of the Spider. Just trying.
3-card hand. We know it's a pain in the backside and infect.
Chapter doesn't have any of the pump stuff, right?
And now
The ability is entirely to go get this.
the Mark the Prey are the 3
Yes.
cards left in hand.
Yes. And Jude knows this too.
Tunic's going to be used on the Graphene Calicera. Going to have go again here.
Might just want to let it hit. Let the mark fall off.
Yep, now that he's under the guise of the trapdoor, he basically has no hero ability, so all this damage is face up. Jude knows exactly what he's working with.
Yeah.
He could afford to take this, take the on-hit, block the infect, and then have a 3-card hand to swing back with.
Has
He has a
Has a defense
levels,
reaction.
a sync.
and a codex. Or not a codex. Command and Conquer.
Dave will most likely Arsenal this turn, unless Dave decides that he really needs to break snaps here and go extra wide.
And he might
He might just to force
just
extra
to force
cards from
extra
hand.
cards out of his hand.
Does Jude think that he might have to sink?
I mean, all these cards block. Sinking into something that doesn't block could be very bad.
So it's going to be the infect for 3. It's going to warrant a block. If you block with the sink below here, Dave might try to go a little bit wider on the turn.
There it is. Choosing to sink.
And that is what the play will be.
There it is.
Snaps into Mark the Prey. It's going to get the block off of one of those 2 cards. Unfortunately, Jude just not going to have a turn
Could you just take this?
unless he just takes this. And he might have to.
You do not want to give Dave cards to play with here.
Yeah, if you block, all you're doing is arsenaling and passing, and that's going to give Dave the 4-card tempo. And with all the tricks the Assassins have, that may not be the best play. At least throwing that CNC is going to force 1 card and possibly the last 2 equipment from Dave.
Yeah.
And a 3-card Arachne hand is a lot easier to deal with than a 4-card Arachne hand.
Jude probably trying to think of kind of what other non-blocks he has in his hand, or has in his deck that could possibly lose this game for him. This red line Arachne Marionette. Very powerful. Has gotten Dave all the way to top 8.
And he is just trying to stay as aggressive as possible. Don't give this Enigma any room to breathe, as he is just piling on the pressure.
Oh, he's blocking.
And it looks like Jude's decided that he wants to block this turn. And this is going to give Dave all the tempo.
4 cards to use.
Hands.
Jude gonna Arsenal. Don't forget your tunic. Thank you. Arsenaling this Levels of Enlightenment. And now, Dave, 4 cards. Arachne Marionette. CNC.
So this is also another interesting situation where now with no more Hunter's Claves, what more can you do as Arachne Marionette?
Yeah.
You've lost your easiest ability to mark.
He can't use his dagger because it doesn't have go again.
It won't have go again, so he's forced to play his hand. So if his hand has multiple attack actions and not any reactions, then he's not doing anything for the turn,
Yeah.
which gives Jude the tempo back.
Okay. Over pitching into this Command and Conquer.
Yeah, seeing as there's nothing else he can do on the turn, he's just trying to buy a couple cards from Jude.
Does Dave have anything that can buff this Command and Conquer? I do not think so.
I don't believe so. Jude just trying to
Just-
look through just to make sure.
Just to make sure.
Looks like Enigma Chimera and Phantasmaclasm will be the block. It looks like there's another Manifestations of Mirror guy in the hand.
Has the levels.
Levels of Enlightenment in the arsenal.
Could go wide. Tunic.
Tunic to 3. If there's a Transcend in the hand for Jude. Oh, he drew a Chi.
Drew the Chi.
Right on the Tunic turn. This is going to be the Manifestations for 8. Go again.
Ow.
And now you're at the point you have to commit 2 cards to this, plus equipment if you want to live.
Plus at least 1, yeah. Jude Vergara off the back of Miragai, not totally gone when Dromai left.
And this
Has
is so
really-
good because this is also a huge piece of ward
Huge piece of ward.
for whenever Dave tries to crack back that Jude can leverage for a 4-card hand of his own. This completely changes the tempo of the game.
Jude firmly in the lead now with this big dragon illusion. 2 cards, 1 piece of equipment, probably the flick knives, or 3 cards.
Dave put in the worst possible spot in this situation.
Wants to keep the flick knives.
I mean, it's his only out.
I guess he really wants to keep it in
He's gonna
case
block
Jude ever goes
7.
down to 1.
Go to 1.
Jude still has that levels in Arsenal. Dave down to 2 cards in hand. Or Weaver.
Weaver Spinneret.
Okay.
Equipping another Graphene Calycera. Pain in the backside coming in for 3.
Doesn't have stealth, doesn't get the buff from Orb Weaver Spinneret.
We can only assume there's a stealth card in the arsenal, considering there's none floating to attack with the Graphene. He has a Command and Conquer, a Fate Foreseen, a couple other cards we can't quite see. We know he has the levels of Enlightenment.
Both these players really pushing it to the limit. Jude on the cusp.
This is an interesting situation. If Jude does not block, then Dave can flick knives and try to target down that manifestations. And then if he does block, he can still do the same play, and then his next attack with stealth will be buffed from the Orb Weaver Spinneret, which will still force cards from Jude's hand. So this is still a very good 2-card play off of Dave here. Really showing why he wanted to keep the flick knives in this particular case.
Yeah. Here it goes.
It's going to be the 3-block.
Okay.
Oh, it's just
Just
going to
going
be the
into-
mark of the Black Widow, still holding that flick knives.
Jude has to block. Or can block with the tunic and go down to 1.
Yeah, he's not marked, so no on hit. This is just vanilla damage.
There it is.
Covering
Fate
up
for
part of
scene.
it with that Fate for Scene there. But the play from Jude is just going to be,
Send to CNC.
well, he has the levels in Arsenal that he can do with Go Again if he pitches a blue. So he can throw
Yeah.
3 from the levels into 6 with the CNC is
There
going
it
to
is.
force Dave to give up 3
Had
cards.
another defense reaction.
Deciding not to use it.
Can Dave block 9 and still pressure Jude
It
on
looks
4
like
life?
Looks like he can. Razor's Edge going to be committed here. Command and Conquer is the follow-up. Think he did have a Persuasive Prognosis in hand. This has just been a roller coaster of a game. From Jude taking a significant amount of damage to
Down.
setting up that manifestations, bringing it all the way back into losing it again, into finding the second one at the
Yeah.
perfect time with the chi.
Here we go. Had a 2 block in there.
Ooh, the
Codex, the
of
Blood Rot.
One card left in hand.
Dave, is he going to pass? Arsenal.
Passing. Another Codex of Blood Rot. Another 2-block.
Jude would love to see a chi here to just really poke away at this hand. Tunic. He remembered.
Never forgetting the basics.
Enlightened Strike can go wide. Give me 2 cards.
Trying to decide what is he going to get rid of.
Go again. 5. Give him 2 cards. Oh, trapdoor!
Layer of the trapdoor coming through, or under the trapdoor rather.
Has go again. Is getting marked.
Oh, it's another Enlightened Strike in hand. He can E-Strike for 7 after this.
7.
Oh no, he's got to have another D-React, and he doesn't.
Enlightened.
Jude Bagara takes it over Dave in a spectacular fashion. What a back and forth game this was.
Great job to both players Jude advances to the semifinals. The top 8, Blood on the Bayou 3, Road to Nationals.
Man,
Great game.
What an amazing game that was.
Just thinking, Jude down half, 32 to 16, just really went all in on this one Manifestations of Mira guy
For 14.
for 14 through a frailty, right? Really pushing it. And then Dave on the crackback trying to. Jude's now going to Vegas. Yeah, that was a great game. And then Dave really pushing Jude to the final resource to keep that Manifestations alive. And Jude did it.
But Dave showing that Arachne Marionette is very powerful in this meta, showing that it's got both the damage and the on hits, a little mix of both. Dave played this game insanely well,
Yeah.
and I think it was just a little bit of unluck on his side
Yeah.
that turned the favor over to Jude's side.
Was still in it until the very end when Jude miraculously had another
He
Manifestations.
top decked the
with the chi.
Manifestation with the Chi off the shuffle from the Traverse.
Yeah. Incredible
is-
game. That was our first quarterfinals of our top 8 here at Blood on the Bayou, Houston, Texas, Road to Nationals. I think all the other games are done, so we'll probably have set up very quickly
We'll
and
try
be right
to,
back.
Yeah, try to update the graphic for everyone so everyone can see who all is advancing, and then we will go through and be right back. So give us just a couple minutes.
See you soon.
Deeply ashamed. But I changed my mind about how I sideboard this matchup with one card. I'm definitely bringing in Inertia Trap next time because I wanted to walk with that, get the Inertia Trap, and then give you an Inertia.
It's really good because a lot of the times I would just arsenal the react along with the
Yeah.
Mega. So it's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah. But I was like,
If you
I don't
hadn't
remember.
forced me to give you the fate for scene, I would have it would have gotten my arsenal for sure.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if I had that or if it was just Morg traps. I think it was just.
So you mean to have them in or you didn't?
I try to play not many reacts against you because
No,
I'm trying to apply pressure, but I think 2 is fine.
At the very least.
changed everything. We're good to go.
Yeah. Welcome back to Blood on the Bayou here in Houston, Texas. Blood on the Bayou 3, Road to Nationals.
Semi-final match.
Semi-final match.
Jose Garcia versus Emmett Luna. This
Yeah.
is Aurora versus Kano.
Aurora versus Kano. The other side of the bracket is Jude Vergara, who we just saw on Enigma, versus Miles Shortgun, also on Aurora. I know this is his, I think, first top 8. This is the best he's ever done. So looking forward to seeing him if he makes it through Enigma, Jude. But now we have Jose Garcia, who we've seen a couple times on stream now. Lost both times, unfortunately, on Aurora.
He said when I asked him, he said that I lost on the other side twice today, so I'm going to sit on this side.
Okay, great. Hopefully this other side gives him a little more luck. But Jose, tough competitor, lost twice on stream, still made it into top 8. Beat, I think, William Warnick, the first seed. He was 8th seed, and he won to make it to the semifinals versus Emmett Luna. Emmett Luna, a Houston local, Kano player through and through, has been playing Kano for at least since as far as I've known him.
Ever.
And we started playing, I think, around Monarch. So he's been playing Kano quite a while. Knows the deck.
You can expect a lightning fast gameplay from the Aurora in a blazing victory from the Kano here as they extend the fist bump to get this game started.
Emmett beat out a Jarl to get here. So definitely this is going to be a different game or a different type of matchup, but Emmett knows what he's doing on Kano.
And one thing to note is we have the telematic lens as the headpiece for Kano this time around. Normally we see the Ragamuffins hat be the option of choice.
He just wants that extra opt.
Most likely looking to find one of those perfect cards for the situation.
Is that a time snap or
that is
energy
an
potion?
energy potion.
Yeah. Energy potion, alt art. And we know what Jose is going to do. He's going to send some 0 for Fars. This one, Entwine Lightning.
Now, of course, Kano starting at 30 life instead of the 40. It's going to be very difficult for him to hold on to his life total against Aurora, who is just going to keep swinging these 0 for 4s.
Here we go. Cindering Foresight.
Oh, I didn't know you could play. I thought you could always play it.
What will be the play? It is Arcane Barrier 2 on the side of Jose, with those Shock Charmers providing him with an additional 2 Spell Void should he need it.
Welcome back again to the Flesh and Blood Road to Nationals here in Houston. We're here, top 8, semifinals. Emmett Luna on Kano, Jose Garcia on Aurora. Emmett already down to 22 life.
Deciding after the opt here that he wants to keep everything in his hand.
Flittering Charge. Another 0 for 4.
The Aether Arc being committed to the block.
So just looking at Jose's equipment suite, Balance of Justice, getting him an extra card when he needs it.
Yeah, the Open the Floodgates is going to be kind of the new combo card with Kano now that we don't have the tomes anymore. So drawing off of the Open the Floodgates is going to help Jose get an extra card to help AB and stem the bleeding from the big turn from Kano.
And then otherwise, it's the Dyadic Carapace and the Shock Charmers. Burn Up Shock is the response.
Now this is interesting. No Go Again on the hand. It looks like it's a Flittering Charge with no instant and Exude Confidence. This Arc Lightning will give one of those cards Go Again. It's 2 cards out of the hand for Jose. It's always very sketchy. The more you commit, the more the Kano just looks at you and waits.
E-Strike already has go again. Emmett says, I'm not using any of these cards on defense.
And it looks like we're going to draw
He's
here.
going in.
The Telematic Lens is the response. Not many people know what this card does, and it's an oldie. And if you play Blaze, then you might have seen it.
Here we go.
Here comes
Aether Spindle.
Spindle for 5. It's going to allow him
Jose,
to
not
opt.
many options here. Emmett knows exactly what the next cards in his deck are going to be.
He knows what the next 5 cards of his deck are going to be. And that gives him plenty of options of how he wants to do this game plan. It looks like the opt of all 5 to the bottom might be the call here.
Doesn't like any of them.
We see Kendall and another energy potion in hand. Emmett just cannot block with the rest of his hand. He has no blocking equipment. He is forced to just take this. This is going to be 9 and 2, 4. Actually, if Jose had enough damage to threaten lethal, he would just kill Emmett. The fact that he can't block on anything.
Uh-oh. Another Flittering Charge.
Flittering charge with the somersault.
Yeah, Flitter. And then is he going to play out the Flittering Charge again? He is.
Wow, Jose just had it?
And now Emmett forced to go. Doesn't like any of the cards on top of his deck. Here we
Well,
go.
I guess he does get to draw a card off the Kindle.
Could use it to just block.
I think
And he
that's what
does.
he's going to do.
Yeah, there it is. Doesn't.
Blazing Aether is the block. He is forced to commit to that as he would have just died if he didn't.
Yeah.
Emmett still that card in arsenal as he passes back.
Not going to be able to use it. Blazing Aether, not one you want to block with.
So Lightning Surge is the play. Emmett, not a ton of options. If he blocks this out, he'll have no cards to combo with, so he's forced to go here. He does have the 2 energy potions plus a Spellfire Cloak.
Let's see what he gets. Another card.
Ooh, the Whispers of the Oracle. He's
Definitely
gonna let
something
him
he likes.
opt a couple more cards. Doesn't seem to like any of them.
Probably an Aether Wildfire in his
Keeping
arsenal.
1 on top.
Unfortunately, because he's forced to go at this point in time, Jose, 3 cards in hand.
3 cards in the hand. He has the Balance of Justice. Should Emmett draw 2 cards?
Okay, blocking. Isn't this the problem with
And that
Emmett?
is
That was
it.
Couldn't find a dang thing off the top of his deck. Not exactly how you want a quarterfinal match to go. It took, what, 4 minutes?
That was definitely a lightning fast gameplay from both of these players. Unfortunately, Emmett not finding his power cards to really blaze through this matchup and instead getting got out by the Aurora Shooting Star.
Jose, obviously, maybe it was the right side that he needed to be on.
Yeah, I guess changing the seat that he sat in on stream really does give him the better luck.
Yeah. Emmett knows how to play this deck. Got to quarterfinals on Kano.
Just the draws weren't there.
Draws weren't there. Jose
That
a little
turn-
too fast.
The turn with the 2 no blocks where he just took so much damage.
He
Went
did-
from 19 to 4 basically.
Yeah, he did not want to get that low on that turn. And unfortunately, Jose just had the cards that would kill him.
What a very fast game this is. You just want to. I guess there's not a whole lot to talk about.
Not a whole lot to talk about.
Aurora did what Aurora does, throws her 0 for 4s
Yes.
as fast as she can.
Yeah.
And the Kano tried their best at throwing some arcane damage back and
Yeah.
stemming the bleeding, and they just didn't find what they needed.
I mean, you saw the Emmett looked at, I think, opted
Yeah, he
5,
opted 5.
and then 4, and didn't like any except one card. So
Yeah, he opted the centering force sight to get opt 3. He opted 5 off the Aether Spindle.
yeah.
He opted 4 or 3 off the Whispers of
Whispers.
the Oracle.
2
Just-
off the tome or off the lens.
Just trying to find everything he needs to successfully take down this game. And, I mean, he was just showing the cards to the top of this deck. That first Aether Wildfire was another 10 cards down. He was just very unlucky in finding his power card.
So, Kano giveth, Kano taketh away. Sometimes he just does not get there.
He is the wizard of the top deck,
Yeah.
and the top deck was not there to benefit him.
So, that means Jose Garcia on Aurora
Moves to the
finals. We've seen him 3 times here in the stream room. Will be there for a 4th time. Aurora.
I'm sure he's going to try to pick that same seed again.
He probably will. Now we're just waiting on Jude Vergara and Miles Shortgen.
And it is the Enigma
versus Aurora. So after all of this, we've watched a lot of gameplay between aggro decks and disruption decks, and we saw the disruptive decks kind of win out.
But now there's none left.
Now there's none left. You've got Enigma, not really a disruptive deck.
No, she's more of an aggro deck, I would say.
And then just Kano and Auroras. So looking forward to seeing who wins in that game between Jude and Miles. We will be back with that game once it's done.
We're going to take a look, and as soon as it finishes,
we'll be back here.
Update everything, give y'all. I guess y'all don't have to see the bracket, but we'll still show it to y'all.
Yeah.
And then we will get on with the final match of Blood on the Bayou. The third one. We have such a great time today.
Yes.
75 players, or really 79 signed up, but 75 players total. We are so proud of the community for helping, grow this big event into what it is today, and everyone who's participated in helping it grow has done a fantastic job. So we will see y'all in a couple minutes. We're just going to check up on that game.
Yeah, see you soon. Hello, welcome back to Blood on the Bayou. Sorry for the
That game
long
took
break.
a
The loud-
little bit longer than the stream game.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. The Kano Aurora game that took 5 minutes.
Versus the
Enigma
Aurora
game that went the entire, I think, 50. That kind of they were. I mean, obviously they could have gone longer, but we've been here for a while. We started today, 75 people at noon here in Houston.
And now
It's 10:30.
only 2 remain.
And only 2 remain. We have, and we'll go to the bracket, Jose Garcia and Jude Vergara. Jude, we have seen at the semifinals, or at the quarterfinals on Enigma. Jose, we've seen multiple times today. Aurora, 4 times we've seen Jose. They are, I think, setting up. They've got the judge in there with them. And this will be the last game of Blood on the Bayou 3.
This will determine the winner.
The bloodiest of the persons on the Bayou.
This is not only going to be the invite. This will be the gold.
No,
foil,
top 4 got invites to Nationals.
But this will be the gold foil
And a case.
The whole case. Second place, of course, getting half a case.
Okay. Give us 1 second as we change the names of the players. Jose picking the side that he won on last time.
Deciding that the left side is his good side.
Left side is his good side. Jude, I believe, won on this right side, so
So both players on their good side.
on their good side.
It's going to be a testament to both players'
Fortitude.
mental fatigue.
Yeah.
You know, these players have been playing since noon today. It is 10:30, 10 and a half hours of Flesh and Blood. This is their, 7 and 3?
It'll be their 10th game.
Yeah, their 10th game.
10th game of Flesh and Blood. These Enigma games do not go slowly.
And Enigma is
Or
not,
go quickly.
and this Enigma deck is
Okay, cool. Will was on Azalea. That's great. So our top 8, 2 Auroras, Azalea, Jarl, Kano, Vincent, Enigma, and Arachne Marionette. Lot of diversity. Aurora made it to the end. Jude Vergara, Enigma.
Jose Garcia Aurora. This game is about to get underway. Jude just playing against an Aurora in the semifinals.
Went all the way down to, I think, 2 life to 4 life. It was really close game. Jude probably doesn't have to sideboard.
Yeah, knowing that he's just going to be playing against the same hero once again.
And, we talked to Jose earlier. This was his first day. He picked up this deck today. And now taking it all the way to the finals. Let's go, Jude. Jude, a local here in Houston. Would love to see another local take it. Last Blood on the Bayou was also taken by a local, Michael Ramsey. The previous one taken by a local, Jaden. Both of those guys, Michael couldn't make it today. Jaden scrubbed out in the 4th round, I think. We saw him win the first round, but then he lost.
He did
So now,
ask if we liked his spice, and we said yes.
yes. But now we got Jude. And he's going to take his time shuffling. We've got some Jose fans.
We've got some Jude fans.
We've got some Jude fans,
This
cheer
is
for
it.
your guys. This is it.
This is the last
This is
round.
the last
This is when everyone has to get hyped up. We have been here all day.
All
setting
day.
up for this exact moment.
Yes.
And we are going to watch this game with excitement. Both of these players have shown exceptional skill in their deck piloting.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to Miles earlier. He just started playing. He got to top 4. Just wanted to tell his parents that, he's pretty good at this game. So very cool that he came all the way from DFW to make top 4. Now he's got a Nats invite. Really cool to see young people do really well in Flesh and Blood.
They're just going to get their deck shuffled up here, make sure everything is randomized as well as it can be. No clumps or lumps, no drawing 5 transcend cards in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. Jude very aware of the way that his deck needs to function. Jose kind of taking Jude's cue. I'm gonna pile shuffle too.
Just make sure I don't, both heroes play a lot of instants, a lot of no blocks. You don't want to get all those in the same hand.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
want
yeah.
your little mix, so make sure to get a good shuffle going.
So Jude's game against Miles really close. Jude very good at figuring out exactly how to protect the key wards and key kind of attacks that he's kind of put forward. Jose, I mean, we could just say it. I mean, he destroyed Emmett on Kano. Really just had it, and Kano did not. So we'll see how Jose does. There were 3 Enigmas in the day. I don't know if he went up against anyone. But we know Jude just took down an Aurora to get to this final round. Just a little bit more shuffling, and then we'll get started. Blood on the Bayou finals.
And Jude gets to decide
Yes.
who gets to go first or second.
Yes.
Since he is the higher seed.
What do you think he chooses here? Obviously, aggro decks love to go second.
He could choose to go first. He does have some no blocks and some ward, which could mean he wants to try to put that down first. But it does leverage a little bit better blocking if he chooses to go second here.
Do you recommend we switch
All right, here we go. Oh, they're going to pull up the app. Fab Life. Let's do it. Final round. Blood on the Bayou. The third.
And as the heroes present their armor and equipment, this marks the start of this final battle.
Fist
the
bump.
Fist bump to start it all. Hands are drawn. It is time to finish this thing. One will be the victor.
So they're playing for a gold foil and 2 extra boxes. The winner gets a case and the gold foil. Second place, 2 boxes of
It looks
the
like
hunted.
Jude decided that he will be going first as the tunic counter will be placed on his tunic.
There you go.
Maybe hoping for that turn 0 truce.
Thanks again for sticking around. We have 88 people in the chat. A lot of you guys have been watching all day. I know Robert Ramsey was in here earlier. Really happy to see you guys here. Happy to watch this final game with you guys. Blood on the Bayou. Jose looking a little tired. I mean, it has been a long, grueling day.
A long day.
And here we go. First attack of the final round. Enlightened Strike. Classic.
E-strike for 7. Just want to get as many cards out of the hand as possible. Try to get as many 0 for 4s out of that deck starting on turn 0. Every 0 for 4 is 1 less that it will have to deal with. Looks like it's going to be the block 9, and I believe there's a somersault in the hand. Yep.
He wants some of it back.
He
What does he want?
Choose which 2 he wants in this situation.
What do you choose here, Charles?
I would go E-strike Gone in a Flash, but
Yeah.
I think the 0 for 4s is what he's more wanting, and that is also a nice play, just making the embodiment, setting up.
There it
his
is.
next turn.
Okay. So he really just wanted it to pitch. Jose only picked this deck up today. Already found some really cool lines with it. On the first turn, getting an embodiment of lightning and blocking full.
Looks like it's going to be a Lightning Surge, Current Funnel, Lightning Press, and Channel Lightning Valley is the hand for Jose Garcia starting off the real turn of the game.
Found the channel, Lightning Valley.
Jude taking 4, going to 36. Jose drawing a card from the CLV.
But we saw from the last time we saw Jude really willing to take a lot of damage in order to set something up.
The Starfall for 2 go again. The 2 floating to set up the embodiment for next turn. And the Current Funnel keeping that Channel Lightning Valley around.
2 cards in hand.
It was like slow topic.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, it's a 4/6.
Looks like Jude does have a Transcend card in hand. Maybe trying to look for an opportunity to play it.
Scar for a scar.
Oh,
Oh,
I haven't
yeah,
like
sorry, I thought I heard
Yeah.
it. Yeah, you're good.
I was thinking no. I said no go.
Yeah.
And has the floating resources for an embodiment of lightning to bank for the next turn.
Jude just deciding to take 10 on this turn.
I think Jude wants to go to dinner. We have not had a dinner break. So maybe Jude, I'm going to play fast. I'm going to get this over with. I'm going to be aggro.
Now, June did say that he is a machine that works off of 1 meal. So if that's true, then
Okay.
I guess Jude is working at it. But it's going to be the Levels of Enlightenment pitching the first tenet of Chi. I believe we're going to see that Drain that tips the scales in response, going to give the Levels of Enlightenment +1. It's going to Transcend. And then we should see the Enigma activation at this point.
For the instant.
Getting 2.
Oh,
it's the manifestations
whoa.
of Miragai. No wonder he wanted to take 10 on this turn.
Awesome. Jose from College Station. Yeah, Jose had a couple bad beats early on in the stream, but had made it all the way to the finals. 8th seed coming into top 8. Up against Jude Vergara, 6th seed in the top 8. And now this is where Jude started clawing back with his Manifestations of Miragai.
So this is the 4 on the Levels of Enlightenment. Looks like Jose is just going to go ahead and take it, and then it could be the 8 is the follow-up with the Manifestations of Miragai. Really putting on the damage. Is going to fall all the way to 28. 2 cards in hand left for Jude. What does he want to play here? I think I actually saw another Manifestations of Miragai in his hand, if I'm not mistaken, and a Command and Conquer. So does he choose to give up the last Manifestations? Or the second Manifestations to throw the Command and Conquer into the Crown of Providence? Or does he choose to instead arsenal the Manifestations and then use the Traverse?
He's ready.
Oh, and it wasn't Manifestations. It was whichever one that yellow one is.
Yeah, the one that gets all of the tokens. All the counters, yeah. Command and Conquer is the move.
Restless Coalescence is the name of that card.
Restless Coalescence. All it does is buy the crown.
Although a 5-card hand with the Channel Lightning Valley for Jose
Very
Garcia.
scary.
Can Jude fend off this horde of damage that Jose will bring upon him and protect that Manifestations of Miragai?
The problem is, that's an Arc Lightning in hand.
Does have AB1.
It does have AB1, but, all that pinging is going to take down...
Ooh, and I saw a Shelter from the Storm in the hand.
Okay. Oh, of Jude?
Jude.
Okay, that would be huge. That would really protect this Manifestations of Miragai, at least from the arcane damage.
So we have a blue. It looks like he's just gonna
Okay,
use
just gonna
the
use the
blues.
truce to truce to pitch for the AB.
Oh, and I think he has a pummel in his hand. That's a red 2 block that you don't want to necessarily see in this situation.
It could always block, I think, one of the Starfalls if he has to block with it.
Jose still has 4 cards left to work with in this situation. Arc Lightning, of course, giving the next action card played go again. It looks like it's going to be the E-Strike mode, and most likely draw a card unless he just wants to try to push as much damage as possible. Three cards left in hand. What does Jude want to do? Is this the time that we use the quick dodge flexors? Tunic is coming up on 3 on next turn. If he can somehow give his whole hand to this turn and stop everything Jose has coming at him.
This is exactly what we saw against Arachne Marionette. I mean, he's going to try to keep this guy around as much as he can.
Yeah, one more hit from this Manifestations, and it has got its worth.
Value Town. Jude really thinking how he's going to avoid all of this arcane. He's going to try to stop it from drawing a card as well. But there's 3 more cards on the side of Jose. Always able to figure out an Arc Lightning in Line Strike play. I've seen it countless times from Jose. It just always seems to line up. Jude really thinking. And he's decided, I'm going to give the Traverse. I've already got a Chi in there. Let me get another resource card to try and protect this Manifestations.
Yeah, not only is it an extra resource to pitch to AB, if Jude decides that this is also the turn to use the quick dodge flexors,
Yeah.
that can help benefit in that way as well.
Or he might just have another Manifestations or something in his hand.
He could, and if that's the case, the next 0 for 4, this Manifestations will just eat, allowing him to just continue on the next turn.
Still a little scary. Jose with 3 cards in hand. Blocking the AB.
Tunic not on 2. Comet's
Ravenous.
Burn Up Shock in hand, which is not a very good offensive card in this particular situation.
Rabble. Rabble hitting the red. Maybe one of the ways that Jude really came away with the win in his match against Miles was that. Okay.
Ooh, it's the pummel block. Are we going to see the flexors
And
here?
then here's the flexors.
Well, looks like we are seeing the flexors and reactions.
And
Jude
then the resource.
still has the Shelter from the Storm in his hand.
Really wants to save this shelter. So
Unfortunately,
can block 6.
Unfortunately for Jose, he doesn't have the blue for the grasp for this turn.
Yeah.
That would have just set up this turn to really push through.
But if he can attack for, I mean,
So he can play the Burn Up Shock here, which will deal 2 arcane, 1 from the shock and then 1 from
For
the
the
Burn
go
Up
again,
Go
yeah.
again. And then he can follow this up with
the 0 for 4 or okay. Just an entwine,
Is he going to fuse?
no fuse. Here it is. Okay.
Jude most likely going to commit the shelter
Yeah.
here to keep the manifestations around.
Okay. Gonna start with the quick dodge flexors. And then
Yep, not taking
Blocking
any
6.
chances in this situation. One floating for the AB. Can't ping off or get through with the shock.
there it is. And now Tunic, Mirror Guy.
Another well-structured turn on the side of Jude, realizing that the traverse block is exactly what he needed to make use of the turn to protect this manifestations of Mirror Guy, and 8 more damage coming the way of Jose Garcia.
Block.
Oh, and it's
Oh,
the
pop.
shock. The shock comes out,
Got him.
destroying that manifestations. What a blowout.
That's why he kept it.
Okay. Jesus, dude, this barely turned 3.
Dude,
Oh, okay.
that's all my stuff. Exactly.
Got some
Looks like they're
got spectators here. That was a really cool play.
yeah, it looks like
Jose
they're both
Garcia.
having a laugh about it.
Just a little smile on both of their faces.
And that's the difference between the Arachne Marionette and
Yeah.
the Aurora Shooting Star, is that the Arachne doesn't have this instant speed damage that Aurora has, so this gets a little more tricky. And we're seeing a second Arc Lightning turn coming out from the Aurora.
Oh, disgusting.
Although I'm sure he would love to have a burn-up shock for this turn, I think it did more than it needed to in getting rid of that Manifestations of Mirror Guy.
We've got over 100 people watching the finals of the Blood on the Bayou 3 Road to Nationals here in Houston, hosted by Game Guys. Thank you, Game Guys, for allowing us to use this space, large space, great space, and helping us set up this incredible stream.
It's going to be the Starfall is the follow-up. Jude taking both the damage and the Arcane from the Go Again. This is going to be Snatch with Go Again from the Arc Lightning. Jude does not want this to hit. The Sink Below will cover it up nicely. It looks like we will sink.
There's a couple tenets of Flesh and Blood. Give Command and Conquer +1. Give Snatch Go Again. Jose Garcia doing one of those.
Taking one Arcane from the Arc Lightning. I believe Jude has a Shelter from the Storm in hand, if he would like to cover up another 0 for 4.
Jose,
Or
keeping track of those defense reactions. Do I send this other Snatch?
both of these players have got to be mentally fatigued at this point.
Yeah.
Just playing all of this high-level Flesh and Blood all the way through the day, trying their best to make sure to not make any misplays on their part. They really want to take home the win here.
Gold foil on the line. 2 extra boxes of the Hunted on the line. Honor roll for the hero on the line. I know everyone wants those Mistveil heroes gone. Jude could put a little bit more oomph in that kind of step. Jose, counting defense reactions,
Ooh,
there was still one.
Out.
Weakest link.
Does not look like there are any instants in the hand of Jose. So nothing to worry about, just 6 generic vanilla damage.
Jude has a few of these 2 for 6 attacks in his deck. We've seen the weakest link. We've seen the CNCs. There's erase faces in there, all pretty relevant for Jose.
And Jose looks like he's posturing to block here. Maybe he doesn't have enough go again to make this turn work and deciding that blocking is the best option. We're going to see the Static Shock and the Arcanic Shockwave be used here. And that gives Jude some breathing room. That's 2 less cards that he has to deal with on this turn.
Presumably 8 less damage if it's everything 0 for 4. Flittering
Going to the
charge.
Flittering charge. Was I mistaken about the instant? Was there an instant in the hand?
Does he have yet another?
Looks like we're going to double transcend
Okay.
here.
Marvel transcends.
Don't think it matters which one he takes, but still he's just going to take stock of what is in the graveyard.
Rising Sun, Setting Moon. To draw a card, then put one at the bottom of the deck. May end up bottoming the chi he generates off this Passover. Taking away the Arc Lightning. No real way for Jose to recur that, but might as well. Are we going to see what he bottoms?
Looks like
Okay,
he's
bottoming.
electing to keep the chi
Yeah.
in hand.
Bottoming, I think, either an Enlightened Strike or something.
I think it might have been the Enlightened Strike. So he wants 2
Double chi. May not be blocking this
Saw
this
Command
go
and
around.
Conquer, unless he's deciding that he wants to just put in 1 Spectral Shield just to help him cover up breakpoints on the next turn.
Embodiment of Lightning. Is that the turn?
It looks like, yeah, no instance, no go again. No wonder he blocked that Weakest Link for 6. He had nothing else to do on his turn.
A little bit of a Runeblade hand for Jose Garcia.
Oh,
And
it's the
there it is.
Manifestations of Mirror Guy.
Manifestations.
And this is why he wanted the extra blue, because now he can attack with it into the CNC as well. No Crown of Providence to protect him here. Oh, but will he get blown out by the
With a burn up shock again?
But
But has resources
yes,
to
but
pitch.
if he plays a CNC, he won't have any floating. So of course he has to block this first, but he'll lose the Manifestations of Mirror Guy when the CNC attacks. But can Jose afford to just use a card like that?
It's just damage. He may be willing to take it.
But it is a third of his life total should he take this damage.
Oh, that's not even a burn up shock.
No, I think, I don't know, don't remember what the other lightning one is. Is it Null Shock?
No, it's
Or is
a
it Vaporize?
vaporized shock. And now might be kicking himself. Because now it's a Command and Conquer.
So he can block this out with 2 cards, maybe a piece of equipment. Save the card in Arsenal. He can use the Vaporize Shock to get rid of the Manifestations of Mirror Guy. He can still throw the 0 for 4 in Arsenal and Arsenal that Channel Lightning Valley for the next turn. Still, he could be both defensive, clear something that's very problematic for him, and Arsenal something that is going to help him on future turns on this turn. What is going to be the play for Jose Garcia? And you have to think, this is 2 Manifestations of Mirror Guy gone. And if both of them get popped to a shock, and there's only 1 left, then you're getting over one of the biggest hurdles of this deck, is having to deal with that and how the Enigma player protects it. which gives him a lot more flexibility in being very aggressive. The only issue is that if he just takes a lot of extra damage, his life total is going to drop, and it'll get harder and harder to clear ward as his life total drops and he's forced to defend.
Jude really playing. Has played a lot of Enigma. Has been playing Enigma for a while. Really knows what this deck is capable
Big
of.
Prism player. Swapped to Enigma when Enigma came down. A big Illusionist fan. Knows the ins and outs of how to play this game with this hero.
That's a 2-block.
Is he going to commit that grasp of the Arcanite here?
Yeah, there's a... It's a value block. Just saving a little bit of life.
All right.
Okay.
So taking one, getting rid of that second strike, choosing to save the armor for a later turn. The second strike only is 0 for 3 because damage has to be dealt to give it +1 and go again. Choosing to Arsenal, and namely, he's holding on to this Embodiment of Lightning by doing this play.
Yeah.
So while it is very inefficient and gives tempo to the Enigma player, it allows him to set up a 5-card hand with the Go Again already on board. And he'll be on Tunic with 3, so this will be Embodiment of Lightning, Channel Lightning Valley, and Starfall on his next turn. It all just depends on what Jude has drawn.
Jude would have loved to keep that mirror guy, but just blasted out of the sky by a little shock. Doing a little bit of a cry is Jude.
Looks like it's going to be the levels of enlightenment. Can we transcend in response? No. But it looks like another mirror guy is being played. This time with no chi. Jude seeing all of the manifestations very early in this game.
This one just coming in for 4, not the big 8 that he would have liked to see.
So is Jude going to go again, draw a card? That looks to be the play. He has 2 floating, which means he'll have 1 floating after the manifestations attacks, meaning that shock will not kill the manifestations this time. Tunic counter as well, just in case.
Levels of Enlightenment doing a lot of work, kind of smoothing these turns out for these illusionists.
Jose taking 3, falling to 12, a 9 life deficit against Jude Vergara on Enigma.
Go again, 4, mirror guy.
Jose taking 4, dropping to 8. Is there a follow-up?
Yes.
It is a Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Warmonger's Diplomacy, huge against Runeblades. Not as big against Aurora, because a lot of the things they want to play are instant.
It's going to be the Entwine Lightning. Choosing to conceal information on the hand, choosing to use the Embodiment of Lightning instead. Manifestations of Mirror Guy only currently wards 2.
Oh, here it is.
The Channel Lightning Valley comes out. Is there the defense reaction for Jude?
I think that's the last Channel Lightning Valley. There it is. Jude. Lot of defense reactions. Looks to be running the full suite. Shelters, Fate for Scenes, and Sink Belows.
Somersault coming out, bouncing that card back to the hand. The Starfall coming through. Looks like the Manifestations is going to cover that. That is 3 Manifestations down. No more to worry about. Jose at 8, Jude at 21. Jude has the life total to take a couple hits if he has to.
I mean, thinking of threats that Jude has, obviously has used all of the mirror guys. Still has 2 for 6s. Still has Rage Specters, I believe. Jose has used a couple of Arc Lightnings. This may be his last Channel Lightning Valley. The rest of the deck is 0 for 4s.
And with 2 cards in hand, a guaranteed current funnel, and the card draw if this connects, Jose still has a lot of damage to go on this turn. Jude thinking about this very hard. Looks like the ripple away on top of his hand there. Trying to decide if it's worth blocking or not. Looks like we're going to use the Tunic counter.
He's blocking with the Tunic.
Giving the Tunic now. He wants to block just as much as possible, and this is a snatch for 4. No go again.
Snapdragon Scalers always on the board. Always have to be thinking about it.
It's interesting that he decided to not play the current funnel to give the snatch go again naturally and push 2 additional damage.
This makes the
It makes,
pinky red.
it makes a shield. But I lose my AP.
One card in hand. No actions. Let me draw 2.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what you
Jose deciding whether or not he might want to use the Snapdragons. Even though the snatch is only hitting for 1, it is still a card drawn.
Card, 2 card draw off of the Channel Lightning Valley. I don't think it's
That is
triggered
true,
yet.
yes. The Channel Lightning Valley and the snatch on hit, should he go for it. There is one floating. Oh, and the drop
Oh,
in the
there it is.
ocean.
Drop in the
Okay.
ocean.
You get to keep it around.
Yeah. Embodiment. Pass.
So this is going
Make an
to
embodiment. Hold the line.
stop the extra card draw. The channel will stay around, although this is a 4-card hand from Jose. No damage was leaked on Jude this turn. Still has a commanding life total.
But tempo all on Jose's side. Embodiment, Channel Lightning Valley.
Oh, and it looks like this is a little bit of an unfortunate hand. 2 Flittering Charge, Arcanic Shockwave, and the Flicker Wisp.
Yeah.
Luckily, he has the embodiment for this turn. Otherwise, this turn wouldn't do a whole lot of anything.
Flicker Wisp, yeah. Maybe wants to keep it just in case. I mean, he's got maybe 1 Arc Lightning left. Might want to just pitch it away. But yeah, Flicker Wisp, Flittering Charge. Maybe hoping to get bailed out by something. Still has 2 block left on his grasp.
Oh, so it looks like the Arcanic Shockwave is going to come out first. It's going to be dealing 1 Arcane.
Probably just the highest probability to get a card draw off this Arcanic Shockwave.
Jude does not respect it and lets him draw a card. This could be worse for him.
Looks like double reds.
Now, Jude does have the life lead.
Oh, taking it.
If the hand is good enough.
I think the draw bails Jose out a little bit. I think he drew an instant. Might be a burn-up shock. Might just be able to give these flittering charges go again. Thanks for joining us late into the evening, 11 p.m. right now here in Houston, Texas. These players have been playing for 11 hours straight. No breaks.
And this will be pretty heads up if Jose plays the Flicker Wisp and then plays the Flittering Charge. I believe he can also make the Shock come in for 2. He can also just play Flittering Charge, use the shock portion of Burn Up Shock, give it go again, and then play the other Flittering Charge and push 9 more damage on this turn.
Yeah, I think like, but I drew them in the right time.
And then if he's able to hold on to that Flicker Wisp for an extra turn, this could get a lot better for him. He could also pitch it to the Starfall and just try to push as much damage as possible.
Four cards in hand, really thinking about his options.
Honestly, I would if I could. And I might
I'm just kidding around.
Jose thinking about how he would like to progress the turn. He can still push a lot of damage.
Thinking exactly how does he want to sequence this.
In this case, any miss sequence could lead to an inefficient turn, and you really want to maximize all of the damage you're going to be dealing.
I don't think Jose really wants to sit on another Flicker Wisp, but he does. Here it goes, Flicker Wisp.
It's going to be 2 Arcane, 1 from the Flicker Wisp effect, and 1 from the Fuse.
Here it is.
It's going to be Burn Up Shock. It's going to be Flittering Charge for 4. If it hits, Burn Up will deal 5 damage instead of 4.
But he does not have Go Again on this.
Yeah, instead of just using the shock on Burn Up Shock to give the
Wow.
Flittering Charge go again, it looks like he's going to have to commit the Snapdragon Scalers.
Wow. Here it is. Snapdragons. I think Jude is willing to give up the last 2 of his cards. And now
1 piece of equipment used, a lot of his good cards used. Channel Lightning Valley is going to be going away.
yeah, Embodiment gone. I mean,
Embodiment gone, and he still has the life lead going into
Jose-
this next turn.
Jose still has tempo, but, you know, this turn is not going to be as vicious as the last one.
Another Burn Up Shock. It's going to be forcing Jude to be on the defensive this turn.
I mean, Jude had an option to block with this Calming Gesture, his AB, but really wanted to hold on to it, and this is why. The burn-up shocks, the incremental damage of this arcane damage. Tunic. 4 cards in hand, burn-up shock, second strike, exude confidence, maybe an instant, another instant.
Looks like it may be an electrostatic
Yeah.
discharge.
Jude really looking for any leeway. Would have loved to be able to fire off one of those erase face. Drew 2 last turn. Again, this is the 11th hour of Blood on the Bayou 3, Road to Nationals here in Houston, hosted by Game Guys. Jose really thinking, what are his options? Burn up shock.
The thing is, if the damage on this burn up shock is blocked, that second strike won't have go again. Oh, but Jude decided to take the one, which means the second strike is going to have go again, and the turn gets extended. Oh no, it looks like that was a static shock, not a second strike.
2 cards.
2 damage. If it hits, we'll deal 4 additional damage.
Starfall. There
It's
it
going to
is.
be a Restless Coalescence be played and immediately soaked up. Discharge into Exude Confidence for 7.
An Exude, no defense reactions, has to just block naturally. Has to block with his hand. All of it. Again, Jose might be running out of real threats.
I don't know. The deck is really just full of 0 for 4s.
Yeah, but the stuff that extends it just a little further. Oh, he's going to take it.
So he's going to take 4 from the Exude.
And then
the
burn
burn
up shock,
is
yeah.
going to deal him another 4.
Oh,
going to prevent
pitch.
1.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, unable to play the Sink Below due to the Exude Confidence effect.
How was that? I'm supposed to be at 12 to 8 and then to 5. Because I AB'd, it was 4 arcane, right?
Yeah.
So I AB'd 1, I go to 5.
Yeah.
It's just going to be the Arsenal and pass. Jose has had the tempo for these last couple turns. Still able to string together a lot of chip damage. He's brought this life total from 8 to 21 to 8 to 5, taking a commanding lead in this game. Tunic on 3, which means the Starfall will definitely be coming out this turn.
Starting with the Starfall. Really wants to just hide how much damage he has.
It's only 1 measly damage. What is there to worry about?
Four cards in hand. Jude, 4 cards in hand as well. Looks like another truce in hand. And don't forget, Jose, 2 blocks still, or 3 blocks still on his grasp of the Arknight.
Yeah,
Just
Jude,
really diligent. I think Jude ended up pitching his Sink Below to the arcane damage.
well, yeah, he took 7, so he might have to be at 4. It doesn't look like either player nor the judge in the room caught it. Game.
Electrostatic discharge. Taking 2.
King's King. I'll choose buff. So be tapping.
It's going to be Enlightened Strike, pumping it all the way up to 10.
Wow. Jude still has 4 cards in hand. And I think Jose has I think he has a lightning press in hand.
If that Lightning Press is the case,
If it is,
Jude would have to have the D-React and a second D-React, or get rid of his only Arcane Barrier to make
Yeah.
that Spectral Shield.
yeah. Here we go. Jude thinking, I'm going to give you everything. My life total is so low. I cannot risk it.
I think I've done one that I roll.
Jose, counting again, how many D-Reacts do you actually have?
I've never transcended turn 0. And it's like a full high roll turn 0 deck.
What does Truce even do?
Yeah, I think Jose is just looking at all the fancy cards. A lot of EAs, a lot of Marvels going on in there.
Jude really in the tank. This is the final rounds. Final life points. Have it all.
Oh, it is the
Give it
whole
everything.
hand here.
Can he push anything over?
I don't think it's worth it to. No, it looks like 12 block.
That's a 12 block. He's like, oh, okay. You got
Yeah,
it.
using the press to block 1 damage or
To push through one
damage.
yeah.
It's not worth it at this point.
And now he keeps the press in Arsenal. Jude, hopefully.
And Vaporized Shock will allow the Gone in a Flash to go again. Is that an Arc Lightning in the left card in his hand? Because that would be
Yeah, it is an Arc
huge.
Lightning. This is going to be a nasty turn. If Jude survives this, Jose looking at his hand and saying, "I think this hand can close this out."
Jude just forced to pass here. He has the Vaporized Shock. One little Arcane right there.
Is he going to start with his Arc Lightning? Yep. Seems like a good start. Jude looking at his hand. Probably has a blue in there. There it is.
First Tenet of Chi Wind, I believe, in the pitch zone.
But this is a lot of different types of damage. And then also, remember, Lightning Press.
Yeah, and with that Gone in a Flash, there's a lot of avenues to play this turn out.
This is just so much damage. And it's split damage. You really hate to see it if you're rooting for Jude here. Pitch. Pitching an electrostatic discharge. Taking it slow.
So he still has the Vaporized Shock in hand to give that Gone in a Flash the bounce back to hand.
All right. Immediately popping the Restless Coalescence.
One floating left. It's
Gone
gonna
in a
be
Flash.
the Gone in a Flash with Go Again off of the Arc Lightning. If Jude disrespects this, he can get Lightning pressed and lose. If he does respect it, then the Vaporized Shock will just bounce it back to hand. while also taxing a point of life.
Jose took Jude all the way from 21 down to 3 here without losing a single point of health.
He has just had full tempo for
Just
the last
full
couple of
tempo.
turns.
Was able to, shoot all of those Mira guys out of the air with just a little ping of arcane damage. Jude not able to protect them. Here it is.
The
Sync.
Sync below moving straight to reactions.
And he's dead to press.
Now, does Jose go ahead and vaporize shock just to push a little extra damage?
Or does he go straight to the press?
Or does he press and go for it? Because if he presses and he declines the Gone in a Flash trigger, he cannot use the Vaporize Shock to bring the Gone in a Flash back, so that would end his turn.
Does he have another D-React? What is he going to do?
He has to be thinking, how many Lightning Press has he seen? Is there the potential that one of these cards could be the Lightning Press?
Okay.
Looks like
Wants
we're
a new
see
card.
The Sync here.
Here it is.
What is going to be
Is he going
the
to play it slow? Yes. Play it slow.
It looks like he wants to get as much information out of this as he can. He's going to go and play the shock portion of Vaporize Shock.
What's happening?
Vaporize is yellow.
I think they're all the same, but
Yeah, I
like,
think so.
do we?
Don't clarify that. Yeah. So it'd be 1 arcane since the resolutions go again. I'm gonna do it.
So this one first.
Yeah.
And then one arcane.
And then 1 arcane.
Pitching 1 to the shock. Taking 1 arcane. Pitching. Oh, he has a Transcend card in hand that doesn't block anyway. The Gone in a Flash coming back to haunt him. 1/3 block left, and it's the Lightning Press. And that is
There
the
it is.
game.
Jose Garcia is your Blood on the Bayou champion. On Aurora, Shooting Star, LL points for Aurora, winner of the gold foil. Picked this deck up today, won a gold foil, won a case, LL points. Congratulations to Jose Garcia.
All right, and as it is getting late, I feel like we still need to get somewhat of a winner's interview.
Yeah, so we'll get-
or the opening of the gold foil should Jose decide to open it for us.
Yeah, GG's to Jose Garcia, your Blood on the Bayou 3 RTN champion, 2025.
And it looks
there
like
it is at the gold foil
we
and
were
the
able to get one of the Arachne
Arachne
playmats.
playmats. Is he going to open it?
Will
Is he Gamba?
Will he open it? Oh, he's looking at the camera.
Okay.
Is he going to do it?
He's doing it? He's doing it. Yeah, Cardfight King. He just said he picked up the deck today. There it is.
Oh, what's it going to be? Oh, the big reveal. And it's... Ooh.
Oh. Enigma hands?
It is
Prism.
Real. No.
Yeah.
Oh god, I can't remember this card.
Yes, that is exactly what the pricing is like. Jose will get a case. Look at that. Big case of Hunted. Jude, 2 boxes of Hunted. Not bad. Thanks everyone for watching Blood on the Bayou 3 Road to Nationals. We'll try to get Jose on for a winner's interview, but he's in College Station. He might just want to go home. It is 11:30 here at Game Guys. Thank you so much for joining us. What great games from all of these players. 75 down to 1. Jose Garcia, your winner.
And it is the Wave of Reality.
Wave of Reality. Gold foil Wave of Reality. Yeah. It was a long day.
It has been a very long day, and it's finally
Thanks for joining us
come
here.
to an end.
Blood on the Bayou. One last shout outs to the TOs here and the judges who made this possible. Game guys for making this possible. RTN or in March 22nd, Blood on the Bayou Circuit event starts. $500 cash prizes. If you're here in Houston, join us. Every time you win, you get circuit points, and the highest point earners get a free invite to Blood on the Bayou 4. High Seas, date to be determined. 322, 419, 517, all at the adventure begins in Conroe. Join us. A lot of Blood on the Bayou still to come.
It's going to be a blast.
It's going to be a blast. Also, March 22nd, New Orleans, Medium End Cards and Collectible, Hunt the Heartless. Winner gets a dagger. Very cool. And a case.
Yeah, and the better part, the case. Actually, the dagger is probably the better of the two.
The dagger will open the case. So,
Yes.
Handsome Dan in the Discord, if you want to talk about Hunt the Heartless, go to that.
And it looks
See you,
like
Miles. Go back to DFW. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. We'll see if
there are any last words.
any last words.
Looks
So we're going to have Matthew DiGregorio, judge extraordinaire, TO for the Blood on the Bayou. We're going to have him up here to say a few final words before we close this thing out. Matt, you've worked really hard on Blood on the Bayou. 1, 2, 3 circuit events, 4. What does it feel like to have such a huge turnout here?
This definitely beats all expectations. We're so pleased that this many people want to come out here and support this event. Just play games of Flesh and Blood.
That's all. That's what this is about.
And we had several drafts firing as well as side events. I mean, people just love to play this game.
Yeah.
And it shows.
Matt, I've known you for a while. We've played a lot of games together. Flesh and Blood has definitely been one of the great ones, right? So I'm glad that people are turning up here for you as well, because I mean we know that you put a lot of your heart and soul into this. So thanks very much, Matt.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing everyone at the circuit events that we're putting on.
Yeah,
as well as our
322, 419, 517. Put it on your calendar. The adventure begins, Conroe, Texas.
Yep.
And if you're not here in Houston, at least try to go to New Orleans for Handsome Dan's event, Hunt the Heartless.
Yep, and we'll also be announcing soon our capstone to the series back here at Game Guys.
Blood on the Bayou.
Blood on the Bayou 4.
High Seas.
High Seas.
Everyone's looking forward to High Seas.
Southern Nats.
Southern Nats. This is Blood on the Bayou. Do you want to say anything else, Matt, before we hand it over to Jose?
Thank you all so much. Thank you and Charles for the hard work you guys do casting.
We're here, delirious 11 hours later, but we're here. Wouldn't be anywhere else. Jose, does... All right, we're getting Jose out here to say final word before we close this out. Your winner, Blood on the Bayou, Blood on the Bayou 3, Jose Garcia, Aurora Shooting Star. You told me earlier you picked up this deck today.
Yeah, pretty much. I bought Lupine Fiasco's sideboard guide.
Okay. Shout-outs to Lupine Fiasco.
Yeah, $5. Well worth it, I think. I replaced Warmongers with Heaven's Claws because they're too expensive.
Okay. All right.
And I replaced Shelters with a Calming Breeze and a Fate Foreseen.
So Shelter overrated. Warmongers Diplomacy
It's not
overrated. Okay.
It's expensive.
Okay.
Warmongers might be. I did face 2 Azaleas today. But I drew the heat, got there.
Yeah.
Managed to block out the red on the ledgers with D-Reacts. The list is pretty good.
List is pretty good. Shout out to Lupine Fiasco for the sideboard. To 2 losses today on stream.
losses.
Florian and I believe the other one,
Marionette.
Arachne Marionette. Learned that the better side is the other side.
Yeah, the red chair.
The red chair is better in the stream room.
Yep.
So ended up winning the rest of your stream games in the
On the
top
red
8
chair,
in
yep.
the red chair. Was there any matchup that you were like scared of?
Probably the mirror.
Okay.
Because I don't have a lot of reps. Well, I don't have a lot of reps in any of them, but the mirror is pretty coin flippy.
Yeah.
Just whoever draws the heat first kind of gets there. And Kano's always scary.
Kano also
Yeah, I
yeah.
think I'm at up 10 and he didn't get there. And I
He
was,
did
I
not
was
get
just
there.
praying.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
just
yeah.
watching him do it.
It was definitely like you hit him on the turn that you needed not to bring lethal.
Yeah.
And you did.
Yep.
And then he just fell apart from there.
Yeah, I think a lot of today was learning when to snaps. I think in this past
Okay.
game, I committed to Flicker Wisp, Burn Up Shock, Flittering Charge,
Mhm.
snaps,
Yes.
Burn Up Charge.
Yes.
And he was going to smack me with a fantastic last
Yeah. Okay.
So
So
yeah.
definitely
So learned a lot today.
learned a lot today. Are you going to be at Nationals?
Yes. Yeah.
So is that your next big event?
Yes, probably.
Okay, very
Yeah.
cool. So Nats invite, gonna be at Nats.
Yep.
Anything else you want to shout out while you're up here, Jose?
No, it was fun time today. GG saw the opponents. We
GG's.
I think all of my games were really close.
Yeah.
But, we're all really hungry. We haven't not had dinner.
No one has had dinner. Everyone's delirious.
Yeah.
It's 11:30. We'll let you go. Do you want to shout out your home store or anyone that you kind of test
I
with?
think all my friends have been watching, so shout out to them. My girlfriend's been supporting me,
Yeah.
and my friends that drove with me have been stuck here with me.
Yes. And now they want some food.
Yeah.
So let's let them get food. Thanks again for watching Blood on the Bayou
See ya.
3. Have a good one, everyone.